La's Lips Fall Apart in Love. Volume 2 by Sasami Mentaiko. Translated by Shiayu at Hiroith. Translation. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade. Audiobooks. Chapter 1. What Lovers Do Together. As soon as the bell signaling the end of class rang, I tossed my textbooks and pencil case into my shoulder bag. Getting up from my seat in the very front row, I quickly left the lecture hall. When I opened my smartphone, I saw a line message that read, "Fourth period is cancelled. I'm at the cafeteria in building 2. I replied to the message with, "Class is over. I'm coming now." The university campus in April is crowded with new students, and no matter where you look, it's packed with people. In about a month, after golden weekends, the crowd should thin out significantly. It's been almost a week since the entrance ceremony, but the group of 2 girls sitting on the bench in front of the convenience store still seem to be having an awkward conversation. On my way to the library where she is waiting, I passed by Hojo from the same seminar and had a brief conversation. A year ago, when I had just entered university, I used to walk around campus making sure not to make eye contact with anyone. I didn't have a single acquaintance to greet. I thought I didn't need friends or a girlfriend. I just wanted to get through peacefully. Can I sit here? That day changed my university life dramatically. The girl who sat down next to me that day is still by my side today. In the lawn plaza, the joyful laughter of students echoes. The flower bed next to the plaza is planted with bright red and pink flowers. She recently told me they are called geraniums. Without her pointing it out and smiling at how beautiful they are, I would have passed by without noticing. When I entered the cafeteria in building 2, I looked around. There were quite a few people, but I immediately spotted her. It's not boasting, but I'm quite good at finding her. Her neatly tied chestnut-colored hair reflected the sunlight streaming through the windows, glittering beautifully. As I stared in fascination, she noticed me and smiled happily. Sagara-kun. With long eyelashes that flutter with every blink, large jewel-like eyes, and rose-colored lips, this perfectly made-up beauty's name is Nane's Haruko. Incredibly, this flawless beauty is my girlfriend. Despite me being dull and unimpressive, it's still strange, right? No matter how you look at it, this feels like a dream. It's been about 2 months since Nane's and I started dating. It's April now, and we both successfully became second-year university students. Nane's, I heard your class was cancelled. Sorry to keep you waiting. It's okay. I was chatting with Sakun, so I didn't mind at all. It was then that I finally noticed the presence of Sado-saki. I muttered, "Sado, you were here," and Sado frowned, glaring at me. "What? Is there a problem with me being here?" "I didn't say that. I just didn't notice." "In other words, you can only see Haruko, right?" It's not like that." Unable to completely deny it, I faltered, and Sado waved her hand in exasperation. Yes, you two are so lovey-dovey. I'm so full from all the sweetness." At Sado's teasing words, Nane's blushed and said, "Oh, Sakun." Thinking back to about a year ago, I would watch in awe as those dazzling girls chatted together, thinking they belonged to a different world. I never imagined that I would end up dating one of the most beautiful girls in our seminar. "Are you two going somewhere?" "Nope, we're just going home together." Although Nane's shook her head, we were planning to have dinner together at her place tonight, so we were essentially going home to the same place. Nane's was excited about making stuffed cabbage rolls tonight. "Are you heading home, Sakun?" "I'm waiting for Hiroki to come." "I see. See you later then." As we left the cafeteria together, we walked side by side towards the bike parking lot. Her brand new spring-colored skirt fluttered in the wind. Although I had gotten used to it, walking with Nane's often attracted intrusive stares. Walking alone, no one would pay attention to an unfashionable guy like me. But having an idol-level beauty by my side was a different story. The envious and jealous stares pierced through me, and it stung a bit. I knew all too well that I didn't match Nane's. When we arrived at the bike parking lot, we both got on our bicycles. It's unavoidable, but riding home in a line doesn't create a very romantic atmosphere. On a whim, I asked Nane's, "Hey, Nane's, don't you ever want to try riding double on a bike?" Nanae seemed to yearn for a rosy college life and frequently demanded youthful situations from me. Last week, for example, we ended up swinging on swings in a nearby park. While standing on the swing for the first time in over a decade, I felt a sense of futility wash over me, wondering what I was doing. But Nanae seemed satisfied. Next, she wants to blow bubbles on the university lawn. I'm still debating whether to join her or not. Given that Nanae wants to swing with her boyfriend in a park, it wouldn't be surprising if she also dreams of riding double on a bike. However, Nanae answered with a serious face, "Sagara-kun, riding double on a bike is against traffic laws." "You're right. Of course, it is." It was such an obvious thing, but I couldn't help but laugh. I love this about her. We rode our bikes, one in front of the other, down Nishioji Street. On the way, we stopped at the supermarket closest to our apartment to buy dinner ingredients. I usually only buy cheap udon noodles, but Nanae seemed to consider nutritional balance properly. When we returned to the apartment together, we entered Nanae's room. "I'm home," Nanae said, looking at me expectantly. Welcome back." Apparently, it was the right response, as Nanae smiled in satisfaction. "Hee. Welcome home, Sagara-kun." "I'm home. What is this? Are we a lovey-dovey couple or what?" Feeling embarrassed, I scratched my head, and Nanae said, "I'm going to change," and disappeared into the bathroom. Trying not to look at the silhouette through the frosted glass, I turned my gaze away. After a short while, Nanae, who could not be imagined from the sparkling beauty earlier, came out. With her chestnut-colored hair tied in two, she wore her high school tracksuit from the sparkling beauty just moments ago. She looked quite plain now. "I'll make dinner, so just wait a bit." Wearing an apron over her tracksuit, Nanae stood in the small kitchen space. There was nothing I could do. Despite offering to help several times, my clumsiness only got in the way. After a while, Nanae, who had finished cooking skillfully, called out to me. "Almost done." "Sorry, Sagara-kun, can you get the plates? The white ones?" "Yes. The big ones on the second shelf." I took out the white plates from the shelf and handed them to Nanae. I also took out the rice bowls and dished out the rice from the rice cooker. The smaller bowl with cherry blossom patterns was Nanae's, and the blue striped one was mine. Speaking of which, my dishes have gradually increased in her room. Although I don't mind, seeing matching mugs in the cupboard makes me feel a bit ticklish. "Thanks. Let's eat." Placing the plates on the low table, Nanae removed her apron and sat beside me. After putting her hands together and saying, "Itadakimasu," she took a bite of the steaming stuffed cabbage. "Is it good?" Nanae looked at me with slightly anxious eyes. After chewing and swallowing, I answered, "It's delicious." The meals she makes are always delicious. Hearing my response, Nanae broke into a happy smile. Her eyes behind the thick lenses squinted in delight. "I'm glad. I learned this at a cooking class before. It turned out well, so I wanted you to try it." Sagara-kun, Nanae and Sudo have apparently been attending a cooking class together for about 6 months. I think Nanae is already a good enough cook, but it's not my place to say. I'm simply happy that she wants me to eat her cooking. Naturally, I have no intention of letting anyone else take on this role. After finishing the stuffed cabbage, I put my hands together and said, "Goki Suzuma," and brought the dishes to the sink. Although Nanae said, "Just leave it," I couldn't just do that. At the very least, I wanted to help with the cleanup. "Thank you. Next time, I'll treat you to something." "No need. You're already contributing to the food cost, and you don't need to treat me. But next time, let's go to that ramen shop near the university. I've always been curious but didn't want to line up alone." "Got it." Generally, I believe food isn't worth waiting in line for, but if Nanae says so, there's no helping it. For her, I'm willing to abandon such trivial beliefs. It's strange, even to myself, how much I've changed. If my past self saw me sitting by the Kamo riverbank or swinging on a swing, what would he think? Nevertheless, I like myself now more than my previous self. "Sagara-kun, why are you grinning?" Nothing." At Nanae's words, I hastily straightened my expression. I feel like I've been too lovesick lately. After cleaning up, I sat with Nanae and watched a TV drama. chatting about trivial things. Nana's, in her completely off-mode, makeup-free state, nestled close to me with a contented expression. She pressed herself snugly against me. Her soft presence on my arm made it hard to focus on the drama. I wondered if I should at least hug her shoulders, but in the end, I couldn't muster the courage and did nothing. Around midnight, Nana's eyes began to droop, and I stood up, saying, "It's about time I head back." "You're leaving already?" Nana's clutched the hem of my hoodie, looking up at me with a forlorn expression. For a moment, my reason wavered. "If I said I won't leave, what would you do?" I swallowed the words that reached my throat. She likely didn't mean anything deep by her statement. Jumping to conclusions and causing hurt was something I must avoid. "You should sleep soon too. You have an early class tomorrow." "Yeah, you're right. Good night, Sagara-kun." Nanae said this with a gentle smile. Trying to resist the urge to stay, I replied, "Good night." Back in my room, I reflected on Nanae's smile from earlier. Love is surprisingly nice. Nanae's presence in my previously solitary university life changed everything. If it were the old me, I'd find it bothersome to have someone else involved in my life. But now, I can't imagine my university life without Nanae's. But, is it really okay for her to be with me? Sagara-kun, I want to have a rosy university life. It's been about 2 months since I started dating Nanae's. I'm still far from being the wonderful boyfriend she desires. As Nanae's aims for a rosy university life, is it right for me to be by her side? I'm definitely not the ideal boyfriend anyone would envy. So, shouldn't I work harder, just like Nanae's did, striving to change herself? Because I promised to help Nanae's have a rosy university life. Section. It's been 2.5 months since I started dating Sagara Souhei, my neighbor, seminar buddy, and former high school classmate. Our relationship is going very well. We haven't had any serious fights, and Sagara-kun always goes along with my things I want to do with my wonderful boyfriend, even if he grumbles a bit. Meeting up to go home together, having lunch at the campus cafeteria, shopping together, taking the Randan to Arashiyama, swinging side by side at the park, going to the convenience store to buy ice cream, watching TV dramas and chatting about random things. To others, these might not seem like a big deal, but to me, each one is sparkling, fresh, and fun. My recent university life is feeling pretty good. I've made friends and gotten a boyfriend. The rosy university life I aimed for might be just within reach. When the 4th period seminar on Friday ended, the research lab suddenly became noisy. Next to me, Sakon stretched and said, tomorrow's finally a day off." Even as second years, most of the seminar members hadn't changed. Some students occasionally switched seminars, but it didn't seem like anyone did this year. After spending a year together, I had gotten used to the seminar members, which made me happy. It's late April, and in about a week, it will be Golden Week. As I packed my textbooks into my bag, I said to Sakon, "Let's all go out during Golden Week." "I'm not going home this year. I've gotten quite good at naturally inviting friends to hang out." Sakon responded to my suggestion with, "Sounds good. Let's go." At that moment, I saw Sagara-kun quickly leaving the research lab. I told Sakon, "Wait a second," and then chased after him. "Sagara-kun." When I called out, Sagara-kun stopped and turned around. Though he always has a grumpy face, I like how his eyes soften just a bit when he sees me. "Sagara-kun, do you have work after this?" "Yeah." "Really? You've been busy lately." Recently, it feels like Sagara-kun has been working all the time. It's not unusual for him to be busy with work, but since we started dating, he hadn't crammed his shifts this tightly. Well, kinda." Sagara-kun's vague response made me a bit uneasy, but I chose not to press him. He doesn't touch his allowance, so he might be having a tough time. If that's the case, I want to help him as much as I can. "Do you want to have dinner together tonight?" "I was thinking of making immerse." "No, it's going to be late." "So it's fine." "I see. It's because of work." "But we haven't been able to spend much time together lately, which makes me lonely." As I lowered my eyebrows in disappointment, Sagara-kun cleared his throat and spoke up. "Oh, by the way, Do you have plans on May 3rd? Huh? No, I don't have anything planned. Then, keep it free. Let's go somewhere together. Sagara-kun mumbled in a small voice. In that moment, all my sadness vanished. I nodded enthusiastically. Yes, I'll head home first. See you. Okay. Good luck. After Sagara-kun disappeared from sight, I couldn't help but do a little happy dance on the spot. A passing student gave me a strange look, and I quickly composed myself. I'm so happy. It's been a while since our last date. As I thought about what to wear, it suddenly hit me. Wait a minute. May 3rd is my. After chatting with Sakan in the research lab for a while, I headed back to my apartment. It's about a 30-minute bike ride from the university to my apartment. Sakan always says, "Why do you live so far? You should move closer to the university." But I have no plans to move for now. Though it's old, the rent is cheap, the landlord is nice, and most importantly, Sagara-kun lives next door. However, if I see another cockroach, I might consider moving. As I got off my red bicycle, I saw an unfamiliar girl standing in front of the apartment. She looked like a high school girl, wearing a sailor uniform with a pink cardigan over it. She was glaring at her smartphone with a stern expression and looking around nervously. Maybe she's lost. I hesitated to approach her because she seemed like the type I'm not good with. Bright red lipstick and eyeshadow, multiple piercings in her ears. If we were in the same class in high school, I wouldn't have been able to make eye contact with such a flashy girl. But if she's in trouble, I should talk to her. Gathering my courage, I took a deep breath and spoke up. "Excuse me, is something wrong?" She looked startled and turned towards me. "No, it's nothing," she quickly said and walked away as if fleeing. Her suspicious behavior worried me a bit, but it wasn't worth chasing after her. I reluctantly climbed the stairs to my apartment. Section Sagara's point of view. After finishing my late night to early morning shift, I checked my phone and saw a good night sticker from Nana's along with another notification. Wondering what it was, I opened it to find a message from my mother. Until recently, we hardly contacted each other, but lately, she's been messaging me more frequently. The content is usually either "Are you catching a cold?" or "Are you eating properly?" To which I always respond with a curt "yeah," but today's question was different. "Can you come back home sometime soon?" My mother's bad habit is not providing details about why she wants me to come back. However, I didn't need to ask to know the reason. She probably wants to introduce me to her new husband. After divorcing my father, my mother lived with her boyfriend for a while, but they finally got married in April. I was prepared for my surname to change again, but her new husband took on our surname instead. He apparently has a high school-aged daughter, but it seems there was no problem there. I know I'll have to meet my stepfather and stepsister eventually, but to be honest, I'm not looking forward to it. After thinking it over for a bit, I typed and sent a message on my phone. "I'll come back sometime. I'll contact you later." I don't have the luxury to be distracted by family matters right now. There are too many other things I need to do. A surprise birthday? From Sagara? Wow. The handsome guy sitting across from me leaned on his hand and grinned. I felt a bit annoyed but held back since I needed his advice. During lunch break at the campus cafeteria, I was eating lunch with the handsome guy. No, Hojo from the same seminar. Today's menu was the cheapest plain udon. As I slurped my udon, I asked Hojo, "I have no idea what to do, so can you help me?" I packed my work shifts to earn money, but I had no clue where to go or what to buy. I've never dated anyone besides Nana's, but I knew a birthday date couldn't be the same as usual. We'd probably eat a fancy meal and exchange gifts. I once gave her lipstick, but I can't just give her the same thing again. In the end, I decided to ask an expert for advice. When it comes to the sea, ask a fisherman. I had already abandoned my previous motto of living alone without relying on anyone. My own ideas are pretty limited. That's right, Nana's birthday is coming up. Was it in May? May 3rd. We're celebrating too, but we'll let Sagara have her on the actual day. The one who interrupted was Sudo Saki, sitting next to Hojo. When I called out to Hojo, Sudo happened to be with him and tagged along. Why is Sudo here too? When it comes to Haruko, You should ask me, her best friend, rather than Hiroki. Ah, wouldn't you just tell Nana's everything? Someone once said women's tongues are lighter than feathers. However, Sado frowned in dissatisfaction. Don't underestimate me. I may look like this, but I'm actually pretty tight-lipped. All right, if you say so, I'll trust you. What should we eat for lunch or dinner? Where are you planning to go? Sure. Hold on. I'll send you some good places. Hojo immediately sent a few restaurant URLs to my line. His selection was impressively quick. He must regularly check out good places and keep them in stock. All the places were stylish, a little upscale for university students, but not outrageously expensive. This place gets crowded, so make a reservation. This place is a bit noisy, so it might not feel like a date. This place has a good atmosphere, but the food is average. Wait, I've never been there. Who did you go with? Sado peeked at Hojo's smartphone, exuding a menacing aura. Hojo deftly dodged her with a smile. I was planning to invite you, Saki. Smooth talker. When it comes to dating advice, there's no one more reliable than Hojo. I remembered how my plan to confess to Nana's didn't go as planned. If I had asked Hojo for help, it might have gone better. Well, it's too late now. What about a birthday present? Sado, what are you getting Nana's? Sado folded her arms and answered. Probably a body scrub. It's something she wouldn't buy for herself but would be happy to receive. Body scrub? What's that? I couldn't even imagine something like that. I didn't know how to use it either. As I stared blankly, Hojo laughed. Well, that's not something a boyfriend would give for a present. Just go with safe jewelry. What's safe? I don't have the confidence to choose something safe, which is why I'm asking. Sado glared at Hojo sideways. Hiroki, what do you mean by safe? Have you been choosing my gifts like that? No. I choose your gifts very seriously. Ouch. Don't kick my shin. Don't precisely target the human vital points. Ignoring the flirting couple in front of me, I thought about what kind of jewelry would make Nana's happy. Nana's, who loves to dress up, always has something in her hair, ears, or around her neck. Her jewelry box is filled with all kinds of sparkly things, and she always looks at them happily, but I can't tell the difference. She must have her own preferences and particularities. Giving jewelry to someone who seems to live and breathe fashion is too high a hurdle. Really? Nana's would probably be happy with anything you choose, Sagara. Huh? If you give Haruko something random, I won't forgive you. Sado intimidated me mercilessly. I also don't want to see Nana's wearing some tacky jewelry I gave her, so I want to avoid that situation. Please, come shopping for the gift with me. No way. I wouldn't want a gift chosen with another girl's help. Rejected outright. I slumped my shoulders. Is that how it is? I really lack that kind of sensitivity. As I was fretting over what to do, Hojo offered a lifeline. Then just buy the present with Nana's on her birthday. Ah, is that okay? Hojo's suggestion felt like a revelation. I thought gifts were supposed to be prepared in advance and given as a surprise. Totally. Everyone has their own tastes. Yeah, it's way better than giving something that doesn't match her style. But make sure you have some options in mind. If you say anything is fine, Haruko will definitely hold back. Suggest a store with an appropriate price range and tell her to pick something she likes. Got it? That much I could probably manage. Finally, I felt a bit relieved. I had been stressing over this for days. I'm glad I swallowed my pride and asked for advice. Thanks. You really helped. When I expressed my gratitude, Sado snorted. I didn't do it for you. I did it for Haruko. Saki, that sounded like a dear. Shut up. Sado lightly smacked Hojo's head, watching them flirt at every opportunity. Sado then turned her attention to me. Hey, Sagara. Do you dress up properly when you go on dates with Haruko? You're not going out in that outfit, are you? By that outfit, Sado meant my usual black hoodie. When we go out together, Nana's always dresses up nicely, but I wear almost the same clothes as when I go to university. The word fashionable isn't in my vocabulary. Well, I usually dress like this. Sado didn't like my answer and raised her voice with her eyebrows knit in frustration. What? That's not okay, Sagara. Sit right there. For the rest of the lunch break, Suda drilled the basics of fashion into me. I appreciated her concern, but I didn't ask for that much. After returning home from the university, I used a search engine to plan for the birthday. I opened my recently bought laptop and searched for terms like Kyoto University student date recommendations, birthday present girlfriend jewelry brands, and university student male date outfits, all while feeling overwhelmed. I definitely don't want anyone to see my search history filled with such embarrassing keywords. I felt lost looking at the jewelry brand websites. Necklaces, earrings, bracelets. There were too many types of accessories. The internet was full of opinions like this is tacky and that's unnecessary, making my head hurt even more. Choosing a birthday present was incredibly difficult. While I was struggling with all this, it was almost time for work. Just as I stood up to get ready, the intercom rang. When I opened the door, there was Nanae's, makeup-free. Nanae's. Seeing her face made me happy, but the timing was a bit inconvenient. As I hesitated, Nanae smiled and handed me a small pot. Sorry for the sudden visit. I made too much, so I thought you might like some. The pot contained a simmered dish of chicken and taro. The aroma from the broth smelled delicious. I hadn't had Nanae's home-cooked food recently due to work, so I was genuinely grateful. Thanks. I'll eat it after work. Okay, so you have work today too. What were you doing? Studying? Nanae's glanced behind me. Her gaze landed on the open laptop. The screen was displaying the jewelry images I had been looking at. Oh, panicking. I quickly closed the laptop. Oh no. Did she see it? Praying she didn't notice. I nervously glanced at Nanae's, who tilted her head curiously. What's wrong? No, nothing. I wasn't looking at anything weird. I stammered. Nanae's asked innocently. Weird? What kind of weird? Unable to explain, I fell silent. This only made me seem more suspicious, but I could only hope she didn't misunderstand. Anyway, I have to go to work soon. Thanks for the dinner. Okay. Good luck at work. I somewhat forcefully ushered Nanae's out and closed the door. I felt bad for pushing her out when she had brought me dinner. Hopefully she didn't realize. Right? There's a week left until Nanae's birthday. Will I be able to pull off being a wonderful boyfriend? Section. During the latter half of Golden Week, on May 3rd. Today is my long-awaited date with Sagara-kun. After carefully doing my skincare routine, I opened my large makeup box and began applying makeup. I love the process of transforming my plain face into something glamorous. Finishing with the lipstick that Sagara-kun gave me, I smiled at myself in the mirror. I have to admit, it's a fabulous job that you can't even imagine my bare face. Today, I'm wearing the shirt dress I bought just last week. From my accessory case, I chose gold hoop earrings and a necklace. This necklace is a brand name piece I splurged on, reserved for days when I want to make an impression. I braided the sides of my hair and did a loose half-up hairstyle. Since we might be walking a lot today, I decided to wear sneakers. Putting on my white canvas sneakers, I stepped out of my room. The sky was clear, and the fresh morning air was invigorating. Excitedly but trying to keep it in check, I rang the intercom of the room next door. Soon, the door opened, and Sagara-kun appeared. Good morning. It's such nice weather today, I said, and Sagara-kun, looking sleepy, replied, good morning. His energy level was as low as usual, but considering he had a late shift last night, it couldn't be helped. Section. May 3rd, Nanae's birthday. Following Sudo's advice, I dressed in the clothes I bought, styled my hair, and reviewed today's plans thoroughly before heading out for the date. With the tickets I had pre-purchased, we watched a romantic movie, then moved to the fashion mall where I accompanied Nanae on her shopping. Though she hesitated, saying, I've been buying too many clothes lately, she ended up purchasing a cardigan in a mint chocolate chip color. I subtly succeeded in carrying her bags. So far, everything was going smoothly. Compared to our first date when I confessed to her, I was doing quite well. Next, we headed to an Italian restaurant recommended by Hojo. The interior was stylish, with a real oven for baking pizzas. While dinner might be pricey, the lunch course was reasonably affordable. I was anxious about my choice, but Nanae cheerfully said, it's a lovely place. which relieved me. I should thank Hojo. After finishing the course meal, the lights in the restaurant suddenly dimmed. The happy birthday song started playing out of nowhere, and a smiling waiter brought a cake to our table. The strawberry and cream shortcake had a chocolate plate that read Happy Birthday. Happy Birthday. The waiter smiled at Nana's. No way, this is 500 times more embarrassing than I expected. Taking Hojo's advice, I requested this when making the reservation, but experiencing it in real life felt like my face was on fire. It was so out of character for me. The other customers' applause made me even more uncomfortable. But today is not the day to get disheartened. Looking straight at Nana's sitting across from me, I said, Nana's happy birthday. Nana's exaggeratedly widened her eyes, then covered her mouth with her hands in an oddly theatrical manner. Wow. I was so surprised. I didn't notice at all. Sagara-kun, you remembered my birthday? Her broken Japanese made me feel deflated. She was probably trying hard to pretend to be surprised for my sake, but it was obvious. She was a terrible actress. Honest Nana's wasn't good at lying. Nana's, did you know from the start that I was planning to celebrate your birthday? Yeah. Nana's nodded, seemingly resigned, then couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing, her shoulders shaking. Why are you laughing? No. It's just, I was really happy. Sagara-kun, it was so obvious that you were preparing for this for a while. I thought you did a lot of research and planning. It seemed I hadn't managed to keep it a secret at all. Surprises are tough. Sensing my disappointment, Nana's hurriedly said, sorry. I'm really happy about the thought. Thank you for celebrating with me. Nana's eyes softened with warmth. The surprise might not have been a success, but if Nana's was happy, then it wasn't a total failure. Probably. We ate the cake together, and although it wasn't very smooth, I insisted on paying the bill. Next up was the most challenging part of the day, choosing her birthday present. Sagara-kun, where are we going next? Just follow me, I said, leading Nana's into a department store at Shikawaramaki. The first floor was lined with stores selling cosmetics and accessories that Nana's would like. Normally, I'd feel out of place in such a place, but today, dressed properly, I felt more confident. I understood a bit of how Nana's gains confidence from wearing makeup. Stopping in front of the store I had in mind, I paused. The polished display case was filled with all kinds of accessories. I thought they were all designs Nana's would like. Sudo had also checked and given the go-ahead, so I shouldn't be too far off. You can pick whichever one you like, huh? As a birthday present. Really? Yay. I'm so happy. Nana's beamed with a full smile. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked into the display case. She blushed and looked mesmerized as she debated which one to choose, saying, "What should I pick?" After looking at all the various designs, Nana's smiled shyly. "I want a ring." "A ring? Really?" Her words caught me off guard. A ring hadn't been on the list of potential gifts I'd considered. Rings carry a certain significance, like engagement or marriage. "Is that okay?" Nana's asked, looking anxious. So I hurriedly said, "It's not that it's not okay." For her, it was probably just another type of accessory. Maybe couples generally exchange rings more casually. Overthinking it might make me seem too serious. "Okay, it's fine. Thank you." "Excuse me, can I see the rings?" Nana's asked, and the clerk brought out a large box from under the display case. It was filled with rings. Nana's gently tugged on my sleeve and whispered, "I want you to choose." "Sagara-kun." "Huh?" This was unexpected. I didn't trust my own taste, which is why I brought her here to choose together. "No, I don't really know about this stuff, but it's my birthday today." With her eyes sparkling like that, there was no way I could refuse, but honestly, they all looked about the same to me. Staring at the dazzling array made my head spin. "How about this one? I think it's nice. Maybe this one. Yeah, that's cute too." I pointed out various options, but Nana's reactions were similar, and I couldn't figure out which one was right. She seemed delighted watching me struggle. Perhaps it was one of those "I love it when someone I like tries so hard for me" situations. In the end, I spent nearly an hour choosing a ring, gauging her reactions. It was a delicate gold ring with a small stone. Exhausted, I paid for it and received it in a beautifully wrapped box. I'm really happy. Thank you, Sagara-kun. As we left the department store, Nana's clung tightly to my arm. Walking arm in arm was a bit embarrassing, but today was special. After all, it was my adorable girlfriend's birthday. After wandering around town for a while, we sat side by side along the Kamo River. The sun was starting to set, disappearing slowly behind the mountains. Despite my earlier reluctance, I had joined the ranks of the infamous equally spaced couples along the riverbanks of Kyoto. Since dating Nana's, I understood why couples sat by the Kamo River. It was perfect for sitting down and slowly talking together. This time of year, the weather is warm, and the breeze is pleasant. Can I open this? Nana's, unable to wait any longer, lifted the bag containing the ring. When I said it was okay, she unwrapped it and took out the small box. She took the ring out and softly extended her left hand towards me. Sagara-kun, could you put it on for me? No. That was a bit much. The scene of kneeling down and putting a ring on someone's finger, like on TV, flashed in my mind, and I got flustered. That seemed like something to do in a more appropriate setting. Sorry. I was just kidding. Seeing my reaction, Nana's laughed. I felt slightly relieved. After a moment of hesitation, she slipped the ring onto her right ring finger. Since we had her size measured at the store, it fit her perfectly. It's beautiful. I'll cherish it. Nana's held the ring up to the sunset, her expression blissful. The ring sparkled in the orange light, but to me, her eyes looked even more radiant. Thank you for today. I had a great time. I'm glad. I sighed in relief at Nana's words. Maybe I had gotten a bit closer to being the wonderful boyfriend she wanted. As the sun completely set, the surroundings were quickly enveloped in twilight. The thin crescent moon hung in the pale blue sky like a thread. Even in the dim light, I could see Nana's face clearly. We sat comfortably in silence for a while until Nana's suddenly spoke up. Hey, Sagara-kun. Today is my birthday, right? What's she saying? Stating the obvious. When I nodded, she blushed and whispered in my ear, I want one more present. Then, she closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling in anticipation. Realizing what she wanted, I looked around, then gave her a quick kiss on her rosy lips. After the brief touch, Nana's opened her eyes and smiled softly. Thank you, Sagara-kun. Even though it was a birthday present, I felt like I was the one receiving far more. Am I able to return even a tenth of the happiness Nana's gives me? Gathering my courage, I gently took Nana's right hand. The ring on her finger felt slightly cool, making me feel a bit uneasy. Chapter 2, The Omen of a Storm. Lately, when I don't have work, I've been spending my time holed up in the university library or the research lab. With Golden Week over and still some time before the midterm exams, the campus is relatively empty. It's the perfect environment for studying in peace. I'm not the type who can concentrate at cafes or family restaurants. After finishing my fourth period class, I headed straight to the lab. Lately, I've been working so much that I've neglected my studies. As I quietly worked through my accounting workbook, I heard the door to the lab open. Turning around, I saw Hojo standing there. Oh, Sagara. What are you doing? Studying, but what about you? Got business with the professor. He told me to wait in the lab, to come all the way to the professor's place. He's surprisingly diligent despite his appearance. Now that I think about it, though he often says he's in trouble before exams, he always manages to pass his courses. He must be pretty efficient. Oh yeah. How did Nana's birthday go? Hojo sat down in front of me with a grin, uninvited. Remembering that day, I hesitated. Well, wait. Did it go badly? Sorry, did I give you bad advice? No, it went fine, I think. Overall, I don't think it was that bad. Nana's words. I had fun, weren't lies. But I still feel like I'm not good enough. I thought I did my best, but I wasn't smooth at all. The surprise was too obvious, and I couldn't even put the ring on her finger. In the end, trying to imitate Hojo's way just didn't fit me. In terms of my capabilities, confidence, and experience, I'm still far from being the right guy for Nana's. Suddenly, I asked the perfect guy in front of me, Are things going well between you and Sudo? Oh, it's rare for Sagara to show interest in others. Stop teasing. Actually, never mind. Even if I hear your story, it won't help me. Hojo probably handles everything smoothly. Comparing myself to him would only make me feel worse. So I should stop rubbing salt into my wounds. No, Just as Hojo was about to say something, the lab door opened. Sorry to keep you waiting, Hojo. It was the professor. Seeing me talking with Hojo, he glared at me with his usual stern eyes. Oh, Sagara, you're here too. Our seminar professor isn't popular among students due to his stern look and unfriendly demeanor. However, he's not the unreasonable type, so I don't dislike him. He's not overly familiar, but he's passionate about teaching and surprisingly considerate. Perfect timing. Sagara, I've got a favor to ask. I tensed up at the professor's words. I hoped he wasn't going to shove some troublesome task onto me. Feeling uneasy, I asked, what is it? We have an open campus event soon. I'd like you to help out with our seminar's presentation. Huh? The open campus is an event where the university opens its campus to prospective students and holds information sessions. Since I didn't attend any during high school and first set foot on campus on the day of the entrance ceremony, I'm not exactly sure what it entails. As I hesitated to respond, Hojo laughed and said, don't worry about it, I'm helping too, so it'll be fine. I needed more details before deciding. What does helping entail? Stuff like reception, handing out pamphlets, and guiding high school students around the campus. I'm scheduled to give a talk during the seminar presentation. The professor choosing Hojo was a strategic move. Next year, the number of applicants for our seminar will likely double. Even now, there's a rumor that many first-year students are fans of Hojo. There's no pay, and I won't force you. We're a bit short-handed, so it'd be great if you could help out. I thought it over. Since there's no monetary compensation, it's pure volunteer work. Honestly, I wasn't too keen on it. Last year, I would have bluntly refused, thinking I'd rather be working. However, I don't think that way now. To become more attractive as a person, I can't just stay in my shell. Nana's challenged herself to various things to change, and I can't stay stagnant forever. All right, I'll help. Good, that's a relief. At my reply, the professor's stern face relaxed slightly. Hojo also nodded. Glad to hear it. If we had only flashy guys like me, the prospective students might avoid our seminar. But you, Sagara, are just fine. What's that supposed to mean? And you're the type to get things done. You won't be hitting on the prospective students either. Of course not. Who would do that? Yuzuki, maybe. Imagining the face of the frivolous guy, I nodded. Yeah, Konami might actually do that. Well, reception and guiding shouldn't be too difficult, and I can do it. I won't be hitting on prospective students. Of course, whether I can be as friendly as Hojo is another matter. All right, I'll get in touch with the details later. I'm counting on you. The professor patted my shoulder and disappeared into the back of the lab with Hojo, likely to discuss the presentation. If a guy like him were Nana's boyfriend, she'd probably be proud. I shook off the self-deprecating thought, thinking like that was disrespectful to both Hojo and Nana's. Trying to clear my mind, I reopened my workbook section. A week after my date with Sagara-kun, my friends celebrated my birthday. The members were the usual four of us. Me, Sakun, Fujiite Tsugumi-chan, and Amara Nami-chan. All of us are in the same economics department. We had lunch at a stylish cafe, received birthday presents, and had the waiter take a picture of us. In the photo displayed on my phone, I'm laughing happily with my friends. If my high school self saw this, she might think I'm a shining girl far removed from her own life. My inner self is still far from being a shining girl, though. As I savored the joy of having friends who celebrate my birthday, Nami-chan suddenly asked, by the way, I've been curious about something. Is that ring a gift from your boyfriend? Blushing, I nodded with a shy smile. Yes, it is. He gave it to me on my birthday. Isn't it cute? Wow, that's really nice. Haru-chan's boyfriend is pretty impressive. I've been wearing the ring Sagara-kun gave me all the time without taking it off. I've always dreamed of receiving a ring from someone I love. If I could be greedy, I would have liked it to be on my left ring finger. The scene of a wonderful lover kneeling and putting a ring on my finger, like in shuo manga and TV dramas, floats into my mind. If he could propose to me like that someday. Just imagining it, I snapped back to reality, thinking like this might make Sagara-kun pull away. When I told him I wanted a ring, and when I asked him to put it on me, Sagara-kun seemed troubled. Maybe he felt a bit pressured. I should be careful not to get ahead of myself. I also want to celebrate Sagara-kun's birthday. Last year, we weren't dating yet, so I couldn't do anything special. But this year, I definitely want to celebrate it. I want to make Sagara-kun happy too. As I thought about where to go and what to do for his birthday, I suddenly realized something. Come to think of it, our dates are always about going to places I want to go. Not just dates, but our entire relationship feels like Sagara-kun is always accommodating me. My fluffy dreams of wanting to do this or that are just making him go along with it. I'll help you have a rosy university life. Just as he said, Sagara-kun has been fulfilling my requests. But is it okay for me to keep relying on him like this? No, it's not. I shouldn't just be receiving. I need to give something back to him. But what can I do? How can I make Sagara-kun happy? Thinking on my own won't lead to an answer. It's better to ask experienced friends for advice. Swallowing my pride, I asked, what should I do to make my boyfriend happy? The three of them, being natural shining girls, had various relationships before. Maybe they could teach me what to do for a boyfriend. Tsugumi-chan casually replied while scooping ice cream. Just let him touch your boobs. Huh? The unexpected advice caught me off guard, and I was flustered. Do boys really like that kind of thing? Do you all do that with your boyfriends? That's way too high a hurdle for me. Even if he's a bit angry, just say sorry. Do you want to touch my boobs? And it'll be okay. Nami-chan lightly tapped Tsugumi-chan's head and said, hey, that's too much for Haruko. How about just a kiss? When your boyfriend is feeling down, a kiss will cheer him up. Is that so? They lowered the hurdle a bit, but it was still quite challenging. Although I've kissed Sagara-kun a few times, I've never initiated it myself. Are we a bit behind compared to others? Since dating Sagara-kun, I haven't really thought about those things specifically, but everyone else does it naturally, right? If we're dating, do I need to do those things too? I guess I'm still far from being a shining girl. The next day, Monday, after classes, I had dinner with Sagara-kun. Today's menu was meat sauce pasta, with minced meat mixed with chopped lotus root, giving it a slightly Japanese twist. While eating pasta, we talked about going on a date on the Sunday after next. Gathering my courage, I asked Sagara-kun, how about we go somewhere you want to go this time? I feel bad always making you go along with my plans. Sagara-kun furrowed his brows in slight confusion. I don't have anywhere I particularly want to go. I see. I wanted to fulfill his wishes subtly, but it didn't work. Forcing him to think of a place would be burdensome too. But what does Sagara-kun like, or want to do? As I pondered, Sagara-kun suddenly exclaimed, oh, sorry. I just remembered I can't make it that day. Let's do it another day. Really? Do you have plans? The university's open campus. The professor asked me to help out. Really? You agreed? Well, yeah. I thought I'd give it a try. Honestly, I was surprised. Had this been the Sagara-kun from a while ago, he would have refused to help with the open campus. Even last year's cultural festival, he wasn't keen on it, and I had to drag him along to help. When did he become so proactive? Apparently, Hojo is giving a talk at the presentation. Really? Are you giving a talk too, Sagara-kun? No way. I'll be doing stuff like guiding prospective students, working reception, handing out pamphlets. Wow, that sounds tough. Oh yeah, the professor told me to wear a suit. Where did I keep the suit I wore for the entrance ceremony? Wow. I want to see Sagara-kun in a suit. I leaned forward excitedly. Since we hadn't met at the entrance ceremony, I'd never seen Sagara-kun in a suit. It's nothing special. Plus, Hojo will be there too. I'm just a supporting role. Really? I think you'd look great. I really want to see it. Imagining Sagara-kun in a suit made me swoon. If he gets a job that requires wearing a suit every day, I could see him like that all the time. Imagining myself tying his tie and sending him off to work. I snapped back to reality. No. I'm getting ahead of myself again. Open campus. Huh. I wish I could participate. I never attended any open campus events during high school. Even though it's too late now, I wanted to experience the atmosphere. Can I help out too? I don't see why not. They said they were short-handed, so asked the professor. Okay, it's a bit disappointing that our date got postponed, but helping out with Sagara-kun sounds fun too. Let's take a picture together in our suits, I said, and Sagara-kun gently chided me. It's not for fun. Section. On the last Sunday of May, it felt like summer had come early, with a bright blue sky without a single cloud. Nana's and I were watching the people moving about on campus from the window of our seminar's research room. Despite it being a holiday, the campus was bustling with people. Though it's the same on weekdays, the atmosphere was clearly different because there were people in high school uniforms. Today, our university, Risikan University, was holding its open campus day. High school students preparing for university entrance exams were coming here, full of hopes for their future campus life. Hee hee. They all look so fresh and cute, Nanae said next to me. It was strange how, even though they were only a year or two younger than us, they seemed so much younger. I could understand why upperclassmen often treated their juniors like kids. In the end, Nanae also volunteered to help, joining me for the open campus event. Her proactive nature was evident. She willingly participated, unlike me, who reluctantly agreed after much consideration. Sagara-kun, you look good in a suit, Nanae said, squinting as if dazzled. I had pulled out the recruit suit I wore during the entrance ceremony for the first time in about a year. The jacket felt a bit stiff on my shoulders, and in today's heat, it was a little warm. Nanae, too, was dressed in a black suit. With her long hair tied back, she looked even more serious than usual, though she's always serious. I discreetly admired the line from her waist to her legs and thought the tight skirt suited her well. Oh, Sagara-kun, your tie is crooked, she pointed out. Really? Damn, I'm not good at tying it, I said, undoing the tie wrapped around my neck. Just as I was about to redo it, Nanae raised her hand eagerly. Hey, can I tie it for you? I don't mind. But why? I've always wanted to do this, she said, looking up at me with a shy smile. Taking my tie, she wrapped it around my collar. This situation isn't bad at all. However, she struggled to get it right, saying, huh? This is tricky. Trying to tie someone else's tie is surprisingly difficult. Just when I started to feel like I might get strangled, the door to the research room opened. Nanae and I quickly moved apart. What are you two doing? The professor asked as he entered. Well, I stammered, and he glanced at me coldly. What's with that tie? A disheveled appearance reflects a disheveled mind, he said, skillfully fixing my tie. The navy tie now sat neatly at my neck. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Nanae looking dejected, having been outdone by the professor. Oh, Sagara, I need to ask you a favor. Sure. Hojo has the flu. For a moment, I didn't understand. Hojo, the influencer? No, the flu. It's an off-season illness for this time of year. Even the perfect Hojo couldn't defeat a virus. It was unfortunate, but if he had the flu, he wouldn't be able to come today. I remembered missing my top choice exam due to the flu. I see. I hope he gets better soon. So, I need you to take his place for the presentation. Hojo specifically requested you. What? No, that's impossible. I haven't prepared at all. The unexpected request made me flinch. Being asked to do this on the day of the event was something I couldn't accept easily. Hojo said you'd be fine. I've sent the script he prepared to your email, but still. I'm not good at speaking in front of a large group. I didn't know what made Hojo think I'd be okay, but he was overestimating me. If it's too much, I'll ask Nanae. Huh? Emmy? Nanae, suddenly nominated by the professor, looked bewildered. If the professor asked, Nanae would probably accept without running away. She's serious and responsible. She'd do a better job than I would. However, Nanae isn't comfortable speaking in public either. When she participated in the beauty contest, she turned pale with nerves. I can't just push this onto her and run away. All right, I'll do it, I said. The professor nodded, then check your email, and left the room, probably to continue preparing. Sagara-kun, are you okay? Nanase asked worriedly. I nodded to reassure her. Even though it's a seminar presentation, the number of prospective students attending shouldn't be too high, and with a script, I should manage. I reminded myself of the incident half a year ago when I joined the beauty contest stage in a panda costume, thinking this couldn't be worse. I logged into my account from the research lab's laptop to check the email. An email from the professor had arrived a few minutes ago. Opening the attached script data, I was stunned. How am I supposed to speak with this? The meat of the content was only a few lines, with most of it vaguely filled with notes like ad-lib here and say something nice here. Hojo could probably wing it and do well, but I don't have those skills. Damn, this is why genius extroverts are. For the first time since my college entrance exam, I cursed the existence of the flu virus from the bottom of my heart. I resolved to get a flu shot every year from now on. Checking my smartphone, I saw a message from Hojo. Really sorry about this, thanks. I wanted to complain a bit, but since he was sick, I held back and simply replied, you owe me a meal. To cut to the chase, my presentation was a disaster. Even accounting for my lack of preparation, it was terrible. My prepared lines slipped my mind midway, and even though I tried to cover it up, I ended up spouting nonsense. I saw a high school student in the audience yawning in boredom. Is there any way to erase the memory of everyone who was in that room? I threw off my jacket behind the school building, crouching down with my head in my hands. As I writhed in shame and regret, I heard Nanase's voice. Sagara-kun. So this is where you were. I looked up to see Nanase running towards me. Here, this is for you, she said, handing me a bottle of tea. Thanks. After opening the cap and drinking, I realized my throat was much drier than I thought. I quickly emptied the 500 milliliters bottle. Good job, Sagara-kun. You did great. Nanase smiled encouragingly, but her kindness only made it harder for me. It's fine. You don't have to force yourself to comfort me. The kinder Nanase was, the more miserable I felt. I really am pathetic. I didn't want her to see me being so uncool. I'm really no good. It's embarrassing. What? Not at all. You were so confident. Nanase crouched beside me, looking into my face and gently patting my head. The sensation of her hand sliding through my hair was soothing, and I let her continue. I don't know what others thought, but I could tell you were trying your best, and that you were speaking earnestly with your own words. I thought it was good. Being comforted by my girlfriend after failing was pathetic, but in my weakened state, I couldn't help but lean into her kindness. Sagara-kun. When she called my name, I looked up to find Nanase's face very close. Her large eyes, filled with uncertainty, stared into mine. She cupped my cheeks with both hands, and with a determined look, leaned in and kissed me lightly. Exclamation mark. Though we had kissed before, it was the first time Nanase initiated it. My mind froze, unable to process the situation. Nanase, seemingly surprised by her own actions, blushed deeply and panicked. Oh, it's not what you think. It's like a charm to make you feel better. Nami-chan said a kiss could cheer up a boyfriend. So I didn't mean to. I understand. It's okay, really. As Nanase panicked, I started to calm down. While thinking of how to reassure her, I heard a voice from behind. Excuse me. It wasn't Nanase's voice. Startled, my heart nearly stopped. Turning towards the voice, I saw a high school girl with a ponytail in a sailor uniform looking at us. Crap. Did she see that? Feeling a cold sweat, the girl smiled pleasantly. You were the one giving the presentation earlier in the economics department, right? Oh, yes. Wow, I knew it. Your presentation was great. Thank you. The high school girl clasped her hands in front of her chest and said so. Whether it was flattery or not, I felt slightly relieved. At least one person listened to me, but her face seems familiar. She had black hair tied in a ponytail and looked earnest, though not as plain as Nanase without makeup. She had a relatively understated appearance. I felt like I had seen her somewhere before, but I couldn't recall. I didn't know any high school girls, so maybe it was just my imagination. She looked at Nana's and me alternately with interest and asked, I heard we'll be getting a campus tour next. Where's the meeting spot? Smiling, she inquired. Before I could respond, Nana's answered, it's in front of the lawn plaza over there. I'll be guiding. So shall we go together? Nana's smiled like a dependable senpai, and the girl's face lit up. Sure. I felt like I'd seen her somewhere before. As I tried to recall, she turned towards me. She stared at my face with a curious expression, then whispered in my ear. You've got something on your face, huh? Lipstick. Realizing what she meant, I quickly covered my mouth. The kiss earlier must have left Nana's lipstick on me. Nana's looked embarrassed, her cheeks turning red as she averted her gaze. The girl smiled mischievously. Well then, see you later, and walked away. Nana's mouthed sorry to me before following her. Left alone, I hung my head in shame. From now on, no more PDA on campus. PDA is any act of intimacy between a couple that is in view of others. Hugging, kissing, or holding your partner's hand in public are some examples of PDA. Section. Did she really see me kiss Sagara-kun? Pretending to walk calmly, my face felt like it was on fire. Thinking about what just happened made me want to scream and run away. Why did I do that? Sagara-kun's presentation wasn't as bad as he said. In fact, considering it was a last-minute task, I thought he did really well. Still, seeing Sagara-kun so down, as if it were the end of the world, I just had to cheer him up. Then, Nami-chan's words suddenly came to mind. When your boyfriend is down, just give him a kiss to cheer him up. But why did I choose that moment to act on it? I shouldn't have done that at the university. What a scandalous thing to do in a sacred place of learning. If my serious, top student high school self saw this, she'd probably faint. I glanced at the girl walking next to me. She had big, round eyes, a small nose and mouth, and looked like an adorable little animal. Her black hair was in a semi-long ponytail, with the sides hanging down her face. While thinking she was cute, our eyes met. Yes? Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to stare. No worries, she said, moving closer. Being stared at up close made me shrink back a bit. Sis, what mascara do you use? Huh? Mascara? Her sudden question made me tilt my head. She asked with sparkling eyes, genuinely curious. Your curls are so perfect. Do you do eyelash perms? No. I use fake lashes. Really? They look so natural. I couldn't tell. Thanks. I pride myself on the natural look of my fake lashes. They're really pretty. Can you teach me how to apply them? She pointed to her lashes. She looked almost makeup-free, but she might be interested in makeup. Remembering my high school days when I didn't even know how to use an eyelash curler made me feel a bit nostalgic. After giving her some tips on applying fake lashes, she switched topics. By the way, was the guy from the presentation your boyfriend? The guy from before must be Sagara-kun. Remembering that, possibly, she saw our kiss. My cheeks flushed. Why yeah, we're dating. Wow, really? You two looked so close, she said, taking out her smartphone from her backpack pocket. Can I have your line? Her sudden request took me by surprise. She seemed friendly, but I didn't expect her to ask for my contact info. Is it okay to give my contact info to someone I just met? Even if she's a girl? I thought it'd be helpful to have a senpai to consult about university stuff. You seem dependable. I'd like to ask you about various things, if that's okay. Her words instantly blew away my hesitation. Senpai, she said. Dependable, she said. Wow, what a wonderful ring to it. One of my dreams was to be called senpai and be relied on. I hardly interact with the first years now, but if she joined our university, I'd have a cute kuhai. Of course. I took out my phone and exchanged line IDs with her. She sent me a bowing cat sticker in the chat, and I replied with a dog sticker saying let's stay in touch. So your name is Haruko-san. I'll contact you again. Sure. Reach out anytime. Soon. We reached the lawn plaza. I handed her over to the student guide and waved goodbye, saying, see you later. Say hi to that guy from before for me. Her smile seemed somewhat meaningful. Section. On the first Sunday of June, I woke up early and started cleaning my room. There wasn't much clutter, and I thought I kept it fairly tidy. but once I started cleaning, I realized it was dirtier than I'd thought. I vacuumed the tatami mats, cleaned the bathroom and kitchen as well. The room was now the cleanest it had been since I moved in. Just as I was praising myself, the intercom rang. When I opened the door, there was Nana's, with her long hair tied back and wearing a refreshing green blouse. "Good morning. No one else has arrived yet, right?" "Yeah. I'm so excited for the takoyaki party. I've always wanted to try it," Nana said with a big smile. "When I woke up, I thought having people over would be a hassle. But oh well, the room was clean, after all." Today, we were going to have a takoyaki party, known as a takopa in my room. The members were Nana's, Sado, Hojo, Kinami Yuzuki from our seminar, and me. The idea for the takoyaki party came from Hojo's bout with the flu. A few days after the open campus, I confronted Hojo, who had just recovered, saying, "If you feel bad, treat us to dinner." When Kinami suddenly butted in, "Then let's have a takoyaki party at Sagara's place." On Hojo's tab, Kinami is sociable and has many friends. A typical extrovert, he talks to even gloomy guys like me without hesitation. It's not due to some lofty belief like treating everyone equally. He probably just doesn't think about it. I had a lot of questions, like why a takoyaki party, why at my place, and isn't Kinami just freeloading? But when Nana's, who was nearby, said, "Takoyaki party, I want to do it too." With sparkling eyes, I lost my will to object. If Nana's wanted it, there was no helping it. "Should I wipe the table?" "We don't need to prepare anything, but do we need sauce or anything?" "I have tonkatsu sauce." "That might upset Kansai people." As Nana's and I chatted, I heard a loud voice from outside the apartment. "Seriously? Sagara, you live here?" Sado's voice is loud no matter the situation. After hearing footsteps coming up the stairs, the intercom rang. Nana's greeted them with welcome. "We're here. Thanks for having us." "Oh, Haruko, you came early." "Sagara, I'm borrowing your fridge." Before I could say go ahead, Hojo and the others entered without hesitation. I worried about fitting 5 people in this cramped room, but it seemed manageable. I just hoped the floor wouldn't give out. "Whoa." "Sagara's fridge only has udon in it," Kinami exclaimed while putting drinks in the fridge. Since I rarely cook, the fridge was almost empty. Even when I buy groceries, they tend to rot, and lately, I've been relying on Nana's more and more. Sado looked around my room, puzzled, and asked, "This room has no TV, no manga, no entertainment at all." "Sagara, why are you so disciplined?" "Well, I'm just not interested." When I answered, Sado gave me a pitiful look. Maybe she was thinking, what does this guy find fun in life? It made me feel a bit pathetic for being such a boring person. At that moment, Hojo, who had spread out the eco bag he brought, said, "Oh no, I forgot to buy paper plates." "Sorry, Sagara, can we use your plates?" "Huh? I don't have enough for 5 people. A single guy living alone wouldn't have that many dishes." I was troubled, but Nana's came to the rescue. "Then, should I go get some from my place?" "Just wait a bit," Nana said, leaving my room. In no time at all, she returned with plates, cheerfully saying, "Sorry for the wait," making Sado raise an eyebrow. "Haru-chan, where did you get those from?" "Huh? From my room." "Wait, Haru-chan lives in the same apartment as Sagara?" Sado's voice went high-pitched as Nana's tilted her head. "I didn't mention it." From Sado's reaction, it seemed she hadn't. "I didn't know." "Let me come over later. I want to see Haru-chan's room." No, not today. I didn't clean up." "Maybe another time. Actually, I'll stay over next time. Let's have a pajama party." "A pajama party? I've always wanted to do that." "Let's do it. Get some cute pajamas." "All right. I'm in too." I silently smacked the back of Kinami's head, who had raised his hand enthusiastically. "He's the last person I'd let into Nana's room." "What the heck? I was joking." "It doesn't sound like a joke coming from you." I glared at him lightly, and Kinami draped his arm over my shoulder with a grin. "Having your girlfriend live in the same apartment must be awesome. You can do whatever you want." I inwardly flinched. In this context, "do whatever you want" from Kinami could only mean one thing. For most college couples living alone, it's probably natural to engage in those activities. Do whatever we want. What exactly? Nana's, not understanding Kinami's intentions, looked at me with clear, innocent eyes. I reflexively avoided her gaze. I mean, it's not that I don't want to, but with such a pure girlfriend, I can't just make a move so easily. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Let's start cooking, so help out. As I was struggling to respond, Sudo placed the takoyaki maker on the table, as if saving me from heaven. It seemed she brought it with her. My family didn't have a takoyaki maker, so it was my first time seeing one. It looked like a hot plate with strange shapes. Hojo oiled the takoyaki maker, poured in half the batter, and added octopus, green onions, tempura bits, and other ingredients. Then, he added more batter and flipped the takoyaki as they cooked. He seemed quite skilled at it, perhaps a unique talent of someone from Osaka. Wow, you're good at this, Hojo-kun. Nana's watched excitedly as the takoyaki cooked, expressing her admiration, placing the cooked takoyaki on a plate, adding sauce and mayonnaise, and sprinkling onigiri and bonito flakes on top. They were ready. Sagara, what do you want to drink? Beer? I'm not 20 yet. Oolong tea. Haru-chan, do you want something to drink too? I'll have oolong tea too. Come to think of it, I've never seen Nana's drink alcohol. She's 20 now, so there's no issue with her drinking. All right, to thank Sagara for stepping up, cheers. Hojo raised a can of beer with a very casual thank you. Though I felt a bit discontented, I bit into the takoyaki. It was my first time eating homemade takoyaki, and it was surprisingly good. Anything with sauce and pickled ginger tends to taste good. It was inevitable, but the takoyaki maker could only cook 18 at a time. With 5 people eating, they disappeared in an instant. Basically, we had to keep cooking while eating. Okay, I'll try making the next batch, Nanae said, carefully pouring batter into the takoyaki maker. She was so cautious that I couldn't help but comment, Nanae, you can pour it more freely. Ah really? Sorry, Sagara-kun. Can you add the octopus? Following her instructions, I added the ingredients. As I was throwing them in randomly, she pointed out, Sagara-kun. There's no octopus in this one. It's fine, just one. No, it's not. A takoyaki without octopus isn't a takoyaki. Nanae's is meticulous. Indeed, a takoyaki needs octopus, but I didn't think she needed to be so strict about it. With a serious expression, Nanae's gently turned the takoyaki with a bamboo skewer. Some were a bit burnt, but they were still good. I couldn't do it as well as Hojo-kun. No, they're fine. Let's eat. By the way, I was wondering. Holding a can of beer, Kinami pointed at us with his index finger. Why do Nanae's and Sagara call each other by their last names? Why not first names? Huh? Nanae's and I glanced at each other. Since we started dating, we never talked about changing how we addressed each other. Unlike Hojo and Sudo, maybe typical couples do call each other by their first names. I wanted to call her by her first name too, but changing it now felt really embarrassing. Am I making too big of a deal about calling her by her first name? Do normal couples switch easily? Maybe I'm not good enough as a boyfriend. As I brooded over it, Kinami exclaimed, wait. I just realized everyone here is a couple except me. Awkward. Hey, didn't know you could feel awkward. I thought you didn't care. If you felt awkward, you could have brought your girlfriend. She's a first year in the literature department, right? Yeah, she's adorable. By the way, she's friends with someone in Hojo's club. Oh, Yuina? When Hojo casually mentioned a girl's first name, Sudo's eyebrow twitched. She glared into space with a sour expression, sipping on her lemon sour. Feeling the tense atmosphere, I thought maybe calling girls by their first names casually isn't always a good idea. After eating and drinking for hours, we finally disbanded around 8 p.m. A drunken Kinami kept bragging about his girlfriend as Hojo dragged him home. The room was filled with the smell of takoyaki. I opened the window for ventilation, letting in the humid night air. Under the white streetlight illuminating the night, small moths gathered. It was fun. While I was gazing absent-mindedly outside, Nanae's had quietly come to stand beside me. She seemed genuinely happy today. I was glad to see that she had found friends she felt comfortable with. Remembering her high school days when she studied alone made me feel nostalgic. Oh, by the way, Sagara-kun. Sakan suggested we all go to Lake Biwa during summer break. Lake Biwa? Why? You can swim like in the sea and have a barbecue on the beach. Hojo-kun will drive us. So, Sagara-kun, want to go? I pondered Nanase's question. I wanted to fulfill her wishes, but honestly, I wasn't too excited about it. I leaned more towards not wanting to go. I disliked the heat, and the idea of having a barbecue at Lake Biwa with extroverts made me dizzy. Even though my social circle had expanded a bit, my nature hadn't changed that much. As I hesitated, Nanase continued with a smile. Also, I'm thinking of buying a new swimsuit. All I have is the school swimsuit from high school class. Her words instantly tipped my inner scale in the opposite direction. I prefer yukatas over swimsuits, but of course, I'd love to see Nanase in a swimsuit. All right, I'll go. When I answered, Nanase cheered, yay. I can't wait. What kind of swimsuit should I get? Hearing that, I couldn't help but imagine Nanase in a swimsuit. Though she usually dresses conservatively, I know she has a surprisingly good figure. While daydreaming, Kinami's words echoed in my mind. Having your girlfriend live in the same apartment must be awesome. You can do whatever you want. No. What am I thinking? Letting Kinami's thoughts corrupt me isn't good. By the way, Sagara-kun. Suddenly, Nanase peered into my face. I tried to appear calm while desperately pushing away the image of her in a swimsuit. What? How about we start calling each other by our names? Eh? Her sudden proposal made me widen my eyes. Maybe she was affected by what Kinami said earlier. If you don't like it, we don't have to. It's fine as it is. Nanase waved her hands frantically in front of her face. Although it was annoying that Kinami's words triggered this, maybe this was a good chance to switch to using first names. No, it's fine. Let's use our names. Ah, okay. Souhei-kun, she said with a shy smile that made my heart skip a beat. Being called by my first name felt strange, except for my family. No one usually called me by my first name. However, I didn't dislike it. It made my name feel a bit special. You can call me too. Nanase looked at me with expectant eyes. I took a small breath and said her name. Haruko-san. Call me without san. Haruko. Yes, Nanase replied with a smile. It felt strange saying her name. Maybe I'd get used to it with time. I'll head back to my room. Good night. Souhei-kun. I considered calling her name once more but ended up just saying good night. Nanase waved and left the room, her floral skirt swaying. I can't even call her by her name smoothly. Once alone, I whispered Haruko to myself. Even though no one could hear, I felt incredibly embarrassed. A week after the takoyaki party. On my Sunday shift, I was working with Itagawa-san for the first time in a while. Oh, long time no see, Sagara-kun. I'm back to work, so let's do our best again. Itagawa Kazuyu-san is a fourth-year student, 2 years my senior. She had been on a break from work due to job hunting but had recently returned after receiving a job offer. The last time I saw her, her hair was dyed black, but now it was a bright brown. Congratulations on securing a job. Thank you. Now I just need to graduate safely. You too, Sagara-kun. Work hard for the next 2 years. Hearing Itagawa-san's words felt like swallowing a small stone, making me feel gloomy. The job hunting process in 2 years will surely be tough and grueling. With no special skills and poor communication abilities, I'm sure I'll struggle. Just thinking about it makes me feel heavy-hearted. Finding a job, graduating from university, and entering the working world. Although it's only a few years away, it feels like a distant future, lacking any sense of reality. Where and what will I be doing after graduating from university? I don't have any clear goals or things I want to do. I've just been living day by day, never really thinking seriously about the future. Can I really get a job? Talking with Itagawa-san, a sudden wave of anxiety hit me. Itagawa-san, are there any qualifications I should get now? Whoa. You're just a second year. If you rush too early, you'll burn out. That might be true, but do you have any specific fields you're interested in? Sagara-kun? Being asked that made me feel troubled. I only had a vague idea that I would get a job somewhere, without any concrete plans. Not really. When I said that, Itagawa-san didn't show any sign of disappointment. Instead, she laughed warmly. Well, that's how it is. I'll bring some reference books and practice exams for qualification tests next time. They're from last year, but I don't think the questions have changed much. You can buy new ones if you're concerned. Thank you. It's good that you're trying hard, Sagara-kun. I'm rooting for you, but don't push yourself too hard. Okay. Itagawa-san is truly a capable person. When I become a senior, will I be able to be so kind to my juniors? I wonder if Nanase is thinking about her future. Knowing Nanase, she might enter fields related to makeup, beauty, or fashion. I envy her for having something she's passionate about. Comparing her to my empty self makes me feel pathetic. Just then, the automatic door of the store opened, and I instinctively said, "Welcome." Nanase walked in hesitantly. Since I had just been thinking about her, I was surprised. She was wearing a casual t-shirt and skirt, probably on her way back from work. Nanase, what brings you here? Out of habit, I called her by her last name and then remembered we had started calling each other by our first names, but it felt too embarrassing to correct it now, especially with Itagawa-san present. Sorry, I saw you were here, so I just came in. Nanase also called me by my last name. Switching to first name smoothly is quite difficult. Sorry for dropping by suddenly. Am I in the way? Oh, no. It's fine, I answered while glancing at Itagawa-san, who was watching us with a grin. Having a conversation with my girlfriend in front of someone else felt strangely embarrassing. Hello. Noticing Itagawa-san, Nanase bowed her head slightly. Itagawa-san smiled warmly as she greeted her. Hello. I'm Itagawa. We met at the Giant Festival, right? I don't think I caught your name then. I'm Nanase Haruko. Nanase-chan, huh. You're really cute. After saying that, Itagawa-san turned to me with a teasing tone. I've been curious for a while. What's the relationship between you and Nanase-chan, Sagara-kun? I hesitated, unable to answer immediately. I wasn't deliberately hiding my relationship with Nanase from everyone, but I also wasn't openly announcing it. So I had never introduced Nanase as my girlfriend to anyone. The words "she's my girlfriend" got stuck in my throat, unable to come out. Even though it was clear that Nanase and I were dating, the feeling of not being good enough for her gnawed at me. While I was hesitating, Nanase spoke up. "We're dating." Wow, I knew it. Sagara-kun, you've got yourself a really cute girlfriend, huh? Itagawa-san said jokingly, nudging me with her elbow. Nanase looked down apologetically and said, "Sorry for disturbing your work." It wasn't that Nanase was a disturbance, but it was indeed embarrassing. As I stood there speechless, Nanase weakly smiled and said, "I'll head home. I'll make dinner and wait for you." She whispered the last part softly, almost like a secret, before leaving the convenience store. All I could do was silently watch her lonely figure as she walked away. While waiting for Sagara-kun to finish his part-time job, I was making dinner. Today's menu was supposed to be beef stew, but because I was out of it, I accidentally bought pork instead of beef. This is more like pork stew. It was too late to change the menu, so I had no choice but to make it with the pork. As I sautéed the meat and vegetables in a large pot, I thought about what happened earlier. Itagawa-san, Sagara-kun senior at his part-time job, is a mature and beautiful person. I've heard from Sagara-kun that she often takes care of him. Sagara-kun. He didn't say we're dating in front of her, and he didn't call me by my name either. Remembering this made me feel gloomy. Even though we agreed to call each other by our first names, he hasn't called me by my name since that day. It even seems like he's actively avoiding calling me by my name. I also want to call him Souhei-kun, but I haven't been able to switch smoothly. Even if the name thing is unavoidable, at the very least, I wanted him to introduce me proudly as his girlfriend. Given Sagara-kun's personality, it's understandable. If people knew we were dating, they might tease him. Sagara-kun probably hates that kind of thing. Maybe it was better not to answer on my own, but I couldn't help it, because Sagara-kun is my boyfriend. Feeling ugly possessiveness bubbling up, I sighed deeply. As I simmered the pork, feeling down, my phone buzzed in my jersey pocket. Checking it, I saw a new message. Haruko-san, did you try the new lip color that came out last week? The sender was the high school girl I exchanged contact information with during the open campus. Her name is Yakika-chan. She's apparently still in her second year of high school, not a prospective student. Since then, we've been exchanging messages frequently. Sharing a love for makeup, we quickly bonded. I eagerly typed and sent my reply. I bought it. It's a cute, fresh summer color. As I exchanged messages with Ayakaka-chan, my spirits gradually lifted. Come to think of it, I might have held back a bit around Sakan and the others, not talking as much about the things I love. Our exchanges are mostly trivial. Not just about makeup, but also about university life, entrance exam studies, future plans, and about my boyfriend, meaning Sagara-kun. Ayakika-chan seems to enjoy love stories and often asks about me and Sagara-kun. University seems fun. It is. We had a takoyaki party with friends recently too. Was your boyfriend there too? Yes. He always goes along with it despite himself. Is Haruko-san's boyfriend kind? I immediately replied without hesitation. He's very kind and a wonderful person. Ayakika-chan responded with, I see. If I go to Kyoto again, please hang out with me. I replied, of course, to her message. I thought it would be fun to talk a lot when we meet in person. Around 8 p.m., Sagara-kun came back home. I dished up the stew and placed it on the table. He put his hands together and said, "Itadakimasu," before starting to eat. I clasped my hands together as well. I'm really sorry. I bought pork instead of beef by mistake. Really? No, it's fine. It's delicious. Sagara-kun said that. But he's the type who says everything is delicious, so I didn't fully trust him. Maybe he didn't notice the difference much. Even if it were chicken stew instead, he probably wouldn't mind. Following his lead, I took a bite of the stew. Yep, it's definitely pork. Maybe it's fine if I think of it as a different dish. I'll definitely get it right next time. As I was silently regretting it, Sagara-kun spoke up. By the way, sorry about today. For being rude when you came. Huh? No, I wasn't bothered at all. Though I was a bit bothered, I lied. Asking why he didn't call me his girlfriend would be annoying, right? I thought, while forcing a smile. Oh, that person. Itagawa-san. She was absent from work for a while? Yeah, she recently returned. Sagara-kun paused and then changed the subject. So, Haru, Nanays, have you thought about your future? Huh? The sudden question made me drop my spoon. Reflexively, I glanced at the ring on my right ring finger. Could it be that Sagara-kun is thinking about our future together? In my head, I heard church bells ringing. I leaned forward and answered, of course. I've been thinking about it, but it's not just my decision, so I'd like to take our time discussing it. Seeing my excitement, Sagara-kun tilted his head. Well, it's not something that can be decided easily. But job hunting is only 2 years away. Talking with Itagawa-san today made me realize I should start thinking about what kind of job I want. I haven't decided on my career path yet either. Job hunting, work? Oh, so that's what he meant. Finally realizing my misunderstanding, my face heated up. I was jumping to conclusions again, embarrassed. Sagara-kun wasn't thinking about that at all. Trying to cover up my agitation, I shook my head vigorously. No, I haven't thought about it at all. Saying that made me feel shocked at my own lack of thinking. Sagara-kun is already thinking about job hunting. Serious job hunting starts around the winter of the 3rd year at the earliest. I thought it was still far off, so I hadn't paid much attention to it. I've been aiming for a rosy university life, but I haven't set any concrete goals. A year ago, Sagara-kun even said, your rosy life lacks specificity. Chasing after vague dreams, I feel like an idiot. I wonder what kind of job I'll get. I had no idea what I'd be doing after graduation. When I muttered that, Sagara-kun tilted his head slightly. How about something in cosmetics or beauty? Hearing his words, I blinked in surprise. He continued eating the stew as if it were nothing. You like those things, right? I do. But, at that moment, An image of my cousin popped into my mind. She was the one who supported me in making my university debut, an admired cousin. She's now working hard as a sales representative for a cosmetics company in Tokyo. When I met her during New Year's, she seemed even more beautiful. Of course, I admire her and think it would be wonderful to be like her, but I don't think I'm suited for such a glamorous industry. No matter how much I change my appearance, the core hasn't changed. No matter how hard I try, I'll never be like my cousin. Really? I think you'd be great. No, that's not true. I forced to smile as I said that. Hearing my words, Sagara-kun muttered softly, "That's a shame." Section. I finished my part-time job at 10 p.m. and stepped outside through the back door. The asphalt was wet from the rain that had fallen until the evening, and the humid air from the ground was rising, making it feel muggy. Tonight might be another uncomfortable night for sleeping. While I'd like to manage with just the fan for as long as possible, it might be time to turn on the air conditioner. Weighing the cost of electricity against the impact of sleep deprivation, my phone buzzed in my sweatpants pocket. I stopped and checked the display. It was a call from my mum. I had completely forgotten to contact her after saying I'd come home soon. As much as I didn't feel like it, I was a pretty heartless son. "Souhei, when are you finally going to call me?" As soon as I answered, my mom's voice came through, sounding a bit irritated. I scratched my head. Sorry, I forgot." "Geez. So, when are you coming home?" Her tone was slightly annoyed and pressing. She probably wanted to introduce me to my stepfather and stepsister as soon as possible. Honestly, I wasn't looking forward to it. My mother's new husband, my stepfather, and his daughter, my stepsister, they were strangers I had never met. I wasn't a sociable type, and I doubted I could get along with a high school girl. But I guess it's about time I meet them. "How about next Saturday?" I reluctantly suggested, and my mum seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. "That's fine. I'll prepare for that, then." She ended the call with a firm "make sure you come back," and I leaned against a utility pole, sighing deeply. I had briefly met my stepsister once when I went home with Nana's. I shamefully ran away at that time, so I don't remember her face well. She seemed like a serious and quiet girl, if I recall correctly. "Well, it's not like we're going to live together. As long as we only see each other occasionally, we don't need to get too close. Even though we're family on paper, we're practically strangers." Convincing myself of this, I headed back to my apartment. The lights in Nana's room were still on. I wanted to see her before going to bed, but I resisted and went straight to my own room. The following weekend, I took a highway bus back to Nagoya. The meeting place was a Chinese restaurant on the upper floor of a high-rise hotel. It looked more upscale than I had expected, making me feel a bit out of place. Though I wore a collared shirt to be considerate, maybe I should have worn a suit. After giving my name to the courteous staff who greeted me, I was guided to a table at the back. There was a glass window nearby with a great view of Nagoya. "Souhei, thank you for coming." Upon seeing my face, my mum's expression softened with relief. She might have been worried I wouldn't show up. Sitting across from my mum were a middle-aged man with a gentle demeanor and a high school girl in a sailor uniform. I bowed my head to them. "I'm Sagara Souhei." "No need to be so formal." "Souhei-kun, please have a seat." My mother's new husband, my stepfather, smiled warmly. It was my first time facing him properly, but he seemed like a nice person, which was a relief. To be honest, I felt very gloomy and thought many times, should I just not go? But I mustered up the courage and came here. "It's okay. You'll be fine, Souhei-kun." Nana's words that once encouraged me still supported me. Thanks to her, I was finally able to face my mother. There was no turning back now. "Let me introduce you. This is my daughter, Akika. She's a sophomore in high school, so she's 3 years younger than you, Souhei-kun." The girl sitting next to my stepfather bowed her head with a ponytail swaying. "Hello, I'm Akika. Nice to meet you." When I said that, she chuckled softly. "It's not our first meeting, is it? Huh? We met at the open campus, didn't we?" Oh. At her words, I finally realized who she was. the high school girl in a sailor uniform with a ponytail. My stepsister sitting before me was the same high school girl from the open campus. "You've got lipstick on you." Remembering that incident, a cold sweat ran down my back. I had been caught kissing my girlfriend by my stepsister. It was embarrassing enough to be seen by an acquaintance, but to be seen by family was mortifying. I wanted to crawl into a hole and disappear. Being seen flirting with my girlfriend at university would undoubtedly leave a bad impression. However, my stepsister smiled at me amiably. "I'm sorry for not saying anything. It seemed like you didn't recognize me." "I'm sorry. I didn't realize at all," I answered honestly, but she didn't seem offended and laughed. "I thought so. I've always wanted an older brother, so I'm happy to meet you. Can I call you Souhei-kun?" "Oh, sure. Feel free." She was quite friendly. Unfortunately, I didn't have the skills to engage in lively conversation with a high school girl, so all I could do was mumble vague responses. If it were Hojo or Kinami, they would have easily livened up the atmosphere. "So, Souhei-kun is attending Risikan University in Kyoto, right?" "Yes." "If you don't mind, could you help Akiko with her studies? She's always out playing with friends, pretty carefree." "Oh, that's not true." "She studies diligently. She stays late at gram school and works hard at her part-time job." My mom smiled gently, and Akiko looked embarrassed. Watching the three of them interact, I felt like I was watching a family drama on TV. It felt like I was an outsider in the scene, my presence out of place. Though I wasn't as resentful as before, I still felt a bit down. "Souhei-kun, please tell me more about university." Facing her innocent gaze, I replied, "Sure." I knew I wasn't very sociable, but I couldn't think of any way to expand the conversation. After finishing the Chinese course meal and eating the dessert almond tofu, I excused myself, saying I needed to go to the restroom. As soon as I was alone, I exhaled deeply. I hadn't realized just how tense I had been. It's embarrassing to admit, but I wanted to return to Kyoto quickly and see Nana's. Taking out my phone, I opened the line chat. Her message before I got on the bus, "Have a safe trip. Let's have dinner together when you get back," gave me a tremendous sense of comfort. When I stepped out of the men's restroom, I ran into my stepsister in her sailor uniform. "Whoa, you startled me." My voice came out involuntarily. My stepsister, Akiko, seemed to have been waiting for me and spoke hesitantly. Souhei-kun." "What? I think you could be a bit more cheerful, huh? It's rare for the family to be together, so I thought it'd be nice if we could have more fun conversations." Akiko's words made me sigh and lean against the wall. She was right. I had been mostly silent, only eating and not participating in the conversation. Her point was valid, but well, that's true, but just because we're family doesn't mean we have to force it. "What does that mean?" A frown appeared on Akiko's forehead. "You don't really want to be friends with me, do you?" "If that's the case, it's easier to keep our distance." Before I could finish, she slammed her hand next to my body with a bang. Startled, I flinched. Small-framed Akiko looked up at me with a fierce glare. "Enough already. Can't you see I'm trying hard to keep things lively?" I was left speechless by her sudden change in demeanor. Akiko clicked her tongue and spat out bitterly. "This might be a one-time thing for you, but it's not for me." "Read the room and be more cheerful." Overwhelmed by her intensity, I couldn't respond. Who was this straightforward stepsister who had said she wanted an older brother? As I remained silent, Akiko raised her voice in frustration. "You're not at all like what I've heard. I was told you were kind and wonderful." She brushed away the hair covering her face, revealing multiple ear piercings. "How many holes does she have? Maybe she's not as serious as I thought." "Who told you about me, Mum? Does it matter who? I can't believe someone as uncool as you has such a beautiful girlfriend." "Ugh, kissing at university. That's not appropriate." She was right. I couldn't argue with that. "Just don't tell Mum, okay?" I didn't want my mom or stepfather to know I was kissing my girlfriend at university. They might disapprove, and I didn't want Nana's to be misunderstood as someone who would do such things at school. Akiko smirked mischievously. "What should I do?" "Hey, well, I'll keep quiet for now." "Consider it a favor." "A favor?" "Just remember I have a hold on you. Can you please be a bit more cheerful today?" I had a lot to say, but I nodded. Okay. I knew my attitude had been a problem. As we walked back to the table where my mum and stepfather were waiting, Akiko linked her arm with mine. Surprised by the unexpected contact, I tried to pull away, but she whispered, "Play along." It seemed she wanted to show my mom and stepfather that we were getting along. "Oh, Souhei, did you and Akiko-chan become friends?" Seeing us, my mom said happily. My stepfather also smiled warmly. "That's great. Yeah, we're getting along." "Right, Souhei-kun," Akiko said and pinched my arm hard. "She's ruthless." I forced to smile through the pain and responded awkwardly, "Yeah." Declining my mom and stepfather's offer to stay the night, I returned to Kyoto that same day. Back at my shabby apartment, exhaustion hit me hard. With heavy steps, I climbed the stairs to the second floor. Before returning to my room, I rang the doorbell of the room next door. Before the chime finished, the door swung open. "Welcome back, Sagara-kun." Nana's, in her glasses and jersey, greeted me with a smile. Seeing her face instantly made me feel relieved. I must have been more mentally exhausted than I realized. Looking intently at my face, Nana's asked with concern, "How was it?" "Yeah, my stepfather seems like a nice person. My mum is doing well too." "That's good to hear." "And my stepfather's daughter. She's a high schooler, 3 years younger than me." "Oh, right. You have a stepsister now." "What's she like?" Akiko's face, glaring at me with annoyance, came to mind. I should keep quiet about meeting her at the open campus. If Nana's knew my stepsister saw us, she'd be shocked. "Well, she seems serious." "I see." "I hope you get along," Nana said innocently, but I thought it'd be difficult. I didn't know how to interact with a suddenly acquired stepsister, and I had already made a poor first impression. "Well, I probably wouldn't see her much anyway. Just remember, I have a hold on you." I couldn't help but worry about her warning. "I hope she's not planning something bad." "What's wrong?" Sensing my unease, Nana's peered into my face with concern. I quickly replied, "It's nothing." I decided not to dwell on it. There's no benefit for Akiko in having a hold over a poor college student like me. "Let's have dinner." "I'm making gratin." "I hope it turns out well," Nana said, smiling through her glasses. Just that simple gesture eased my troubled mind. I impulsively pulled Nana's into an embrace. She blinked in surprise but soon hugged me back tightly. "What's wrong, Sagara-kun?" "Nothing." "Aren't we going to eat?" I was hungry, but I didn't want to let go of the warmth in my arms. Whispering, "Just a little longer," Nana's quietly stroked my back. A few minutes later, the gratin we took out of the oven was slightly burnt from being left in too long. After the first period German class ended, I checked my phone and saw a line message from Sakun. "Sorry, I'll be coming to the seminar from the third period today." It seemed Sakun had skipped her language class. She mentioned that her results on the recent quiz weren't great either. I hope she's okay. Anyway, what should I do for lunch? On Tuesdays, when we have our seminar, I usually eat lunch with Sakun. My close friends Tsugumi-chan and Nami-chan eat with their seminar friends. Unfortunately, I don't have the social skills to ask if I can join them. It's not like eating lunch alone is a big deal. Nobody at university cares if someone eats alone. I know that, but it still reminds me of my lonely high school days, and it makes me a bit sad. Maybe I should ask Sagara-kun to have lunch with me. He usually eats alone too. I'm sure he wouldn't refuse if I asked him, but is it really okay for me to rely on Sagara-kun so much? He probably wants some time alone too. I'd feel bad making him always keep me company. As I was pondering, my phone vibrated in my hand. Checking it, I saw a line message from Akiko-chan, the high schooler I met at the open campus. "I'm at your university now, Haruko-san. Can we meet?" Seeing the message, I couldn't help but exclaim, "Huh? It's a weekday, so shouldn't she have classes?" "I hope it's okay, but if Akiko-chan is here, I definitely want to meet her." We've gotten close through frequent contact, or at least I think so. We've not only exchanged messages but also had video calls several times. Akiko-chan is genuinely sweet and adorable. I'm happy she thought of me and wanted to meet. "Of course." "Where are you now?" I replied, standing up excitedly. She said she was in front of the library, but I didn't see her. Instead, I saw a girl wearing a pink cardigan standing alone. She had large hoop earrings and bright red lipstick. A total gyaro. Instinctively, I averted my eyes. I've always been a bit intimidated by gyaro-like girls because I used to be plain. Memories of high school days, when I was teased with lines like, "Oh, Nane-san is angry again, everyone be quiet," resurfaced, making me feel gloomy. Then, the gyaro looked up and spotted me. Her eyes widened, and she hurried over. "Haruko-san, long time no see, huh?" If I wasn't mistaken, the gyaro just called my name. I stared at the gyaro. Her makeup was perfect and meticulous, with bright red eyeshadow and lipstick, light blush, and long black eyeliner. Seeing her up close, I finally realized. Could it be Haruko-chan? In shock, I took a few steps back. The girl in front of me was undoubtedly Haruko-chan. Her impression was completely different from the last time we met. With the oversized cardigan hiding it, I hadn't noticed she was wearing the same sailor uniform. On closer inspection, I saw she had many piercings. I've never really interacted with this type of girl before. The friends I made in university are all stylish and sparkling, but they're different from gyaro. I didn't have a chapter on how to deal with this type of girl in my social interaction manual. My plans to act like a senior went out the window, and I felt daunted by my cute Kuhai's transformation. Haruko-chan put her right hand to her mouth and said, "Oh, I guess this is the first time Haruko-san is seeing me like this." "Why yeah, you looked so different from before, it surprised me. Did I disappoint you?" she asked hesitantly, making me realize something. I was ashamed of myself for shrinking back just because of her flashy appearance. I was surprised, but there was no need to change how I treated her. No, not at all. Haruko-chan is still Haruko-chan, I said firmly. Haruko-chan looked relieved, softening her cheeks. When she smiled, I could see a bit of her bare face, which made me feel at ease. "Hey, Haruko-chan, why don't we have lunch at the cafeteria? It's on me. You can order anything you like," I said with renewed senior energy, smiling at Haruko-chan. We then moved to the cafeteria in Building 2's basement. It's one of the more stylish cafeterias on campus and popular with girls. When I came here with Sagara-kun before, he mentioned, the portions are small for the price. Haruko-chan, who had politely said itadakimasu, asked, "By the way, Haruko-chan, why did you come here today? Did you have something to do?" She had just visited during the open campus, so it seemed quite dedicated for a prospective school visit. As she munched on her hamburger, Haruko-chan answered, "I was curious about what kind of person Souhei-kun's girlfriend is." Souhei-kun. I didn't need to think about who she meant. My boyfriend, Souhei-kun, is Sagara Souhei-kun and no one else. Wait, did Haruko-chan just call Sagara-kun by his first name? I haven't even managed to call him that properly. Could it be a mistress coming to confront me? The thought made my blood run cold, and I dropped my fork. Noticing my reaction, Haruko-chan hurriedly said, "Oh, don't misunderstand. I'm Souhei-kun's sister." "Sister? Didn't Souhei-kun tell you?" At Haruko-chan's words, I blinked. Come to think of it, he mentioned having a high school stepsister. I also saw a girl in a sailor uniform in front of his house when we went to Nagoya. Studying her face closely, I exclaimed, "Oh, about 2 months ago. We met in front of the apartment, right?" At that time, I just thought she was a gyaro in a sailor uniform. But she's the same person sitting in front of me now. Haruko-chan, looking a bit embarrassed, scratched her cheek. "Were you visiting Sagara-kun?" "Well, something like that." I couldn't believe Haruko-chan was Sagara-kun's stepsister. Why didn't he tell me? He had plenty of chances to mention it. "Did you come to the open campus for the same reason?" "Yes. I thought I might see him." I didn't expect him to be giving a presentation, though. I was surprised and ended up speaking to him. "I see." "I asked for your contact because I was curious about what kind of person my brother's girlfriend is." "I'm sorry if it seemed like I used you." "So, she didn't actually grow fond of me." I shouldn't have expected a Kuhai to look up to me. Though I felt a bit hurt honestly, I smiled to cover it up. "No, don't worry about it. It's natural to be curious about your stepbrother. Feel free to ask me anything. Really? I have so many questions. I want to know everything about Souhei-kun. Ayakika-chan leaned forward, asking eagerly, wanting to bond with Sagara-kun's stepsister. I ended up telling her all sorts of things. After the second period language class, I was eating lunch alone in an empty classroom in Building 6. Building 6 is still a great place because there are no acquaintances around. Even though I've somewhat graduated from the loner life at university, I still enjoy my alone time. I munched on a chocolate chip melon bread I bought from the convenience store. I'm not particularly fond of sweets, but large, cheap pastries are energy efficient. If Nanae saw this, she might worry and say, "Your nutritional balance is off." At that moment, my phone on the table buzzed. Most of the time, when I get a line message at this hour, it's from Nanae's. Opening the line app, I saw a picture. It was a selfie of Nanae's with a shy smile, standing next to a flashy Gyaru. Who the heck is that? I wondered for a moment until I realized who the Gyaru was. I almost spat out my iced coffee. Why is Nanae's with my stepsister? Despite the flashy Gyaru makeup, the girl in the picture with Nanae's was undoubtedly Akika. Following the image, a message appeared. I'm having lunch with Akika-chan at the cafeteria in Building 2. No. What's going on here? I had countless questions, but I had to ask her directly. I dashed towards the cafeteria in Building 2. In the bustling cafeteria, the two of them were sitting side by side at a window counter seat. They seemed quite friendly and were chatting happily. Nanae's had a delighted expression, while Akika nodded enthusiastically. "Hey," I called out, slightly out of breath. Nanae's was the first to turn around. "Oh, Sagara-kun." Nanae's broke into a happy smile as soon as she saw me. Akika, sitting across from her, glanced at me. "Whoa. Did you run here?" "You're so desperate." Akika, with her flashy makeup and numerous piercings, was the complete opposite of the serious girl I initially thought she was. "What are you doing here? Why are you with Nanae's?" Before Akika could answer, Nanae's responded. "Akika-chan came to visit." "Nanae's, why are you with her?" I exchanged contact information with Akika-chan at the open campus, and we've been in touch since then. She said she wanted to visit today, so we decided to have lunch together. Don't exchange contact info with strangers so easily. Nanae's can be a bit too naive. It's fine because it's my family, but what if she had met up with someone dangerous? By the way, Haruko-san is really beautiful and nice. Sagara-kun is so lucky. No wonder you'd want to kiss her at university. Akika teased, making Nanae's turn bright red. She finally realized that my stepsister had seen us kissing. That's not it. We don't always do that. While Nanae's flustered, I turned to Akika. "Aren't you supposed to be in school?" Akika looked around evasively and answered while looking away. It's a day off." "Like a school anniversary." "Then why are you wearing your uniform?" Akika didn't answer. Maybe she skipped school to come here. What a troublesome kid. Remembering her good girl act in front of the family, I sighed. "Did you tell Mom you were coming here?" "Mom has nothing to do with it." Her dismissive tone showed she was upset, folding her arms. Could it be that she's not getting along with Mom? Judging by Akika's current appearance, I couldn't imagine her having good behavior. She might be letting off steam outside because she's stressed at home with her stepmom. She likely turned rebellious due to the family environment. Akika averted her gaze from me and spoke to Nanae's. "Haruko-san, what's your seminar like? I'd like to see it." Nanae's, who seemed completely charmed by Akika, nodded enthusiastically. "Sure, we have a seminar after this, so why don't you come to the lab afterward? I'll introduce you to our friends too." "Oh, thank you so much." What on earth is she thinking? I couldn't read her intentions. Why did she go out of her way to get Nanae's contact information and approach her? As I looked at Akiko suspiciously, she glanced at me before quickly looking away. After the seminar, Nanae's brought Akiko to the lab and introduced her to Sado and Hojo. They were surprised by the sudden appearance of a high school girl, but after hearing my explanation of "she's my sister," they said things like, "They do look a bit alike, and no way, she's way cuter than Sagara." It was too much trouble to explain in detail. After a tour around the campus and a stop at the campus cafe, we parted ways with Hojo and Sudo. Nana's and I accompanied Yakuka to Kyoto Station to see her off. Oh, that was fun. By the way, Hojo-san is so handsome. Are there a lot of good-looking guys like him at university? Yakuka asked excitedly, and Nana's replied with a wry smile. Not really. If she thought the campus was full of guys like Hojo, she'd be disappointed after enrolling. It's better not to have unrealistic expectations. By the way, Haruko-san, why did you choose this university in Kyoto? For me, I just wanted to get away from my hometown. Also, Risikan is my cousin's alma mater, and I admired it. Why did you want to leave your hometown? Well, for various reasons. As Nana's trailed off, we arrived at the central ticket gate for the Shinkansen. It seemed Yakuka was taking the Shinkansen home while I took a 2.5-hour bus ride to visit. She was traveling luxuriously. Well then, thank you, Haruko-san. Yakuka waved at Nana's. I realized I still hadn't asked why Yakuka came here. I called out to her back as she was about to go through the gate. Hey, did you come here for something specific? Yakuka turned round and stuck her tongue out at me. I didn't need anything from you. I've already reached my goal, so I'm heading home. Hey. Oh, one last thing. Yakuka walked up to me and whispered in my ear. Don't tell Mom about today. If you do, I'll tell her about you kissing your girlfriend at university. Got it? With that, I had no choice but to keep quiet. Yakuka waved at Nana's. I'll message you online, and went through the gate. Yakuka-chan was a nice girl. I had fun. Yeah, sure. By the way, what did Yakuka-chan say to you at the end? Nana's asked curiously. I tried to dodge the question with, oh, nothing. More importantly, I'm sorry for dragging you into this with my stepsister. No, I'm glad I got to know her. Because if she's your stepsister, then she'll eventually be. Stopping mid-sentence, Nana's covered her mouth in realization. She then smiled vaguely, saying, never mind. Chapter 3, Perfect Lipstick Gets Messy with Love. In the midst of the rainy season, it's still damp and rainy. Large raindrops fall from the gloomy gray clouds, hitting my red checkered umbrella with a pitter-patter sound. Wearing my favorite rain boots, I walked lightly across the campus. Sagara-kun always calls my long black rain boots rubber boots, and I always correct him, saying, they're rain boots. My fourth period general education class is in Building 2. The report assignment should be announced soon, so I need to stay focused. As I reached Building 3, I saw Sagara-kun coming out. He was wearing a striped shirt paired with denim jeans. Not long ago, he used to wear mostly dark clothes, but that's changed recently. We didn't have any classes together today, so seeing him by chance makes me happy. I feel a light flutter in my heart. Sagara-kun. I started to call out to him but stopped when I noticed a woman next to him. With shiny, light brown bobbed hair and wearing a cut-sleeve top, she looked mature and beautiful. That must be Itagawa-san, Sagara-kun senior at his part-time job. After exchanging a few words, Itagawa-san handed Sagara-kun a paper bag. He took it and bowed, mouthing the words, thank you. In that moment, my spirits plummeted to the ground. Itagawa-san waved at Sagara-kun and left. As I stood there, dazed, Sagara-kun noticed me. Hastily putting on a smile, I walked over to him and greeted him with, good job. Sagara-kun. Were you just talking to Itagawa-san? Did she give you something? I tried to ask casually, but there might have been a hint of jealousy in my voice. Sagara-kun lifted the paper bag and replied, yeah, it's a reference book for a qualification exam. She thought it might help with job hunting. Oh, I see. Embarrassed by my baseless jealousy, my face grew hot. While Sagara-kun was seriously thinking about his future, I was worrying about trivial things. I feel like Sagara-kun is slipping away from me. While I'm stuck here, Sagara-kun is moving forward, and one day I might be left behind. The thought filled me with a deep sense of anxiety. Well, I should get going, I said, hiding my pathetic expression with my umbrella, and walked away. After returning home from my classes, I sat on the floor, hugging my knees. I had taken it for granted that Sagara-kun and I would always be together. but that might not be the case. There's no guarantee that he will always love me. Surely, many wonderful people will appear in his life. When that happens, will he still choose me? I slapped my cheeks hard with both hands. All right, there's no point in dwelling on it. Recently, I've been too indecisive. If I'm afraid of losing Sagara-kun's feelings, I should make an effort to keep them. After all, I've overcome most challenges in life with effort and determination. I went to the supermarket and bought a large amount of chicken thighs. Tying my hair back and putting on an apron, I rolled up my sleeves with determination. In the cramped kitchen, I sweated profusely as I made carriage. Chicken carriage is Sagara-kun's favorite. At first, I either burned them or left them undercooked, but recently I've mastered the perfect frying technique. I also prepared a side dish of potato salad. After finishing the cooking, I fixed my makeup, which had been ruined by sweat. I reapplied the lipstick Sagara-kun had given me and pumped myself up with a alright. Sagara-kun had said he didn't have work today, so he should still be in his room. I eagerly went outside and pressed the intercom of the neighboring room. "Oh, Nana's." "What's up?" Seeing me all dressed up, Sagara-kun looked puzzled. I awkwardly replied, "Oh, just something." "I made carriage, so if you'd like, please come over and eat." But Sagara-kun apologized with a guilty expression. "Sorry, I have to go to work now." "Huh? I thought you said you didn't have work today?" The manager called and asked me to come in urgently. I almost stumbled on the spot. What terrible timing. Though I was shocked, there was nothing I could do. Forcing a smile, I said, "Oh, I see. Good luck with that." "I'm really sorry." "After you went through all the trouble to make this." "No, it's fine. I'll put it in another container so you can eat it when you get back. Just wait a moment." I returned to my room, packed the carriage and potato salad into plastic containers, and brought them back to him. Handing over the heavy containers, Sagara-kun was taken aback by the weight. "Whoa, heavy." Sorry, I might have made too much." No. I'm happy." "Thanks, this is great." "You're welcome. See you tomorrow." After smiling and greeting him, I returned to my room. Seeing the large amount of carriage still left in the kitchen, I slumped down on the spot. I failed. I'll do better next time. I wouldn't give up so easily. After all, I have a track record of not giving up even after being rejected and eventually winning him over. Removing my makeup and changing into my gym clothes, I clasped my hands together and said, "Itadakimasu," before starting to eat the carriage and potato salad. Dieting can start tomorrow. After all, you can't fight on an empty stomach. Section. After finishing my part-time job and stepping out the back door, I noticed that the rain, which had been falling since morning, had finally stopped. Holding a worn-out plastic umbrella that even umbrella thieves wouldn't touch, I headed home. The muggy air after the rain felt sticky, raising the discomfort level instantly. When I reached the apartment, I saw Nana's standing in front of my door. When she noticed me, she waved with a smile. "Welcome back." "What's she doing out here at this time of night, dressed like that?" Even though it was 10 p.m., Nana's had her makeup perfectly done, her hair meticulously curled, and she was wearing a stylish outfit. Could it be that she saw another cockroach and couldn't go back to her room? Climbing the stairs, I asked her, "Is something wrong?" So Souhei-kun." "Huh? Who?" Suddenly, Nana's called out an unfamiliar name. She quickly corrected herself. No. Souhei-kun. Apparently, she just stumbled over her words. "Souhei-kun." "I made dinner, so do you want to eat?" Was she waiting for me? In this sweltering heat? Without taking off her makeup? Yeah, I'll eat." Despite my confusion, I answered, and Nana's looked relieved. "Great. Come on in." She pushed me into her room. She had prepared a tomato sauce hamburger steak with cheese inside. I don't know anything about cooking, but it looked pretty elaborate. "There's more if you want seconds, so eat a lot." Nana's, with her flawless makeup, said with a smile. Why doesn't she take off her makeup at home? The other day, she brought over carriage while fully made up. Recently, she's been making bento for me every day. Besides that, she's been doing everything she can to take care of me. While I appreciate it, something seems off. Nana's, has something happened recently? No, nothing at all. She shook her head vigorously at my question. If nothing's wrong, I wish she'd just act naturally. After finishing the hamburger steak, I tried to do the dishes, but Nane snatched the sponge from me, saying fiercely, "I'll do it." So just sit. With nothing to do, I sat idly. After finishing the dishes, Nane suddenly said, "Souhei-kun, I'll give you a massage." Seeing her wave her hands eagerly, I replied, What are you saying all of a sudden? Souhei-kun, you're always standing at your part-time job, and you've been studying hard lately, right? I thought your neck, shoulders, and back must be stiff. Nane smiled innocently, saying, I looked up how to give a proper massage. Before I could react, she quickly moved behind me. Her speed was impressive. If she were an assassin, I would have been dead in an instant. Before I could stop her, she placed her hands on my shoulders and pressed her thumbs into them. Though a bit weak, it was surprisingly pleasant. As she said, my body might have been quite stiff. I closed my eyes and focused on the sensation of her fingers. While pressing near the back of my neck, Nane whispered, her breath tickling my ear, "There's a pressure point here that helps relieve shoulder stiffness. Does it feel good?" "Yeah, and it's good to massage the scalp too." Nane changed her position, placing her fingers on my temples. In the process, something soft brushed against my back, making me tense up. "Wait a minute. Is this on purpose?" "Pressing here gently helps with eye fatigue." And then, Nane continued massaging diligently, showing no signs of embarrassment. She probably had no ulterior motives, and I was just overthinking it. Meanwhile, her soft chest pressed against my back, trying to focus on anything but the strange thoughts. I told myself it was nothing, but I couldn't concentrate on the massage anymore. "Nana's, sorry, thank you, that's enough." I quickly stopped her. She looked disappointed. "But I haven't done your back yet." "No way. If she massages my back in this state, it'll make things worse." It's fine. I'm good." When I insisted, Nana's sighed. "Oh, okay." After a while, she sat down and patted her lap. "Souhei-kun, how about a lap pillow?" I'll pass. She's definitely acting strange. Section, curry and ramen are both delicious, so naturally, the expectations for curry ramen are high, but every time I try it, I'm disappointed. It's not that it's bad, it's just not as good as I expected. "I don't care." I dismissed Kinami's rant and pulled out my bento. Even in the noisy cafeteria, his voice carried well. Kinami, who sat across from me, was complaining about the new curry ramen menu while eating it. After the second period language class, I was about to eat my bento alone when Kinami caught me. "Hey, Sagara, let's eat lunch," he said, grabbing me by the neck and dragging me to the cafeteria. "Hey, is that a love bento from Nana's?" Noticing my bento, Kinami remarked. As he pointed out, it was indeed a homemade bento from Nana's. "This morning," she insisted, "it's no trouble since I'm making mine too." While giving it to me, I appreciated it, but I felt guilty for always receiving her kindness. Ignoring Kinami's gaze, I opened the bento box and quickly closed it again. But it was too late. Kinami had already seen the contents and burst out laughing. "Wow, she really put a lot of effort into that." Shut up. Don't stare." Glaring at Kinami, I cautiously opened the lid again. The bento contained chicken tsukun, bacon-wrapped asparagus, simmered hijiki, and tamagoyaki. There were many dishes, and the colors were vibrant. The tsukun and tamagoyaki were shaped like hearts, and there was a heart-shaped ham on the rice. On top of that, love was spelled out with black seaweed. I appreciated it, but it was so embarrassing. "Love, huh? Nana's is so funny." Kinami laughed hysterically. Ignoring him, I popped a heart-shaped tamagoyaki into my mouth. It was slightly sweet, probably because of the sugar. But seriously, did she have to go this far with a bento? Nana's had always been a bit overzealous, but recently she seemed especially out of control. While I appreciated her gestures, it felt somewhat off. "Man, I wish I could eat Nana's love bento too. Can I have one of the tsukun? Japanese chicken meatball skewers?" "No way, don't be stingy. Share some of your happiness." "No, besides, don't you have a girlfriend?" I vaguely remembered him mentioning he started dating a first-year literature student, But Kinami casually replied, "We broke up, already?" I didn't know his entire dating history, but in the past few months, he seemed to have been with a lot of different girls. He claimed, "I don't date multiple girls at once," but I wasn't sure I believed him. "Yeah, we'd been together for almost a month, but she wouldn't let me, you know." And then she was like, "Is that all you want?" So I figured, if that's what she thinks, it's not worth it. "Wow, you're the worst." I couldn't help but give him a look of disdain. Kinami didn't seem bothered, shrugging, "It's just a difference in direction, I guess. It's not like breaking up Haruko band." "By the way, you and Nana's have been dating for a while now, right? Have you guys done it yet?" Ignoring his intrusive question, I drank my water. Seeing my reaction, Kinami seemed to figure it out, his eyes widening. "Wait, you haven't done it yet? Unbelievable." Shut up. Don't say that out loud. I didn't want rumors about Nana's to spread. Kinami apologized. "Oh, sorry." Lowering his voice. "Still, I don't get it. You've had plenty of chances. Don't you want to?" "Of course, since I started dating Nana's, I had thought about it. Wanting to kiss when we're together and wanting to go further after kissing is a natural progression. But honestly, how much does Nana's understand about that?" For Nana's, boyfriend-girlfriend activities include sitting by the Kamo River together, swinging at the park, and blowing bubbles on the university lawn. A year had passed, and maybe her awareness had changed, but forcing things when her emotions weren't ready and having her think, "Is that all you want?" would be horrible. There's also the question of whether I'm really good enough for her. "Seems like you're overthinking." "You're such a heavy guy, Sagara." Seeing me lost in thought, Kinami commented, "Leave me alone, I'm not as carefree as you." Finishing his curry ramen, Kinami rubbed his satisfied belly and stood up with his tray. "All right, I'm heading home." "Huh? Don't we have a seminar after this?" "Yeah, but I didn't do the homework due today. It'd be awkward, so I'm leaving." With that, Kinami waved and left. He's so carefree. I might be a little envious of his laid-back attitude, but I definitely don't want to be like him. As summer vacation approached, it seemed like every class dumped a mountain of midterm report assignments on us, leaving students overwhelmed. I was no exception, desperately working on my assignments. Last year, I felt like I had more time, so why does it feel different now? I was holed up in my room, tapping away at my keyboard. I wrote diligently, but around 11 p.m., I stopped. I want something sweet. Chocolate has always been my go-to study companion. Eating sweets at this hour isn't ideal, but consuming some sugar helps my brain function better. I got up and checked the kitchen shelves and fridge, but found no snacks. I should have bought some ice cream at the supermarket. Today was a 30% off day too. Going to the convenience store wasn't an option. I was in my high school gym clothes and glasses, completely barefaced. Stepping outside like this was out of the question. I had no choice but to give up. Having lost focus, I flopped down on the floor. Outside the closed window, I could faintly hear the cicadas chirping. Despite it being July, it was still uncomfortably warm at night. Thinking about the intense heat continuing was exhausting. I wonder what Sagara-kun is doing. There was no sign of anyone in the room next door. Given the time, he was probably at work. The thought of seeing him made my chest tighten. No, I need to focus on my report. But I keep thinking about Sagara-kun. Since starting to date Sagara-kun, I felt my honor student self waver for the first time. I've been able to be an honor student for 20 years because I dedicated more time to studying than anyone else. Sakan often says, "Haruko, it's great that you're smart," but that's not true. My grades are better than others because I repeatedly review until I understand. In the past, studying alone wasn't a burden for me. The more I studied, the better I got, and I enjoyed it because it was all I had to do. But now it's different. I've learned that there are many things more enjoyable than studying. To say that I don't want to abandon my studies and go see him would be a lie. No, I can't focus. I need to concentrate. I shook my head vigorously and slapped my cheeks hard with both hands. I turned back to my laptop and resumed writing my report. Saturday, after finally finishing my report, Sakan invited me out, saying, "Let's go buy swimsuits." and I immediately agreed. We planned to go to Lake Biwa during summer vacation. I had been unsure, but with Sakan's encouragement, it looks great. So cute. I chose a slightly daring bikini for myself. After some window shopping, we went to grab dinner. Sakan took me to a relatively calm izakaya on Kiyomaki Street. Since it had private rooms, we could chat without worrying about others. I'll have a draft beer. What about you, Haruko? What should I get? Seeing Sakan order alcohol without hesitation made me a bit nervous. I turned 20 in May, but I hadn't tried alcohol yet. I didn't know if I had a tolerance for it. Imagining what might happen if I drank made me a bit anxious, but Sakan and the others always seemed to have fun drinking, and I did want to experience a drinking party at least once. It might be good to know my alcohol tolerance now. Don't feel pressured to match me. The food here is good too. Maybe I'll try a little. I'll have the same, please. Soon, our table was filled with beer and appetizers. Holding the frothy beer with both hands, I cautiously clinked glasses with Sakan and took a few sips. The foam bubbles burst in my mouth. It was bitter, but I could somewhat understand the appeal of the smoothness. Unfortunately, I didn't think it tasted good. Can you drink it? I can, but it's bitter. Then I'll take it. Order something sweet. My next order was a cassis cocktail mixed with orange juice. I didn't get the appeal of beer, but this sweet drink was delicious. I could manage this. As the food arrived, Sakan kept emptying her beer glasses. We chatted about various things while eating yakitori and fries. With alcohol, I seemed a bit more talkative. By the way, Hikaru got confessed to by a junior in the club recently. After taking a sip of her beer, Sakan pouted her lips. Her casual revelation surprised me. Huh? Really? I didn't hear it from him, but Yuzuki told me. Apparently, he turned her down. Sakan didn't seem bothered as she said this. Drinking Sakan exuded a more mature vibe than usual. Sakan, aren't you worried about dating Hojo-kun? Well, if I got jealous over everything, there'd be no end to it. That made sense. It must be tough dating someone so popular. I'd probably be too insecure to last 3 days. Besides, no matter what others say, Hikaru likes me. Sakan said firmly. Sakan is strong, confident, and cool. I wish I could trust Sagara-kun that way. Lately, I've been trying my best to make Sagara-kun happy, but it doesn't seem to be working. Sighing, I admitted, Sakan, you're so composed. It's amazing. Really? I've mentioned it before, but I'm a university debutante. I've never dated anyone, so I don't know what's right as a girlfriend. If it were a test, I could correct my mistakes, but human relationships don't work that way. Having never built good relationships with others, I still don't know the right answers and can't correct my mistakes. I'm already behind compared to others. Sakan, do you have any tips for a successful relationship? I hoped for advice from Sakan, who had much more experience than me. When I looked at her expectantly, she gazed into the distance. Maybe try being more affectionate sometimes? They say a good woman is good at showing affection. How do I show affection? That's. Sakan downed the rest of her beer and pressed the cool button on the table. She loudly ordered, 1 large draft beer, please. When the waiter arrived, I'd really like to know that too. Sakan slammed the empty glass down, her voice raised. Her cheeks were redder than usual, and her eyes seemed unfocused. Come to think of it, Sakan had been drinking quite quickly from the start. She might be quite drunk. As she ordered another beer, I felt a bit overwhelmed. What's the secret to a successful relationship? I don't know how to show affection to my boyfriend. Yes, I'm just an unlovable woman. I never said that. Girls who say they're drunk and act affectionately aren't really drunk. They're doing it on purpose. Are you listening, Haruko? Why yes, I'm listening. Feeling pressured by her intensity, I nodded repeatedly. I think I understood a bit how Sagara-kun felt when he sometimes used polite language with Sakan. And what's with girls confessing to guys who already have girlfriends? They act like they know their place, but they're totally trying to get a chance. Maybe Sakan isn't as composed as I thought. Following her lead, I finished my glass. My face felt hot, and my head started to feel light and fuzzy. My vision began to warp and blur. Wait, how many drinks have I had? I don't know what Sagara-kun is thinking, But Haruko, you should just hug him tight and say I love you. Just do it. Yeah, you're right, Sakon. I'll do it. Raising my fist with enthusiasm, I felt like I could do anything. Section. After my part-time job, I noticed 2 line messages from Nana's. A few hours after, going shopping with Sakon, she sent, I bought a swimsuit. I couldn't help but wonder what kind she got, imagining it made me restless. But with exams coming up, was it really okay for her to go out like this? Returning to the apartment and studying for my exams, the intercom buzzed. Checking my phone, I saw it was almost midnight. It was probably Nana's. Had she been with Sudo this late? As soon as I opened the door, something rushed into my chest. Whoa. Sagara-kun? I'm home. Suddenly tackled. I stumbled but didn't fall, catching the soft thing that had jumped at me. Wah, Nana's? Hee. Sagara-kun? I missed you. Nana's, more giggly than usual, hugged me tightly. Her cheeks flushed red. She smelled a bit like alcohol. Nana's, have you been drinking? Yep. I had dinner with Sakon. Are you drunk? Nope, not at all. Not at all. She laughed. But her flushed cheeks felt warmer than usual when I touched them. She was definitely drunk. Just sit down. Drink some water. I sat Nana's on the tatami mat, poured a glass of water, and handed it to her. She took it with both hands, her eyes glazed, and attempted to drink. She ended up spilling water down her blouse. Oh man, what are you doing? I grabbed a towel and wiped her mouth and neck. Her white blouse, now wet, clung to her skin, making me gulp. The soaked blouse outlined her body, revealing the shape of her chest clearly. I tried not to stare but couldn't help it. Seeing the futon laying out added to my discomfort. What am I thinking? I can't take advantage of her in this state. She's drunk and out of it. Did you drink a lot? Not much. Just a little. Nana's answered in a soft, dreamy voice. The usually serious Nana's like this was a bit scary. I decided I'd be careful when I turned 20. After gulping down the water, Nana's sighed softly. I got drunk. I can see that. Hug me. She spread her arms and half forced herself onto my lap. Straddling me, she hugged me tightly, her soft chest pressing against me. The wet blouse felt cold, but that was the least of my worries. This position was too dangerous. The way she was sitting, certain urges I couldn't ignore were bubbling up. It was a natural response, a biological one. If Nana's moved even a little, it'd be over. To stay calm, I desperately chanted the Heart Sutra in my mind. Despite my efforts, Nana's wrapped her arms round my neck and whispered near my ear. Sagara-kun, I want a kiss. Her hot breath and words made my body temperature rise even more. The Heart Sutra was no longer helping. Her slender arms pulled me closer, and despite being able to resist, I didn't. Our lips met clumsily, repeatedly. Her breath, mixed with the faint scent of alcohol, made me feel tipsy too. Suddenly, Nana's pushed my chest. Losing balance, I fell backward onto the futon. Straddling me, Nana's looked down with unfocused eyes. Sagara-kun. With a determined expression, she grabbed my hand and intertwined our fingers. Though her grip wasn't strong, I couldn't pull away. Lifting my hand, she hesitantly pressed it to her chest. Exclamation mark. I couldn't speak, stunned by her actions. Nana's blushed deeply, squeezing her eyes shut. Under my palm was a soft, yielding sensation. Her long hair tickled my nose, threatening to shatter my self-control. Maybe I don't need to overthink this. She loves me, and I love her. We're a couple, so doing couple things should be okay. Just as I was about to give in to that thought, Nana's opened her eyes and whispered, I am sorry. What? I don't know how to make you happy, huh? Aren't couples supposed to do these things? So, should we? Her hands trembled as she held mine, her expression serious, cooling my head a little. What am I thinking? I can't take advantage of her like this. We won't. Forcing the words out, I sat up and gently pulled away from her. She looked shocked and dazed. I pulled her to her feet. Come on, go back to your room. I pushed her back into her room and firmly said, lock the door from the inside. Your clothes are wet, so change before you catch a cold. Oh, okay. Seeing her nod, I closed the door. Hearing the lock click, I sighed in relief. I knew I had made the right choice. If I had given in to my desires, I would have regretted it forever. But returning to my room, I couldn't shake the thought that I might have missed a once-in-a-lifetime chance. The soft sensation in my palm wouldn't go away. Either way, I knew I wouldn't be getting any sleep tonight. When I woke up in the morning, I wished it had all been a dream. Lying on my bed, I stared blankly at the apartment ceiling. I kept telling myself it was just a dream, but the more I remembered, the clearer it became that it wasn't. In fiction, it's common for characters not to remember what happened while they were drunk. Reality, however, is cruel. I remembered the events of last night all too vividly. While drinking with Sakon, I got drunk and barged into Sagara-kun's room. In my drunken state, I kissed him, pushed him down, and then, to tell the truth, I sobered up partway through. But I still kept going, driven by momentum. I remembered Tsugumi-chan's advice, just let him touch your boobs, and thought this was the only way to keep Sagara-kun's feelings. No. I writhed on the spot, clutching my head. That was almost like being a pervert. What if Sagara-kun was completely turned off by me? I might as well die. After regretting my actions for a while, I stood up, determined to apologize. Then I realized I had slept without removing my makeup, adding to my depression. Oh, the golden time for skincare. After taking a shower, I headed to Sagara-kun's room, still barefaced. I rang the intercom, feeling like a prisoner awaiting execution as I waited for the door to open. Before long, Sagara-kun appeared, looking even more exhausted than I was. Dark circles hung under his eyes. He might not have slept at all. Oh, Nana's. About last night, Sagara-kun. I'm really sorry about last night. Before he could finish, I bent over and apologized. Sagara-kun hurriedly said, Nana's, you don't need to apologize. But I couldn't lift my head. I was too scared to see his expression. I'm really sorry. It's okay. I'm not bothered by it. Even though Sagara-kun said that, he might secretly be disappointed in me. I keep causing Sagara-kun trouble instead of making him happy. Recently, I've been totally useless. Always messing up. If this keeps up, he might really get tired of me. Cautiously, I looked up at Sagara-kun. He had a troubled expression on his face, making me want to cry. A week had passed since Nana's drunken escapade. Trying to rid myself of impure thoughts, I focused on studying. There were only 2 weeks left until the midterms. If I could perform well, maybe I'd gain some confidence. After finishing my 4th period class, I secluded myself in the computer lab to work on my seminar report. Things were going smoothly until I hit a snag. After struggling with it for a while, I decided to ask the professor and headed to the faculty office. The sign on the door indicated the professor was in. I knocked and said, "Excuse me." Before opening the door, the aroma of coffee wafted out. "Oh, Sagara." Seeing me, the professor, holding a mug, grumbled. "Sorry, I have a question," I said, and he silently pulled out the chair in front of him. Though he seemed strict, the professor was surprisingly helpful when consulted. He answered my questions in detail and even recommended useful references. Noticing that issue shows you're taking the assignment seriously. Though he wore a stern face, it seemed I was being complimented. When I thanked him, the professor let out a bored snort. I thought he might benefit from being more cheerful, but I wasn't one to talk. I was probably missing out on at least 80% of life's joys. After taking a sip of coffee, the professor said, "By the way, thanks for handling the presentation the other day." "Oh, yes." The mention of that event made me respond vaguely. The wounds from that day hadn't healed. Just thinking about it made me nauseous. Unaware of my turmoil, the professor continued expressionlessly, "I'm planning a presentation for visitors at the cultural festival. Sagara, want to do it?" What? I was taken aback. What was the professor thinking? Did he really want to entrust me with this after seeing my previous performance? Honestly, I wanted to refuse, but at this rate, I'd never change. I'll think about it." Feeling ashamed for not answering immediately, I heard the professor's flat response, "All right, let me know." "Sagara, you've been doing well lately. Last week's assignment was well summarized despite the challenging topic! Thank you. It was rare for the professor to give such direct praise. Feeling embarrassed, I scratched the back of my head. The professor, with a frown, said, "Speaking of assignments, tell Nanase to submit her assignment from last week. The only ones who haven't turned it in are Nanase and Kinami." "What? Nanase?" I couldn't help but ask. While it wasn't surprising for Kinami, it was unthinkable for the usually diligent Nanase to miss a deadline. Frowning, the professor crossed his arms. She usually submits first, but lately, she's been unfocused. Come to think of it, Nanase had been acting strange recently. Not just the time she pushed me down, but even before that. She seemed desperate to please me, losing sight of herself. "I don't know how to make you happy, Sagara-kun. Could it be that Nanase's lack of focus was my fault?" "I understand. I'll tell her." Answering the professor, I felt a different kind of anxiety welling up inside me. Returning from university, I saw the light on in Nanase's room. Since the night she pushed me down, we had acted normal on the surface, but a subtle tension lingered. We greeted each other when we met, but it felt distant. But today, I needed to deliver the professor's message. After parking my bike, I climbed the stairs and rang her doorbell. When she finally opened the door, Nanase appeared barefaced in glasses and a tracksuit. "Oh, Sagara-kun." "Welcome back." Greeting me, Nanase looked a bit uneasy. I felt uncomfortable too and quickly got to the point. "Nanase, the professor said you need to submit last week's assignment." "Huh?" Nanase's face paled instantly. Covering her mouth with one hand, she exclaimed, I forgot." "No way, I didn't send the email." "I finished it long ago. I'll send it right away." "Thank you, Sagara-kun." Nanase hurriedly opened her laptop and sent the email. Watching her pale face, the professor's words echoed in my mind. Hesitating, I spoke. The professor also said, "You've been unfocused lately." Hearing my words, Nanase bit her lower lip and looked down in shame. She must have been aware of it to some extent. I had been fixated on the idea that I wasn't good enough for her, desperately trying to fulfill her wishes. But was that really right? Was I causing her university life to stagnate? Nanase's goal of a rosy college life. What does that mean? It couldn't just be about making 100 friends or having a wonderful boyfriend. I had promised to support her but ended up doing nothing. At this rate, I was just a hindrance to Nanase. "What am I doing?" "This won't do at all," Nanase muttered, lowering her eyebrows in dejection. Seeing her so downcast, I didn't know what to say. I reached out to hug her but hesitated and pulled back. That wasn't what I should be doing right now. "Nanase, you're always diligent. You're just having a rough patch." "Yeah. Well, I have to get to work, so I'll be going." As I stood up, Nanase grabbed the hem of my shirt tightly. She looked up at me with an unusually anxious expression, like a lost child. "Won't you come here after work tonight?" "No, it'll be late, so I'll pass." Nanase gave a sad smile. "I guess so." My chest ached, but I averted my gaze. Thank you for your understanding. The day after I submitted my report. After finishing my third period class, I headed to the professor's office. The professor asked with a stern expression, "Why was your submission late?" "I'm sorry. I had completed it but completely forgot to send it." I can tell it's not an excuse. The content clearly wasn't something thrown together overnight, but a missed deadline is still a missed deadline. "You're right." As I hung my head, the professor sighed in exasperation. "I'll make an exception and not deduct points this time. Just make sure it doesn't happen again." "Thank you so much." I felt a huge weight lift off my shoulders at the professor's words. He glared at me with his intense gaze. "Nanase and Sagara are both capable students. Don't let your relationship cause you to fall apart together." His comment made my heart skip a beat. It seemed he had figured out that Sagara-kun and I were dating. I bowed and left the office. Walking to the bike parking lot, I trudged along. Even though it was summer, the air was sticky and humid from the rainy season. A couple sitting on a bench in the grassy plaza was laughing together, their shoulders shaking. From their fresh demeanor, they were probably first years. Remembering myself from last year made me feel like crying. When I first entered university, I was filled with hopes of having a rosy college life. I wanted to make lots of friends and, if possible, have a wonderful boyfriend. With such vague goals, I had come this far. I learned how to do makeup and changed my appearance, made friends who were comfortable to be around. I fell in love, and that person fell in love with me, and we became a couple. But the rosy college life I envisioned surely isn't like this. I couldn't even make my boyfriend happy. I hadn't thought about my future at all. I got anxious and jealous over trivial things. And now, even my one strength, studies, was being neglected. This was far from rosy. Nanase and Sagara are both capable students. Don't let your relationship cause you to fall apart together. Was romance really something that could ruin a person so easily? If I hadn't fallen for Sagara-kun, would I have remained unaware of my own shortcomings? The thought crossed my mind, and I slapped my cheeks hard. Then I straightened my back and walked forward. On my way home from my part-time job ending at 9 p.m., I noticed women in yukata waiting at the bus stop. It reminded me that it was the giant festival season. Around this time last year, I ran into Nanase while working, and we walked together. It was just a year ago, but it felt incredibly nostalgic. Back then, Nanase was trying her best to have a rosy college life, even before we started dating. If I'm hindering Nanase, would it be better to break up? I quickly shook off that thought. Breaking up wouldn't solve the fundamental issue. Dating shouldn't be about dragging each other down. There must be something else I can do for Nanase. When I arrived at the apartment, I saw Nanase standing in front of my door, in her simple glasses and high school gym clothes, with her chestnut hair tied casually in two ponytails. She waved at me. Was she waiting for me to come home? Of course. I was happy. But another wave of anxiety hit me. Was Nanase neglecting herself because she was so focused on me? If I wanted to stay with Nanase, I couldn't stay like this. Fulfilling her wishes wasn't the only thing that made a wonderful boyfriend. I had promised to help her achieve her rosy college life. If my presence was hindering that, correcting it was also my responsibility. As I climbed the stairs, Nanase smiled and said, "Good job today." Seeing her bare face after a long time, she seemed relieved and calm, as if she had let go of something. "What are you doing here?" "I have something important to talk to you about, Sagara-kun." There was no anxiety or hesitation in her eyes as she looked at me. She met my gaze firmly and spoke slowly. "Sagara-kun, let's take some distance for a while." "What?" My mind went blank. Repeating her words, I felt the blood drain from my body in despair. Was I being dumped? Breaking up to focus on studying was something a serious person like Nanase might think. If that was her decision, I should respect it for her sake. No, absolutely not. I'd rather die than break up. I remembered breaking up with Nanase in this same spot before. Someone once said that karma comes back to you. My head felt like it was being pounded with a hammer. Barely able to stand, I noticed Nanase's panicked expression. "No, that's not what I mean. Let's put our issues on hold for now." "On hold? What do you mean?" Nanase continued with a serious expression. "I've been overwhelmed by the joy and anxiety of dating someone I like, and I've let other things slide. I'm not as good at balancing things as I thought, but I don't want to ever think that I shouldn't have fallen for you, Sagara-kun." "What?" Nanase held my hands tightly. My icy fingers warmed in her grasp, and the blood gradually returned to them. "I want to be someone who can strive harder because I have you, not someone who falls apart, Nanase. Until exams are over, I'll stop thinking about unnecessary things and give it my all. I'm already behind, but I'll get top marks. I don't want anyone to think my grades dropped because of you." Behind her glasses, Nanase's eyes shone with determination. "Yes, this is the Haruko Nanase I fell for. I never needed to intervene." Nanase said she wanted to be someone who could strive harder because of me. I still didn't know what exactly made a wonderful boyfriend, but at least being someone who makes her want to try harder was important. Looking straight into her eyes, I gripped her hands firmly. "Me too. I'll work hard for the exam so I can confidently be with you." Nanase smiled and nodded. "Yeah, if I had remained alone, I wouldn't have realized this. Dating someone is about mutual support. I want to truly feel that falling for Nanase was the best thing that happened to me. It'll be really, really lonely." but I'll hold off seeing you until exams are over," Nanae said, squeezing my hand as if to reaffirm our bond. Then she stood on tiptoe and whispered in my ear, "Sagara-kun." What? "I'm not very good at balancing things, so I might still trouble you, but after exams, I want to put my all into you, huh? So, be ready." With that declaration, Nanae waved and went into her room. I slumped to the ground, overwhelmed by her words. Her full effort is sure to be overwhelming. Can I handle it? As a smile crept onto my face, I forced it down. Since she was giving it her all, I had to do the same for the exams. Chapter 4, A Manual for Dating. With just 1 week left until midterms, I saw Nanae at the library, deeply engrossed in her studies. She was so focused that I didn't call out to her. Her room light had been on late last night too. She must be sacrificing sleep to prepare for the exams. Seeing Nanae's work so hard motivated me as well. I had no part-time job tonight, so I decided to head home and study. As I parked my bicycle at the apartment complex and climbed the stairs, I noticed someone standing in front of my door. A gyro with black hair, adorned with jangling piercings, wearing a backless top and fiddling with her phone. It was Akiko. "What are you doing here?" I asked, and Akiko crossed her arms and snorted. "Oh, you're finally back." It seemed she had been waiting for me. Tilting my head in confusion, I asked, "How did you find this place? What about school?" "Why does that matter?" "School's been out for summer break since last week." "Right. High school students start their summer break a bit earlier than university students. But what had she come here for? Had she run away from home?" Akiko nonchalantly brushed aside my concerns. "Hey, I'm hungry. Treat me to something." "What? Do you have any idea how broke I usually am? Aren't you my senior?" Akiko's words left me at a loss for a response. During my middle and high school years, not being part of any clubs meant I barely had any juniors. When I first met Itagawa-san at university, I was touched by how someone just a few years older could be so kind. Whenever I received something or had something done for me, Itagawa-san would always smile and say, "Repay it by helping your juniors someday, Sagara-kun. Maybe now is that time." "All right. What do you want to eat?" Eel. Be realistic. Consider a college student's budget. It was just before payday, and I was perpetually broke, so I couldn't treat her to anything extravagant. After some thought, I took Akiko to a family restaurant at the nearest shopping mall. We were guided to a table for 4 and sat across from each other. Akiko reached for the tablet menu on the table. "Can I order anything?" "Keep the price in mind." Akiko pouted and ordered a relatively cheap pasta and melon soda, surprisingly considerate. I chose the cheapest doria, a type of rice gratin popular in Japan. Cooked white rice is topped with sautéed meat, such as chicken or shrimp, and vegetables, then topped with a bechamel sauce and cheese, and baked as a casserole. Sipping the water from my glass, I asked again, "Why are you here?" Akiko's eyes darted around as she hesitated. Well, what did Mom say about you coming here?" "Nothing. She probably doesn't care," Akiko answered nonchalantly. Hesitant, I asked, "Are you not getting along with Mom?" Akiko frowned, glaring at me. "Why are you asking that? Everything's fine." "What does fine mean?" "Like an ideal family," she mumbled, giving a hollow response. "So, she really does feel out of place at home?" With no school during summer break, being stuck with a stepmother could be incredibly stressful. Considering that, I felt sorry for Akiko. Her attire was probably her way of coping. Not wanting to delve deeper, Akiko changed the subject. "By the way, when does university summer break start?" "August. What are you going to do?" "University summer breaks are pretty long, right?" She seemed curious about how university students spend their summer. Unfortunately, my answer wouldn't be very interesting. "Work and study. I have a qualification exam in October, so I'll be busy." "Oh." Akiko looked bored, stirring her melon soda with a straw. If she was going to react like that, why did she ask? Our food arrived, and Akiko put her hands together with a little itadakimasu before eating her cream pasta in silence. The atmosphere between us was so cold that anyone passing by might think we were having a breakup conversation. I hoped no one I knew saw us and misunderstood. What kind of conversations do typical siblings have? Being an only child, I had no idea. I debated starting a conversation but couldn't think of any good topics. We ate in silence until we finished our meals. Just as I was about to suggest leaving, Akiko asked, "Is living alone fun?" Well, it's alright. Why did you move out, Souhei-kun? Akiko's question made me pause and take a sip of water. If anyone else had asked, except Nana's, I probably would have said, "I don't want to talk about it." But Akiko, who shared a similar situation, had the right to ask. Maybe she was considering moving out after graduating high school. After a moment's thought, I replied, "I didn't want to be at home." "Why?" "I felt like I didn't belong there." "Do you still feel that way?" when Akiko asked. I nodded. My feelings had changed a bit since I first moved out, but explaining those subtle emotions was difficult. It wasn't that I hated or resented my mum. It was just that I realized she had found her own happiness without me. I've stopped expecting too much from family. Hearing this, Akiko's red lips twisted. Her eyes were filled with anger. "You're infuriating, huh?" I responded with a stupid-sounding voice, and Akiko glared at me. "You have more family now, but you act like you're not part of it, like we're just strangers." "It's infuriating. You moved out and are having fun with your girlfriend. You probably don't care about us at all." At that moment, I felt like I'd been slapped. I had thought that since we wouldn't see each other often, we didn't need to be close. That's all I wanted to say. "Thanks for the meal." Akiko looked on the verge of tears as she stood up abruptly, her sandals clacking as she hurried out of the restaurant. I watched her leave in a daze. Why had she come here? But I understood why Akiko was angry. With a new family she couldn't relate to, facing it all alone, the presence of a stepbrother who quickly distanced himself must have been infuriating. No wonder she hated me. But I'm tired of being tied down by blood and family bonds. Maybe I was missing something essential as a person. I grabbed the receipt and headed to the register to pay section. "It's over." The moment I stepped out of the lecture hall, I shouted and threw my arms up in triumph. The sound of the bell signaling the end of the exam felt like a blessing. With this, all my midterm exams were finished. Thanks to my hard work, I felt confident about my performance. If my submitted reports were fine, I would likely receive top marks in all my courses. Getting to this point wasn't easy, and the 2 weeks before the exams had been a long and grueling battle. Whenever I felt my spirit waver, I would look at the photo of Sagara-kun on my phone to motivate myself. But now that the exams are over, I can finally spend time with Sagara-kun without any worries. Today, after a small celebration with Sakun and the others, I plan to meet Sagara-kun. Checking my phone, I saw a line message from Sakun, waiting at the bike parking near the east gate. I quickly ran down the stairs and stepped outside. The contrast of the blue sky and white clouds was dazzling. The trees on campus soaked up the bright sunlight, and the water in the fountain sparkled. Even the loud chirping of the cicadas seemed to be celebrating with me. Unable to contain my joy, I hurried towards the bike parking lot. After meeting up with Sakun and the others, we bought snacks and drinks at the supermarket and went to Nami-chan's apartment, which was near the university. Nami-chan's apartment was a newly built, auto-lock building, perfect for a single woman living alone. The interior, decorated in an ivory theme, was stylish and enviable. It was nothing like my own room. True glittering girls even paid attention to their interiors. Finally done. Summer break starts tomorrow. Sakun stretched with a bright expression. Just a week ago, she had a panicked look, saying her credits were at risk. Her quick shift in mood was something to emulate. "Haruko, you worked really hard this time, huh?" "Absolutely. Every time I saw you, you were studying with an intense look, so I didn't know how to approach you." Was I really that intense? I blushed and scratched my cheek. I hadn't noticed myself, but apparently, I had a pretty fierce look. Next time, I should schedule my study sessions more evenly. But I've decided to enjoy the summer vacation to the fullest. Balance is key. Yeah, let's have lots of fun. I'm looking forward to Lake Biwa next week. Did you invite Sagara? Yes, He said he'd come. Just hearing Sagara-kun's name made my cheeks flush with a smile. Tsugumi-chan nudged me with her elbow, noticing my goofy grin. Haruko, you're really close with your boyfriend, huh? By the way, Haruko, any plans to travel with your boyfriend during the summer break? Traveling, meaning spending the night alone with Sagara-kun. I had considered how wonderful that would be, but I had never made concrete plans. Because traveling means spending the whole night together, right? He once stayed at my parents' house, and we spent the night on the same sofa. But now that we're dating, it wouldn't be the same as back then. Come to think of it, Saki, didn't you recently travel with Hojo-kun? Why yeah, kind of. Nami-chan's comment made Sakin nod awkwardly. They started dating around the same time we did, and they've already traveled together. Sakin is definitely 500 steps ahead of me. I guess I need to work harder and advance our relationship. Now I understand that being in a relationship is more than just sitting by the Kamo River. Since I told Sagara-kun I give it my all, I should fulfill my duties as his girlfriend. Starting tomorrow. It's summer break. We've been dating for 6 months now, so maybe it's time I made up my mind. After leaving Nami-chan's place, I rushed back to the apartment. Instead of going to my room, I headed straight to Sagara-kun's room. Pressing the intercom, my heart pounded as the door opened. Oh, welcome back. Seeing Sagara-kun's face filled me with an overwhelming sense of affection. Was Sagara-kun always this handsome? Not seeing him for a while had clearly triggered withdrawal symptoms. He seemed to be glowing with a halo of light. I swallowed the I love you that was about to spill out and, trying to calm my racing heart, smiled and said, long time no see. Thanks. Can I come in? Yeah, sure. Invited in. I sat down neatly on the tatami mat. For some reason, I couldn't look directly at Sagara-kun's face. He also seemed a bit awkward as he sat next to me. Becoming more aware of being alone together, my heart started pounding even faster. What should I do? Now that it's finally time, I have no idea what to do. While we were apart, I had been looking forward to spending time with him after exams. Even though I said I'd give it my all, I didn't know how to go about being affectionate. How do other couples advance their relationship? Should I just push him down like last time? No, that's definitely impossible. Sitting there frozen in place, I felt completely stuck. The midterm exams are finally over. As soon as the chime signaling the end of the exam rang, I couldn't help but make a small fist pump. The girl sitting next to me gave me a weird look, and I quickly pulled my hand back. The grades won't be out for a while, but I felt an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. I think I was able to show the results of my hard work. If I get good results here, maybe I can gain some confidence in myself. Perhaps I'll be a bit closer to being a man worthy of Nane's. After the exams, I went to work, and by the time I returned to the apartment, it was past 9 p.m. Nane's was having a post-exam celebration with Sudo and the others, but she said she would come here afterward. After the exams, I want to give my all to you, Sagara-kun. Remembering Nane's words made me feel restless. Unable to sit still, I paced around my small room until the intercom buzzed. Trying to calm my racing heart, I opened the door. Oh, Sagara-kun. Nane's, with her makeup perfectly done, beamed when she saw me. Welcome back. Long time no see. I'm back. Seeing Nane's genuinely happy smile lifted my spirits. I had seen her a few times before the exams, but she always had a desperate look on her face. It was the first time in a while that I saw her smile. Can I come in? Yeah, come in. Trying to act composed, I invited Nane's in. She awkwardly walked in and sat down in the corner of the room. When I sat next to her, I could feel her tense up. Wait, is she really nervous? Nane's face was bright red, and she didn't seem able to look at me directly. Her nervousness was contagious, making me feel uneasy as well. Hey Nane's, are you okay? Huh? Why yeah, I'm totally fine. Her voice cracked as she nodded repeatedly. She didn't seem fine at all. How did we usually interact? Being alone together for the first time in a while, I didn't know what to do. The last time Nana's came here, she was drunk and pushed me down. The memory of her chest pressing into my palm resurfaced, making me overly conscious. After a moment of awkward silence, Nana's leaned closer. Our arms touched, and I caught a whiff of her sweet scent. Flustered, Nana's hesitantly asked, "Do you want to cuddle?" Cuddle? Is that something you announce before doing? What does cuddling even mean? What level of cuddling is Nana's expecting? How do couples usually cuddle? My head started to ache from overthinking. No matter how much I thought about it, I couldn't find the answer. For now, it might be best to take a rain check. You don't have to force it. Let's just act normal. Why yeah, you're right. Nana's sighed in relief at my suggestion. It seemed that cuddling was a high hurdle for both of us. Trying to act normal, I maintained a certain distance from Nana's. Wait, is this too far? Should I get a bit closer? Even though I said we should act normal, what is normal? I couldn't remember how we usually interacted. Sitting across from each other, both of us looking down awkwardly. We didn't look like a couple who had been dating for 6 months. How were your exams? Oh, I'm fairly confident. I see. Me too. After exchanging some forced conversation, another silence fell. Just as I was about to speak, Nana stood up. I should get going. At that moment, I felt a bit relieved. Nana waved goodbye and left my room, looking a bit lonely. What is our normal? No matter how much I thought about it, I couldn't find the answer. Sitting down, I banged my head on the table. On the third night of summer break, I was eating udon with tempura flakes and cut cabbage, topped with soy sauce. It was a far cry from Nana's cooking. Since starting to date Nana's, my diet had improved significantly, but on my own, this was the best I could do. Just adding cabbage was progress, I hoped. There were no signs of her in the next room. Her red bicycle wasn't in the parking lot, so she was probably at work. Since that day after the exams, Nana's and I hadn't been alone together. We lived next door, so we could see each other anytime, but I didn't know what to do, so I made excuses about work and avoided her. If we were alone now, the pressure to cuddle would make things awkward. That would be uncomfortable. As I pondered what to do, my phone rang under the table. Seeing it was a call from Hojo, I wondered what he wanted and answered. "Hey, Sagara, what were you doing?" "Eating udon." "Sagara, you really like udon. If you're from Nagoya, you should have kishimen," Hojo said, laughing on the other end. We weren't close enough to chat on the phone without a reason, so he must have had a purpose for calling. "Is something up?" "Oh, right. We're going to Lake Biwa the day after tomorrow, right? I'll pick you and Nana's up at 8 a.m. "Oh, Lake Biwa. I had almost forgotten about that. We had planned it so long ago that it had slipped my mind. We had agreed to go to Lake Biwa during summer break with the same group we had takoyaki party with." "What? Did you forget?" "No, I forgot, but I've already arranged to take the day off work, so it's fine." "Good. Don't oversleep." "I won't." I thought the conversation was over, but Hojo brought up another topic. "So, how are things with Nana's?" Well, pretty good, I guess." Occasionally, Hojo would ask about our relationship. Whether he was genuinely concerned or just entertained, it was probably both. Should I consult Hojo? He likely had a perfect manual on dating. He surely knew all about what cuddling entailed. However, I couldn't bring myself to ask such an embarrassing question like, "How should I cuddle with my girlfriend?" So, we ended up chatting about trivial things before hanging up. Are things awkward with Sagara? "Why?" Sakan's puzzled voice came through the phone. I was drying the nail polish on my toes while talking to Sakan. The phone was on speaker mode, resting on the table. Since we were all going to Lake Biwa tomorrow, I had repainted my nails, both hands and feet, to match my swimsuit. I chose a simple white French manicure. Hugging my knees, trying not to move my feet, I nodded and sighed. Somehow, I don't know how to be affectionate with him. We haven't made any progress at all. "What's that about? You don't have to force it, you know." "But, Sakan, you've already gone on a trip with Hojo-kun." When I said that, Sakan suddenly fell silent, puzzled. I asked, "Sakan?" After a moment, she replied hesitantly, "Oh, yeah, It's not about me. Maybe it's because Sagara's being a coward. I don't think it's his fault. Of course, Sagara-kun wasn't at fault, but it might be true that he had no such intentions. Even when I drunkenly pushed him down, he ultimately turned me down. So, am I not attractive? That's not true. Sagara will definitely be smitten when he sees you in your swimsuit. Really? Will he say I'm cute? Normally, Sagara-kun is like a paragon of rationality and gentlemanliness. But under the blazing summer sun, maybe he'll lose his composure a bit. If I actively appeal to him, maybe we can have some natural, affectionate moments as a couple. I'll try my best to make some progress. You don't have to rush it, you know. Sakan's unusually reserved words made me tilt my head in confusion. Usually, she's full of bold suggestions. So what's going on today? After discussing tomorrow's plans and what to bring, we finally ended our long phone call. The nail polish was completely dry, and it was almost midnight. Since I'll be showing Sagara-kun my swimsuit tomorrow, I decided to apply some body cream before going to bed. Outside the window, the blazing sun sparkled on the lake's surface. The cool breeze from the air conditioner brushed my cheeks, and an unfamiliar rock band song played on the car stereo. Leaning back in the seat, I was staring blankly at the scenery when I felt a tap on my shoulder. Reluctantly turning to the side, I saw Hojo, who was driving, pointing at a bottled drink in the holder. "Hey, Sagara. Can you open this and pass it to me? Why am I spending my summer vacation driving with a handsome guy?" Nanaze and I were headed to Lake Biwa in Shiga Prefecture, driven by Hojo. The drive from Kyoto City to our destination, Omimeiko, was about an hour. It was just the right distance for a day trip. I didn't have a driver's license yet, but I should probably get one for the future. I might need to start saving up now. "Is this your car?" Hojo, who picked us up today, was driving a black minivan. When I asked, Hojo flashed a bright smile. "No, it's my dad's. I'd love to have my own, but I can't afford it yet." Still, many girls would pay to sit in the passenger seat of Hojo's car. Sado, who was probably used to it, quickly said, "I want to sit next to Haruko," and climbed into the back row. Left with the choice of sitting next to Kanami or in the front passenger seat, I chose the latter without hesitation. "Wow, Lake Biwa really looks like the sea." Nanaze, her eyes shining, exclaimed as she looked out the window. "You can swim in Lake Biwa." "I didn't know that." "Yeah, you can. I went with my club mates last year. It's not sticky like seawater, and there are no jellyfish. I like it." Sado's words made Nanaze squint with excitement. Dreaming of a rosy college life, she probably had summer barbecue at Lake Biwa with friends on her wish list as well. "The weather is so nice today. The lake is sparkling. It's beautiful. I'm glad we came." Nanaze's joyful words made Sado smile too. Nanaze's ability to express her emotions openly and genuinely was one of her charming traits. Her presence seemed to lighten the atmosphere, and it was clear that Sado appreciated that about her. The two girls were excitedly taking pictures and videos in the car. It was impressive how much fun they were having even before reaching the destination. Just then, Nanaze turned towards me, and our eyes met in the mirror. She gave me a shy smile, making my heart skip a beat. I quickly looked away. It's better that we're not alone, but it's still a bit awkward. Thanks to Hojo's smooth driving, we safely arrived at the Omimeiko swimming area. The lake gently lapped against the shore, and there was even a white sandy beach, making it look like the sea. The lakeside also had a barbecue area. "All right, we'll go change," the girls said and headed to the changing rooms. We also went to the men's changing room to change into our swimsuits. I wore a cheap one I bought online a few days ago, praying it wouldn't tear. I put on a black hoodie over it. Stepping outside, the girls weren't out yet. We sought shade and waited for them. The intense heat was starting to lower my spirits. I never liked summer much, and after getting heat stroke last year, I despised it even more. The cheerful crowds were enjoying their BBQs, and the smell of grilled meat wafted over. The scorching sun was relentless, making me sweat just by standing still. I could take off the hoodie, but I didn't want to expose my scrawny body. Maybe I should have done some workouts. Maybe I can't go out like this. Sakan, Do you have rash guard? Standing in front of the locker in the changing room, I was suddenly feeling scared. Even though I had changed into my swimsuit, I couldn't muster the courage to step outside. Swimsuits and underwear cover about the same amount of skin, right? How can people walk around like this so casually? You're overthinking it. Everyone's in swimsuits, so being embarrassed is what's embarrassing. Ugh. But the last time I wore a swimsuit was during high school. I had never worn a bikini before. Going from a school swimsuit to a bikini felt like too big a leap. Maybe I should have chosen a one-piece. Sakan's swimsuit was a high-neck bikini with a pero. Comparing myself to her made me feel even more exposed and embarrassed. Last night, you were all excited about dazzling Sagara. I didn't say I'd dazzle him. I just want him to think I'm cute. But I've never shown Sagara-kun this kind of outfit before. It's fine. It's not like you're showing him your bare body. Sakan's words made me let out a strange squeal. Alright. Since we're dating, eventually I'll have to show him that side of me too, right? In that case, I couldn't let a swimsuit scare me. Stealing my resolve, I took out a lipstick from my makeup pouch. Reapplying it, I smiled at the mirror. Just that small act gave me the confidence and courage I needed. I hope Sagara-kun thinks I'm cute. Oh, okay. Sakan, let's go. I stepped forward with determination, walking towards where Sagara-kun was waiting under the sun. While hiding behind Sakan section. Sorry to keep you waiting. Just as we were getting thoroughly bored of waiting for the girls to change, as usual, Sado's booming voice echoed. For some reason, we stood at attention to greet her. Nana's, looking embarrassed, hid behind Sado. Sado nudged her, saying, "Haruko, what are you doing?" And Nana's timidly revealed herself. At that moment, I felt like thanking the heavens. Wow, that looks amazing. Summer is the best. Kinami, standing next to me, shouted. For once, I completely agreed with him. Summer is the best. Nana's was wearing a white floral bikini with frills around the chest. The frills accented her ample bosom, the pronounced cleavage, her slender waist, her small navel, and her long, lean thighs, all exposed to the sun. Previously, I had always thought, bikinis are just skimpy clothes, yukatas are way sexier. But now, I had to revise that opinion. Bikinis and yukatas each have their own appeal, and both are equally wonderful. They can't be ranked. Sagara-kun. Hearing my name snapped me out of my daze. I realized I had been staring. Nana's, standing before me, was fidgeting with her hands in front of her chest. How do you think my swimsuit looks, huh? How do I think? It's perfect, obviously. I wanted to compliment her, but giving detailed opinions on swimsuits seemed kind of creepy. Trying to find a non-creepy way to express myself, I finally said, it looks good on you. Anything else? Well, the pattern is nice too. That's not what I meant. Nana's, looking dissatisfied, tugged on my hoodie sleeve. She bit her lip and stared at me with an expression that was both shy and anxious. At times like this, there was only one thing Nana's expected to hear. You look cute. Nana's face lit up instantly. Thank you. I'm glad I had the courage. Nana's took my hand and said, "Let's go." Sagara-kun, smiling under the watchful, amused eyes of Sado and the others, we ran towards the scorching beach. The blazing sun, the blue sky, the white sandy beach, the gently lapping water. Lake Biwa was more like the sea than I had imagined. It was practically an ocean. After grilling and eating meat at the barbecue area, we played beach volleyball, built sandcastles, and smashed watermelons. Nana's reveled in the fun, laughing constantly. It seemed she finally understood how to enjoy summer like a true ryuju. Normies in Japanese, though I was enjoying myself to some extent. I wasn't the type to go wild among ryuju. Maintaining my usual calm demeanor, Kinami scolded me, "That's not the beach vibe." He and Hojo forcibly removed my hoodie and threw me into Lake Biwa with a splash. Phew. I surfaced, seeing Kinami clapping and laughing. Hojo, though asking, "Are you okay, Sagara?" was clearly amused. "They're ruthless. What if I couldn't swim?" The water of Lake Biwa was cool and pleasant, more so than I had expected. Floating on my back, the blue sky overhead was dazzling. Sagara-kun, Are you okay? Seeing me float like a drowned body, Nana's rushed over, worried. I reassured her, standing up. This area was just shallow enough for my feet to touch. Nana's, lacking any flotation device, was naturally shorter than me. As she waded into the water, Nana's smiled. It feels nice. Her bright makeup was perfect, not a smudge to be seen. By the way, Nana's, is your makeup okay? You hated it coming off last year. Last year, Nana's had avoided the sea and pools to prevent her makeup from smudging. She now replied, her eyes sparkling, yep, I bought waterproof mascara and eyeliner that won't come off. Even if you spray water directly on my face, it won't smudge. Modern makeup is amazing. I wish I had these for the Miss contest. Recalling last year's contest fiasco, I chuckled. Though more people had seen her bare face, Nana's still preferred not to show it. Well, insecurities are like that. Can you swim, Sagara-kun? I can keep myself from drowning. What about you? Nana's? In swimming class, I got straight A's. Nana's puffed her chest out proudly. Not only smart, but athletic too? I had no chance against her. Of course, it was a result of her hard work. Eek. As she approached me, Nana's let out a small scream and clung to me. Her soft body pressed against my bare skin, causing my temperature to spike. Sorry. I can't touch the bottom here. Now that I thought about it, Nana's was nearly 20 centimeters shorter than me. Where my feet barely touched, hers wouldn't at all. Whether she was scared or didn't want her face to get wet, Nana's clung to me tightly, her bikini-clad chest pressed against mine, changing shape with the pressure. Unwanted thoughts crept in, making me sigh. I had underestimated the impact of a swimsuit. How do other guys stay calm around their bikini-clad girlfriends? As we moved to a shallower part, Nana's, blushing, let go of me. Sorry. No problem. Awkwardness hung in the air, making it hard to leave the water. Nana's, why don't you go back to the others first? Okay, Nana's said and walked back to the shore. Left alone, I dove into the lake to cool my head. After a while, I returned to the parasol and sat alone, lost in thought. Though the summer at Lake Biwa was more fun than I imagined, I was exhausted. I didn't have the talent for beach antics. As I sat there, something cold pressed against my neck, making me yelp. Turning around, I saw Hojo standing with a blue-labeled water bottle. It looked like a sports drink commercial. Want one? You're definitely offering this to the wrong person. I took the sports drink, thanking him. On the beach, Nana's, Sado, and Konami were playing a 2-on-1 beach volleyball game. Sado's athletic ability was impressive, but Nana's wasn't bad either. Her chest bounced every time she jumped, perfectly receiving the ball for Sado to spike. Yay! Nana's cheered, high-fiving Sado. What a nice view. Sagara, you're staring at Nana's too much. Shut up. I brushed off Hojo's teasing. At this distance, no one would notice me staring, but as I observed, I noticed many people on the beach were looking at Nana's. She was a striking beauty with a great figure, so it was only natural. Though I had no right to complain, it made me feel uneasy. Just then, Sado glanced our way. Hojo waved, making Sado blush and look away. Something seemed off. Hadn't Hojo and Sado avoided speaking to each other since we got in the car? You and Sado haven't talked much today, huh? Noticed that. Did you? Sagara, you're more observant than I thought. Hojo shrugged, smiling wryly. I thought he'd brush it off, but he continued calmly. It's not exactly a fight, but things are a bit awkward between us. Huh? You? What's with that reaction? I can't imagine you having relationship troubles. You always seem so composed. Not at all. I'm far from composed. Even his profile, devoid of gaps, looked perfect, making it hard to believe. If I had been born with such a face, my life might have been different, I thought bitterly. As I debated whether to ask what happened, a voice interrupted. Excuse me. Looking up, I saw two unfamiliar women in bikinis smiling shyly. Could you take a picture for us? Oh, sure. Hojo took the phone and snapped a few shots. Handing it back, one of the women said in a sweet voice, "We're just the two of us. Would you like to join us?" I froze. Was this A reverse pickup? I thought it was an urban legend, but it was real. In contrast to my shock, Hojo, seemingly used to this, politely declined. Sorry, I'm here with my girlfriend. Oh, really? Too bad. Are those girls over there? They're glaring at us. Following her gaze, I saw Sado and Nane's glaring daggers at us. It sent chills down my spine. I had never seen Nane's look so menacing. The temperature seemed to drop just in that spot. See you around. The women waved and left. Sado and Nane's approached us. Sagara-kun, who are those women? Friends? Nane's eyes were devoid of light. Her voice a notch lower. I hastily explained. No, not at all. I don't know them. They weren't interested in me. They were after Hojo. HMPH. Still as popular as ever, aren't you? Sado said that with a thin smile at the corner of her mouth. The sudden Kyoto dialect was terrifying. Was I about to be served some bubazuke? Maybe it's time for me to head out? Hojo leaned in and asked, Saki, are you mad? Sado blushed and immediately turned her gaze away with a huff. Not mad at all, okay? No, you're obviously pissed. Sorry, my guard was down. It's not like I want an apology. Hey, Saki, look at me, Hojo said, grabbing Sado's wrist. Sado turned beet red and yanked her hand away with all her strength. Oh. For a brief moment, Hojo looked hurt. Sado's face showed she realized she'd made a mistake. I need to cool my head a bit. With that, Sado turned her back to Hojo and dashed off across the beach. Nane's quickly called out, Sakon, wait, and chased after her. Left behind, Hojo scratched his head in frustration. Seeing my puzzled look, he raised the corners of his lips slightly and shrugged. Not going too well? Yeah, it's been like this recently. Sakon. I trampled through the sandy beach in my flip-flops, chasing after Sakon. This was the first time I'd seen Sakon so distraught. It wasn't rare for her to get angry, but I had never seen her this shaken. Sakon suddenly stopped dead in her tracks, clutching her head and squatting down with a groan. You were finally catching up? I asked. Are you okay? I messed up again. I'm really the worst. I gently patted Sakon's back and gave her a reassuring smile. Let's sit down for now, okay? I helped Sakon up and we sat on a nearby bench. Two guys approached us with grins, but Sakon glared at them. Do you need something? They quickly backed off. Sakon was strong. Sakon finally seemed to calm down a bit, though she looked away in embarrassment. Sorry for showing you such a pathetic side. No, it's fine. I was surprised, but I didn't think it was pathetic at all. Peering at her downcast face, I asked, Sakon, what happened? Why did you push Hojo-kun away all of a sudden? Lately, I just can't look at Hiroki properly. I tilted my head, puzzled. Until now, no matter how many girls swooned over Hojo-kun, Sakon always seemed indifferent. I told you we went on a trip recently, right? I had mentally prepared myself, but when it came down to it, I got really scared. When he pushed me down, I ended up throwing him off. Throwing? Yeah, a tomonage I learned in high school judo class. Sakon said this with a serious face, and I couldn't help but imagine it and laugh. I knew it wasn't funny, but still. Sakon grabbed my shoulders, shaking me desperately. No, it's not like that. It's not that I didn't want to. It's just that he's so smooth that I got intimidated. You know what I mean, right? I guess. I apologized a lot, but Hiroki was like, it's fine if you don't want to. I felt so pathetic. I became so self-conscious that I couldn't even look at him. Sakon curled up, huddling her knees. I always thought that for glamorous girls, romance was a piece of cake, but it turns out I was wrong. Sakon was struggling just like me. I'm actually really jealous and a pain to be with. Huh? I always act all composed in front of you, but that's not true at all. I get jealous every day and worry about stupid things. Sakon, the same as me? I always thought Sakon, with her wealth of experience, was so composed. I stared at her, astonished. I thought you and Hojo-kun were always doing well, going on trips, and much further ahead than me. Sorry. I wanted to look good in front of you, so I pretended to be composed. Sakon continued, her head down. In reality, I don't have that much experience. I'm always jealous, and it's not cute. If I keep this up, Even you might get fed up with me. Sakon hugged her knees, looking like she was about to cry. Usually, I'm the one being comforted, but today, it was my turn. I hugged Sakon tightly. She was startled, but accepted my embrace. What? Why all of a sudden? Sakon, you're cute, huh? I'd never get fed up with you. I love you, even with all your jealousy and quirks. Sakon blinked in surprise at my heartfelt words. I hugged her tighter. When you saw my bare face, you accepted it as part of me, didn't you? Yeah, it's the same. Even if you're not composed or you're jealous and difficult, I love you for who you are. I think Hojo-kun feels the same. Sakon was quiet for a while, but then she gently hugged me back. Thanks, Haruko. Sakon, who whispered that, wasn't the flawless, experienced glamorous beauty I once admired, but she was a very cute, complicated girl. In love section. Wait, Otomo-nage? That's hilarious. Kinami laughed boisterously, Jaya ha ha. His vulgar laugh clearly annoyed Hojo, who glared at him. Why? That's just a cheeky move. No, the fact that you can dismiss Otomo-nage as cheeky is amazing. Sudo is so strong. Kinami was laughing so hard he was holding his stomach. After Sudo and Nana's left, Kinami had pried the details out of Hojo. In short, during their trip, Hojo tried to make a move, but Sudo rejected him so forcefully that they hadn't been able to face each other since, making things extremely awkward. I felt genuine sympathy for Hojo. If I were in his shoes, I'd be so shocked I might bite my tongue and die. Turns out, he's got his own struggles too. Noticing my sympathetic gaze, Hojo crossed his arms and frowned. What's with that pitying look? No, I just think it's tough for you. Come to think of it, both Hojo and Sagara haven't done it with their girlfriends yet. Don't lump me in with Sagara. Unlike him, I'm not a virgin. What? I am not being rejected like Hojo. At that moment, I remembered when Nana's had pushed me down. I had turned her down then, but did she think I was rejecting her? No, that wasn't my intention at all. Seeing my face turn pale, Hojo muttered, "Let's drop this topic." Maybe he realized there was no benefit in digging deeper. But seriously, is Sudo a pain sometimes? It's not unexpected. Sudo has always been a pain. Sudo had kept dodging Hojo's advances, claiming it was too much trouble to date a handsome guy. Yet she didn't want Hojo dating anyone else. In short, she's the type of troublesome girl, similar to me. Pointing this out to her would probably make her furious. Kinami nodded while patting Hojo on the shoulder. Man, even you've had your struggles. Knowing that even a perfect guy like you has weaknesses is reassuring. I'm not struggling. It's those troublesome aspects that make Saki cute. Seeing Hojo's sulking face actually made me feel relieved. He wasn't a flawless android. He was a human with feelings. Oh, Sudo and Nana's are back. Looking where Kinami pointed, I saw Sudo and Nana's walking back. Sudo was hiding behind Nana's, though Sudo was taller, so she wasn't really hidden, looking embarrassed. When they reached us, Nana's nudged Sudo. Saki, go on. Hiroki, I'm sorry about earlier. Sudo, looking more worn out than I'd ever seen, bowed her head in apology. Seeing her so meek was astonishing. Hojo, putting on a nonchalant smile, replied, "It's fine." Even though he had been sulking earlier, he showed no sign of it in front of Sudo. Nana's, standing between them, smiled cheerfully for some reason. Saki, why don't you and Hojo-kun have a chat? What? Haruko. Thanks, Nana's. I'm taking Saki with me, Hojo said, pulling Sudo along as they walked away. Sudo, though looking flustered, followed him obediently. Seems like he's not as composed as he looks. Well, they seem to balance each other out. Yeah, they make a great couple. Just then, Kinami checked his smartwatch and exclaimed, "Oh, sorry, I gotta go." Huh? Where are you going? That girl I got the line from earlier wants to meet now. Summer romance is best when it's spontaneous. Kinami, in high spirits, walked off, saying, "I'll let you know how it goes. If it works out, don't wait up for me." Watching his frivolous retreating figure, I sighed, thinking how different people's romantic lives can be. With Kinami gone, it was just Nana's and me. Nana's shyly asked, "Can I sit here?" When I nodded, she sat next to me, smiling, thank you. Lake Biwat's sunset was quieter than during the day, with some people beginning to pack up. Watching a couple walking hand in hand along the shore, I thought about how even seemingly perfect couples must have their own struggles. Thinking about what a couple should be or should do is pointless. Even the seemingly perfect Hojo can get flustered by a troublesome partner. There's no manual for being in a relationship. If that's the case, it's only natural that I'm struggling too. The lake's surface shimmered orange, reflecting the sunset. In this romantic setting, alone with my girlfriend, a wonderful boyfriend might pull her close and kiss her, but I simply placed my hand over Nanase's. Nanase, about the other day. The other day? The day you got drunk. When I mumbled, Nanase's cheeks turned red. Forget about that day. Covering her face with her hands, she shook her head, clearly wanting to forget. I just want to say, I wasn't rejecting you. I just didn't want us to push ourselves or force things. Choosing my words carefully, I continued. I feel like we're both trying too hard and ending up getting nowhere. Nanase stopped covering her face and hugged her knees. Staring at her pretty painted toenails, she said, but, isn't it normal to do those things? We're dating, after all. Nanase was likely looking for the right way couples should act and was trapped by that notion. And I was doing the same, trying too hard to be the perfect boyfriend and forgetting what's important. I could never be Hojo. Nor did I need to be. Nanase loves me, not Hojo. And I love Haruko Nanase, not anyone else. We'll find our own way, even if it means making mistakes along the way. What does normal mean? It doesn't matter, huh? There's no correct way to be in a relationship. Even Hojo and Sudo are figuring it out. We don't need to force anything. Yeah, you're right. Nanase leaned her head on my shoulder. Her slightly damp chestnut hair gave off a sweet scent. Her arm, touching mine, felt a bit cooler. You're right, Sagara-kun. Maybe I was forcing things. Yeah, we should just go at our own pace. Nanase smiled softly. Her unguarded, natural smile was what I loved the most. Chapter 5, Stepsister, Invasion. August 16th. In Kyoto, a traditional event called Gozen no Wakaribi is held. At the end of Obon, fires are lit on 5 mountains to send the spirits of the deceased back to the afterlife. From our apartment, we can see the Daimonji fire. Wow, that's amazing. Standing on the sidewalk along Nishiyoji Street, we watched the T character lit on the mountain. Nanase had invited me to go watch it together, so I came out as I was, in a t-shirt and shorts. There were many people around us also gazing at the mountain. Watching the flames floating in the darkness, I thought about my grandmother who passed away when I was little. I didn't remember much, but I recalled that she was pretty kind. As I was lost in thought, Nanase looked up at me and smiled. I'm glad I got to see it since I missed it last year. Come to think of it, Nanase was back at her parents' house around this time last year. Curiously, I asked, "You're not going home this year?" "I might go back during the long weekend in September. What about you, Sagara-kun?" "I'll pass. With my stepfather and stepsister at home, I didn't feel like going back. My mom had sent a message asking, 'Aren't you coming home?' But I replied, 'Busy with work and studying.' It's only a 2-hour bus ride one way, so if I really wanted to go back, I could anytime." My mom probably saw through my excuse. Nanase just said, "I see," and didn't press further. "Shall we head back?" We walked side by side back to the apartment. There were many people along the main road where we could see Daimonji, but once we took a side street, there was no one else. The distant murmur of the crowd felt like it belonged to another world. Summer nights were faintly bright, and a particularly bright star shone in the whitish navy sky. Nanase's hand brushed against mine and then awkwardly held it. Startled, I looked at her, and she gave me a shy smile. I loosely held her hand back. Somehow, this feels like natural affection. There was no need for us to be trapped by the idea of an ideal couple. We could go at our own pace. With that thought, I felt a weight lift off my shoulders. We walked the short distance to the apartment, hand in hand. At the door to our rooms, Nanase suddenly stopped. She looked up at me with a tentative gaze. "Souhei-kun." Nanase called my name naturally, as if she'd been doing it for a long time. Standing on tiptoe, She gently brought her face close to mine. Before I knew it, her lips lightly touched mine. Good night. Sleep well. Blushing to her ears, Nana's hurried into her room. Left standing there, I touched my still warm lips in a daze. What just happened? The bold move filled me with both joy and confusion. Though we said we'd go at our own pace, do Nana's and my pace match? Section. I was humming a tune in the kitchen while busily making dumplings. Next to me, Souhei frowned, struggling with the dumpling wrappers. Usually, I make dinner alone, but today we decided to cook together, making dumplings. Tasks that are difficult alone become enjoyable with two people. The small kitchen felt cramped with both of us, but I enjoyed being close to him. Souhei, a bit clumsy, was producing misshapen dumplings and lamenting, "I have no talent for making dumplings." Souhei's dumplings are cute. They look completely different from yours. What do we do with them? You fold this side over like this. Taking his hand, I showed him how to fold the dumpling properly. His serious expression as he focused on the dumpling was so adorable that my heart fluttered. Cooking dumplings with my boyfriend was a delightful new experience. After we finished folding the dumplings, we cooked them and sat down to eat, saying "Itadakimasu." Souhei's dumplings burst open, spilling their contents. As I picked up a misshapen dumpling with my chopsticks, he looked apologetic. "No, Nana's, you should eat the ones you made. I'll take responsibility for these." "Why?" "I want to eat the ones you made, Souhei. The misshapen dumplings tasted better than the neatly folded ones I made myself." "Souhei, your dumplings are delicious." When I said that, he blushed slightly and muttered, "You have strange tastes." Even if they weren't perfect, even if they were misshapen, anything Souhei made for me made me happy. And that sentiment wasn't limited to dumplings. After cleaning up, I sat on my bed smiling at Souhei, who stood awkwardly. I invited, "Come sit next to me." Hesitantly, he sat beside me, and the pipe bed creaked under our weight. Though the bed was cheap, it should hold the weight of two people, right? I leaned against Souhei, who looked a bit troubled, his eyes wandering. I gently placed my hand over his. "There are many things only couples can do, more than I imagined." Even without feeling pressured, even without comparing myself to others, I realized I wanted to deepen my relationship with Souhei. I don't want to do these things with anyone else. It's because it's Souhei that, even though I'm scared, I want to try, not out of obligation as his girlfriend, but because I genuinely want to with him. However, he gently removed my hand and stood up from the bed. "Sorry, I have work early tomorrow, so I should go." Feeling a bit disappointed, I nodded. "Okay. Good night." I hoped he'd give me a goodnight kiss, but Souhei just put on his shoes and left the room. Watching the door close with a click, I flopped onto my bed. Am I rushing things again? Despite knowing there are still many things only couples can do. Section. Recently, Nana's has been unusually forward. Souhei, is it good? Nana's, resting her chin in her hand, smiled brightly while watching me. I took a bite of the rice dish packed with ingredients and replied, "It's delicious." After finishing dinner and cleaning up, Nana's pulled me to the bed and sat me down. Our bodies touched through our t-shirts, making me nervous. Ever since we returned from Lake Biwa, it had been like this. Whenever we were alone, Nana's was unusually close, snuggling up on the bed or sometimes even kissing me. Her aggressive approach was making my heart race dangerously. "It's hot today too." "If it's hot, why are you sticking so close?" Not that I want her to move away, so I won't say it out loud. They say tonight will be a tropical night, so we should sleep with the air conditioner on to avoid heat stroke. Right. But the electricity bill, I no longer endured the heat like last year, but running the air conditioner constantly was expensive. I wondered if there was a way to save on costs. As I pondered, Nana's hesitantly made a suggestion. Then, how about, we sleep in my room tonight?" What are you talking about?" I couldn't help but shout, my voice cracking. Nana's blushed and gripped the hem of my t-shirt tightly. Maybe this is what going at her own pace means for Nana's. Come to think of it, once she decided on something, she'd go straight for it. She had said, "I'll give my all to you, Sagara-kun." But I hadn't realized she meant this. That's a bit much. It's not right. Why not? If we sleep together, it's economical. Only one room's electricity. Plus, I can wake you up in the morning, so you won't oversleep. And also, Nanae spread her arms wide, looking embarrassed. We can cuddle a lot. That's very appealing. Thinking that seriously, I snapped back to reality. I was clearly losing my IQ. Even I knew I wouldn't be able to do nothing if I slept in the same bed as her. Nanae must also understand this and still suggested it. It's not that I don't want to. But, is it really okay? Having a physical relationship comes with responsibility. I shouldn't approach it lightly. I should at least become more deserving of Nanae before taking that step. My thoughts swirled in my head. After a mental battle, cautious reason won. Nanae, I think. As I tried to pull away, grabbing her shoulders, my phone on the table rang. Like a lifeline, I jumped up and grabbed my phone. The caller ID displayed Mum. As annoyed as I was, I also felt a sense of relief. Why, you can answer it, Nanae said, so I apologized and took the call. Hello? Oh, Souhei. Sorry for the sudden call. Mom sounded unusually flustered, trying to stay calm. I asked, is something wrong? Actually, Akiko hasn't come home yet. What? She hasn't? I don't think so. But she hasn't gone to your place, has she? Mom's question made me respond. She's not here. Mom quickly replied. I thought so. I can't reach her. And I'm worried. This has never happened before. She's probably hanging out with friends after cram school. But still, Mom's voice was fast and anxious, trying to reassure herself. I tried to calm her down. It's only 9 p.m. She's probably just a bit late. Yeah, you're right. Sorry to bother you. Talk to you later. With that, Mom hung up. The dial tone echoed coldly. Sagara-kun? What's wrong? Sensing the tension, Nanae asked anxiously. I opened my mouth to explain. My stepsister hasn't come home, and Mom is worried. What? Is she okay? That's worrisome. I'll try to contact her via line. Thanks. Sorry to involve you. I felt bad involving Nanae, but I didn't have Akiko's contact information. I should have asked for her line. Oh, Nanae, holding her phone, suddenly exclaimed and tugged at my t-shirt. Sagara-kun. Akiko-chan contacted me. What? She said. I'm in Kyoto. Can we meet? That brat. Dragging Nanae into this again. I'll call her, Nanae said, bringing the phone to her ear. Oh, Akiko-chan? It's Haruko. Apparently, Akiko answered immediately. Are you okay? Where are you? Okay, I'm coming now. Nanae hung up and said, Akiko-chan is at Kyoto Station. I'll go with you. I couldn't leave my stepsister's situation entirely to Nanae. If Akiko had run away from home, part of the responsibility lay with me. Nanae said, let's go together, and stood up. To the north of Kyoto Station, on Karasuma Street, stands Kyoto Tower. It's not particularly tall compared to Tokyo Skytree or Tokyo Tower, and even lower than Nagoya TV Tower, but in Kyoto, where building height is restricted, it stands out. At a fast food restaurant at the base of Kyoto Tower, Akiko sat by the window, charging her phone and drinking orange juice. As usual, her flashy makeup, crop top, and denim shorts stood out. Her only luggage was a large black backpack. In the late-night fast food crowd of young people, she fit right in. Akiko-chan. When Nanae called her name, Akiko looked up and tilted her head curiously. After staring for a while, she noticed me standing next to Nanae and widened her eyes. Souhei-kun is here. So, Haruko-san? I realized that Nanae was barefaced, wearing glasses, and half her face covered by a mask. Normally, she would never go out without makeup, but she came just for Akiko. She's so kind. I addressed Akiko directly. What's going on? Did you have a fight with Mom? Akiko silently sipped her nearly empty orange juice through a straw. Mom's worried because you haven't come home. I really don't like paper straws. Hey, listen to me. Akiko-chan, are you okay? Nanae's caring voice made Akiko glance at her, then look down apologetically. No fights. I just didn't want to be at home. Akiko didn't say much, but her feelings came through clearly. Memories of feeling like I had no place to belong resurfaced, making my chest ache. Maybe the reason Akiko had come to me repeatedly was because she felt she had no place at home. With no friends or anyone else to rely on, she ended up here. Do I have to go back? Akiko clung to Nane's clothes, looking desperate. There must be unresolved issues with her family that only she understood. I couldn't and didn't want to dismiss her feelings, but I can't let her stay with me. Even though she's my stepsister, she's still a high school girl with no blood relation. I could swear nothing would happen, but sharing a room would be inappropriate. As I contemplated, Nane's gently called, Akiko-chan, and held her hands tightly, looking her in the eyes. You can stay with me for a while. High school's on summer break, right? Akiko's eyes widened in surprise. She hesitantly asked, but for how long? Until you feel ready. Sagara-kun lives next door, so if it's hard to explain, I can talk to your parents. Right, Sagara-kun? Nane's looked at me and smiled. I didn't want to trouble Nane's with my family issues, but I couldn't just send Akiko back. I'll call Mum. Taking out my phone, I called Mum. Akiko looked up at me anxiously. Hello, Souhei? Did you reach Akiko? Mom answered immediately, probably waiting with their phone. I tried to explain the situation without raising suspicion. She came to Kyoto to see a friend. She's with me now. She forgot to contact you. Sorry. What? Mom was speechless. I quickly continued, as if making an excuse. She made a friend at the open campus recently. It's someone I know too. Not a bad person. Really? It's not someone suspicious. Hearing Mom's doubtful tone, I hurriedly reassured her. No, not at all. She's a girl from my seminar. Struggling to explain, Nane's offered, let me talk to her, and reached for the phone. Reluctantly, I handed it to her. Hello, Mrs. Akiko's mom? I'm Haruko. Nane's from Risikan University. Yes, I'm Souhei's classmate, and I live next door. Nane's polite and fluent introduction was impressive. Her calm, clear voice and manner were just like a model student's. I became friends with Akiko-san when she visited recently. I was wondering if she could stay with me for a while. Yes, Souhei-san is next door too. Thank you. After a polite bow, Nane's handed the phone back. Mom's voice on the other end said, she's a very well-mannered young lady. I was glad Mom seemed to like Nane's. I understand the situation. I'll inform her father. Mom's voice still sounded uncertain, but she didn't press further. She seemed to want to avoid conflict with her teenage stepdaughter as much as possible. And, Souhei? What is it? That Nane's-san, is she perhaps your... Mom paused, and I tensed up. When I didn't respond, she sighed. Never mind. I'll call again. Take care. Okay. I'll look after Akiko. With that, Mom ended the call. Turning to the anxious Akiko, I said, go back when you feel ready. Akiko looked relieved and murmured softly, thank you. We took the last bus from Kyoto Station and returned to the apartment. At the door, Sagara-kun bowed deeply. Sorry, Nane's. I have to ask you to take care of her. I have work after this. Don't worry. Leave it to me. With a reluctant look, Sagara-kun returned to his room. After welcoming Akiko-chan into the room, she seemed restless, her eyes wandering nervously. Maybe she was a bit tense. Akiko-chan, take a bath first. I'll get you a bath towel. I nudged her into the bathroom, and soon the sound of the shower filled the room. Alone, I quickly tidied up the table and made the bed. I cleaned and did laundry regularly, so it should be fine even if it's a bit cramped. I wonder why Akiko-chan came here. You think I have to go back, right? Akiko-chan's words overlapped with Sagara-kun's past self. The Sagara-kun who had once shut himself off, refusing to go home. It might seem nosy, but I felt I couldn't abandon her. Akiko-chan's father remarried Sagara-kun's mother, and now the three of them live together. I don't know the details, but surely both Sagara-kun and Akiko-chan have feelings I can't imagine. Even now, Souhei-kun seems awkward with his family. Thanks for the bath. Akiko-chan emerged from the bathroom, her makeup removed, looking much younger and more innocent than before. Though I'm not one to talk, no problem. Sorry for being a bother. Akiko-chan looked down, dejected. Without makeup, she seemed more subdued. I knew how it felt to lose confidence without makeup. You're not a bother at all. Feel free to use the lotion and other skincare products. This serum is highly recommended. And here's the hair dyer." Handing her the skincare products and hair dyer, Ayakika-chan smiled and said, "Thank you, Haruko-san. You're really kind, beautiful and nice." "You're perfect." "Huh? No way." "Look at me without makeup." Of course, she'd seen my bare face now. Even though she complimented me, I worried I might have disappointed her. Seeing me downcast, Ayakika-chan blinked in confusion. Then, tilting her head curiously, she asked, "Like this? I don't like showing my bare face because it's plain." "Really? But you do look different with makeup." "Your makeup skills are amazing. Teach me sometime." "Oh, okay." Her straightforward comment finally allowed me to lift my head. I felt ashamed for being so self-conscious and was sorry for worrying Ayakika-chan. By the time we got into bed, it was past midnight. I turned off the lights and spoke to Ayakika-chan. "Is it too cramped?" "If you're hot, I can lower the AC." "No, it's fine. I'm going to radio exercises in the morning. Want to join?" "Radio exercises?" "Really?" Ayakika-chan giggled and said, "I'll go with you." "Good night." "Good night." Sleeping next to a girl I just met felt strange. Being in a single bed meant we were quite close. Who would have thought I'd end up sleeping next to Sagara-kun's stepsister before him? Maybe suggesting we sleep together was too much. Sagara-kun seemed visibly confused. Does Sagara-kun not want to do those things with me? I often heard from girls like Tsugumi-chan and Nami-chan about their boyfriends being too eager, but Sagara-kun didn't seem very forward. We agreed to go at our own pace. Forcing it isn't good either. Trying to shake off my worries, I closed my eyes and drifted to sleep. The morning after Ayakiko arrived. I had worked a night shift from midnight to 7 a.m. The bright sun hurt my eyes as I walked back to the apartment, listening to the loud cicadas. From the park, I heard the lively music of radio exercises. Thinking it was quite lively for early morning, I glanced over and saw a dazzlingly beautiful woman doing exercises among elementary school kids and local seniors. With a stamp guard around her neck, Nanase was energetically waving her arms, stretching, and jumping. When the music stopped, Nanase noticed me. Her face lit up with a bright smile, which was blinding after my night shift. "Good morning, Sagara-kun." "Morning." Next to her was Ayakika, rubbing her eyes sleepily and yawning widely. "You do radio exercises?" "Yes. I did it every morning last summer too. Otherwise, I'd oversleep and get lazy." "I see. A sound mind in a sound body." She really is serious. If I were an elementary school kid, I'd wake up early every day just to see a beautiful lady like her doing exercises. "I'll get my card stamped," Nanase said and walked away. Left alone with Ayakika, I felt awkward. I didn't expect Ayakika to join Nanase for radio exercises. Unlike Nanase, who was fully made up, Ayakika was barefaced. "You're up early." "Yeah. I'm sleepy but I always wake up early at home. I get up at 6 every morning to make lunch and breakfast. I'd feel bad leaving it all to my mum." Wow, that was admirable. She must be a diligent and good girl at home. Maybe the accumulated stress led her to run away. The conversation quickly died. I thought of asking why she ran away, but I didn't want to upset her. I realized I was always making Ayakika mad. She played with her hair, looking bored. What am I supposed to talk about with a high school girl who dislikes me? Today's stamp was a crab. I want to complete the set. Nanase returned with her stamped card, bringing relief. She always seemed to enjoy even the smallest things and could lighten the atmosphere. That was one of her great qualities. Returning to the apartment with Nanase and Ayakika, I went to my room, took a shower, and went to sleep. I slept deeply but was woken by the sound of my phone ringing. Groggily reaching for it, I saw Mom on the caller ID. Still half asleep, I answered the call. "Hello." "Oh, Souhei? Were you still sleeping?" "It's past noon. I worked till morning." I yawned widely and sat up. "What's up? Is Ayakika doing okay?" Mom seemed concerned about Ayakika. I hadn't checked on her, but she went to radio exercises, so she must be fine. "Yeah, she's fine." "Probably." Mom sounded relieved. "That's good." She genuinely seemed worried about Ayakika. It didn't seem like they fought. "So what happened? How is Yakika at home? She's a very good girl. Cheerful and well-mannered. It's natural to find a stepmother bothersome. Mom's voice had a slightly self-deprecating tone. Something in her tone made me ask, do you know why she left? Mom was silent for a while, making me worry she'd left the phone. Finally, she spoke. It's probably my fault. Huh? The day Yakika-chan left, I ran into her on my way home from work. She was dressed up and having tea with friends. It seemed Mum had seen Yakika in her Jaiaru mode. The stark contrast to her home self must have been shocking. I spoke to her, and she looked really surprised. She seemed very upset. She probably didn't like her stepmother talking to her in front of her friends. I silently shook my head. Would she really run away for such a trivial reason? But maybe that's how sensitive teenage girls can be. Mom continued in a pained voice. It's my fault. Her parents suddenly remarried, she got new family members, and her last name changed. She must have been under a lot of stress. Yeah, probably. I couldn't deny it. Having suffered through my parents' fights and divorce, I felt a lot of sympathy for Yakika. I wished they could have waited until she graduated high school, but it was too late now. So if she's happy away from home, that's fine too. I'm sorry to trouble you, but please look after Yakika. Okay. I was frustrated with them for dragging Yakika into their mess, but I didn't voice it. Mom's concern for Yakika seemed genuine. And, also, what? Please thank Nane-san too. I nodded vaguely. Yeah. Mom seemed like she had more to ask but ended the call with, bye. Mom probably had an inkling about my relationship with Nana's. I should formally introduce her someday, but I wasn't ready. Will there be a day when I can proudly introduce Nana's to my family? Not being able to take the next step with Nana's or introduce her to my family was due to my lack of confidence. Whenever I tried to advance our relationship, I hesitated, thinking about what comes next. Section. Yakika-chan has been in Kyoto for 2 days now. After leaving Yakika-chan and going to work, I did some grocery shopping for dinner and returned to the apartment. The lights in Sagara-kun's room were off, so he was probably at work too. Unlocking the door and stepping inside, I saw Yakika-chan, barefaced, talking into her phone. Yeah, I'm doing fine. I'm getting along with Souhei-kun. And Haruko-san is being really kind. So, don't worry about me. It seemed she was on a video call with someone. I quietly closed the door to avoid making noise. Sorry, I wanted to ask about university and other things. Yeah, I'll study properly. She was probably talking to her family, maybe her mum. She was smiling and trying to be as pleasant as possible. Without makeup, Yakika-chan looked like a serious honor student. Got it. I'll let Souhei-kun know. Talk to you tomorrow. Yakika-chan ended the call and seemed to relax a bit, letting out a sigh of relief. Then she looked at me and said, welcome back. I'm back. Were you talking to your mum? Yes. I thought I should keep in touch. Keeping in touch with home despite running away. She's quite the responsible runaway. She even joined me for radio exercises. She might be a much more straightforward girl than I initially thought. I want to get closer to Yakika-chan. Yakika-chan is a good kid, and she accepted my bare face without a second thought. Plus, since she's Sagara-kun's sister, if Sagara-kun and I get married, she might become my sister-in-law. I'd love to get along well with my potential future sister-in-law. But how do I get closer to her? Is there a way to bridge the gap with Yakika-chan? I'll come over next time. Let's have a pajama party. Suddenly remembering Sakun's words from before, I looked up with determination. Yakika-chan. Yes? Let's have a pajama party tomorrow night. Huh? My sudden proposal made Yakika-chan tilt her head in confusion. I've been an honor student for 20 years, so I have a stronger sense of guilt when it comes to bad things. I strictly follow social rules. I don't do immoral or unethical things. That's what being a decent person is. But even I sometimes want to let loose a little. It was midnight. On the table were potato chips, chocolate, and cola. Normally, I wouldn't eat snacks after midnight, even if I were studying. Drinking cola was out of the question, but tonight was special. It was a fun pajama party. After all, according to Sakun, a pajama party is about wearing cute pajamas, chatting all night, eating snacks, and watching movies like the takoyaki party. There were many kinds of parties I didn't know about. As I opened a bag of potato chips, I couldn't contain my excitement. Eating snacks at this hour feels so naughty. Really? Haruko-san, you're actually quite serious, huh? Akiko-chan was wearing a satin pajama set with short sleeves and shorts. Today, we went to a nearby shopping mall and bought matching sets in different colors. Previously, I'd been wearing my middle school gym clothes or a jersey at home, but I was glad to finally have cute pajamas. Pouring cola into 2 glasses, I handed one to Akiko-chan. It's just cola, huh? Not beer? And no alcohol until you're 20. You're still a high school student. Seeing me flustered, Akiko-chan chuckled. Just kidding. I've never had alcohol. I composed myself and raised my glass. Cheers. Cheers. Clinking our glasses, we took a sip of the cola. The carbonation fizzed in my mouth. I reached for the consommé-flavored potato chips spread out on the table. Midnight cola and potato chips. Delightfully sinful. Enjoying the guilty pleasure. I smiled at Akiko-chan. Pajama parties are for sharing love stories, right? Do you have someone you like, Akiko-chan? Not at all. I haven't had a boyfriend for about 6 months. Wow. So you had a boyfriend? Akiko-chan, you're so mature. When I was in high school, I only studied at my desk. Akiko-chan, a high school junior, might be more experienced in romance than I am. Instead of acting like a senpai, shouldn't I be learning from her? What about you and Souhei-kun? Haruko-san. Akiko-chan's question made me hesitate. Well, we get along, but Sagara-kun doesn't make any moves on me. Akiko-chan widened her eyes. Huh? I've pushed him down, kissed him, suggested we sleep together, cuddled on the bed, but nothing happens. That's wow. Haruko-san, you're too forward. Is Souhei-kun some kind of paragon of self-control? Akiko-chan shrugged in amazement. Well, some people just don't have those desires. It's hard to say. Right. I know I don't need to rush, but I'm a bit worried I'm not attractive. No way. It's a miracle someone as wonderful as you is Souhei-kun's girlfriend. No, that's not true. I confessed once and got rejected. What? Souhei-kun rejected you? Akiko-chan's eyes widened in shock. I laughed and nodded. Yes, I couldn't give up, so I tried again and eventually got Sagara-kun to confess to me. Wow, Haruko-san, you're so determined. Hee. I take pride in my determination and persistence. When I said that and pumped my fist, Akiko-chan squinted as if dazzled. Then, we watched a movie while munching on snacks. Akiko-chan wanted to watch a bright and fun home comedy, which ended with a happy ending. I preferred love stories, but watching a different genre was nice for a change. That was fun. I'm glad the family got back together in the end. Akiko-chan looked satisfied. After watching the 2-hour movie, it was already 3 a.m. Normally, I'd be asleep by now. I was starting to feel sleepy. Yawn. Let's clean up and brush our teeth. I'm not sleepy yet. We have to go to radio exercises tomorrow. What? We're going tomorrow too? Haruko-san, you're so serious. Even as she complained, we cleaned up the table and brushed our teeth before getting into bed. Lying down next to each other, I smiled at Akiko-chan. Hee. Pajama parties are fun. I never imagined I'd show my bare face to someone like this. Why? You should show your bare face more often. Akiko-chan asked curiously. I hesitated but replied in a small voice. I didn't have the courage to. After moistening my lips slightly, I continued. In high school, I was really plain and had no friends. I wanted to change that, so I made my university debut. Really? I didn't know. I was afraid my friends would hate me if they saw my bare face. You shouldn't worry about that. Looking back, you're right. In reality, no one cared about my bare face or my university debut. But a while ago, I was genuinely worried. It was a big deal for me. So now, being able to show my bare face to you, and you accepting it, makes me happy. Akiko-chan casually replied. That's just normal. It was truly normal for her, and that made me smile. We lay in silence for a while. The only sound in the quiet room was the air conditioner. The streetlight outside softly illuminated Akiko-chan's face. Her large, dark eyes stared at me. Breaking the silence, Ayakika-chan's quiet voice spoke. In front of my mum, I act like a good girl. Huh? Ayakika-chan began to speak hesitantly. I'm not really good at school. I don't think I can get into Risikan University. At school, I mess around with my friends instead of studying. I do like dressing up, but I'm afraid my mom will hate me if she knows the real me. Her voice carried a hint of gloom, reminding me of my past fears of being disliked for showing my bare face. But, even though I tried so hard to hide it, Mom saw me anyway. That's why I ran away. Is that so? She didn't say anything, but she must have been disappointed, Ayakika-chan said, lowering her eyes gently. Ayakika-chan now was like the past me, believing she was deceiving everyone and feeling needless guilt. I reached out and cupped her cheeks gently. That's not true. Huh? Didn't you just tell me not to worry about it? Your mom probably feels the same. Just like Sagara-kun recognized my effort in changing myself with makeup, I wanted to acknowledge Ayakika-chan's effort in being a good daughter. For a moment, Ayakika-chan looked like she was about to cry. After blinking rapidly a few times, she murmured softly, "Thank you." Holding Ayakika-chan's small hand gently, we fell asleep, still holding hands. Laughter and cheerful voices wafted from the neighboring room, separated by just a wall. I opened my heavy eyelids and grabbed the smartphone by my pillow. It was 9 a.m. I had worked late into the night again, but 4 hours of sleep should be enough. I yawned and sat up. It had been 3 days since Ayakika ran away. I felt bad troubling Nana's for so long. Was Ayakika still not planning to go home? After washing my face, I decided to check on them and headed next door. When I rang the intercom, a Gyaru with flashy makeup answered. "Oh, good morning!" Exclamation mark. For a moment, I thought I had the wrong room. I mumbled an apology and was about to close the door when I realized the Gyaru in front of me was Nana's. Nana's? Standing there was unmistakably Nana's. Her makeup was always on point, but today it looked slightly different. Her lipstick was a vibrant red. Her eyes were heavily lined, sparkles adorned underneath, and her lashes were more pronounced than usual. We were just doing Gyaru makeup with Ayakika-chan. Gyaru makeup? I see, makeup can change a person's appearance quite a bit. She looked more assertive than usual, with an aura similar to Ayakika's. They could almost pass for sisters. As I stared, Nana's, looking embarrassed, gave a soft, shy smile. That expression brought back the familiar glimpse of her barefaced self. No matter the makeup, Nana's was still Nana's. "Souhei-kun, what brings you here?" Ayakika interrupted with a curt tone. She sounded annoyed, as if saying I was in the way. "Just checking in. You still not planning to go home?" "I'm not going back yet." Ayakika turned away and resumed her makeup. The two were happily chatting about makeup tools spread out from a giant box. "Haruko-san, your makeup box is amazing. It's like a cosmetics counter. If you see anything you like, feel free to use it. And Ayakika-chan's lip tint is so cute. I've been too scared to try bright red, but maybe I will now." "Yeah, Haruko-san, it suits you." "These lipsticks and shadows are affordable but have great pigmentation. I've been curious about those." Nana's and Ayakika seemed to have gotten quite close. Perhaps it was their shared interest in makeup. While I was glad, I couldn't help but feel slightly left out. Nana's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she talked. "For example, with eyebrow pencils and eyeliners, even affordable ones can be great. The metallic finish of 20 shadows is adorable, and while department store cosmetics lift your spirits, the compact design of Yi makes you happy just holding it. Also, the base from ZZ has amazing longevity and blendability, and the lip from WW is highly moisturizing and has great pigmentation." She spoke incredibly fast. Both Ayakika and I were left speechless. Realizing she had gotten carried away, Nana's blushed and coughed lightly, trying to cover it up with a sheepish smile. "Sorry. I just get excited talking about makeup." "No, it's fun for me too. You really love makeup, Haruko-san." "Yeah, I love it." Nana's cheeks flushed with enthusiasm at Ayakika's words. I knew she liked makeup, but I didn't realize she was such a passionate otaku about it. It made me feel a bit jealous. knowing there were still sides of her I didn't know. You two seem to be getting along. Yeah, we had a pajama party last night. It was so fun. Nanase's words made Akiko smile and nod. It was a smile I had never seen from her before, a genuine, bright smile. Nanase had quickly won her over. I love Haruko-san. I wish she were my sister. I'd love to have a sister like Akiko-chan too. Akiko then brightened up and clapped her hands together. Souhei-kun, why don't you marry Haruko-san? Then she'd be my sister. Akiko's innocent bombshell made both me and Nanase exclaim, huh? We exchanged glances and quickly looked away. Marriage, huh? It's not something to say lightly. Given my troubled family history. Could I really make Nanase happy? I still wasn't sure. Clenching my fists, I forced out a response. I can't think about that yet. Huh? Becoming family isn't easy. I don't think I'm suited for it. Right after I said that, I realized it might have been a mistake. Nanase looked pale and hurt. Hastily, I tried to cover up my words. Oh, no. It's not that I don't want to. It's just I'm not ready to think about something that big right now. It's okay. I understand. Nanase forced a stiff smile. I wasn't sure if she fully grasped my true intentions, but I didn't know how to explain further. Akiko frowned, glaring at me. Saying you're not suited, isn't that just running away? Her blunt words hit me hard. I had no retort. Sorry. I'll head back to my room. Unable to bear it, I fled the scene. Alone, I flopped onto the tatami mat in frustration. Did I hurt Nanase again? I could still vividly recall the time I had pushed Nanase away. Her face, pale as paper and filled with tears, was something I couldn't forget, no matter how many times I saw her smile. Trying to shake off the bad memories, I ran my hands through my hair in exasperation. Haruko-san, I'm sorry. Did I say something unnecessary? After Souhei-kun returned to his room, Akiko-chan asked, looking remorseful. I forced a smile and shook my head. No, it's okay. I sort of knew. I remembered the day Souhei-kun gave me the ring for my birthday. He looked a bit troubled and didn't put the ring on my finger. When asked about our relationship by others, he didn't say I was his girlfriend. Maybe Souhei-kun just can't believe our relationship will last forever. People's feelings change over time. After all, Souhei-kun probably couldn't think about our future concretely yet. Maybe that's why he hesitated to make a move on me. It was somewhat shocking, but it was also typical of the serious Souhei-kun. It was much better than saying let's get married lightly. We're still students. It's natural not to be able to think that far ahead. I tried to smile brightly, and Akiko-chan pouted her cheeks. I don't accept it. Saying he's not suited for family. What does that even mean? Is there really a talent for that? Souhei-kun didn't get along well with his mum. Maybe that's still bothering him. It seemed he had sorted out his feelings somewhat, but he was still hesitant about getting involved with family. He seemed to care about Akiko-chan, but he kept a certain distance, treating her from afar. Akiko-chan raised her face and bit her lip in frustration. She seemed angrier than I was. Her big, dark eyes, like those of a small animal, burned with determination. It's not right giving up from the start because he thinks he's not suited. I definitely don't want to give up, Akiko-chan said, clenching her fist firmly. I could sense the real feelings hidden behind her words. Midnight. On my way home from work, I thought about Akiko's recent comments. Saying you're not suited, isn't that just running away? Maybe deep down, I was still the same, avoiding connections with people out of fear of getting hurt. Even though I actually liked Nanase, I was afraid of getting hurt by getting involved with her. In the end, I couldn't accept her feelings and ended up hurting her instead. Even now, I want to be with Nanase forever. But I kept spouting reasons to avoid facing the issue. Even though your family grew, you act like it doesn't involve you. Just like a stranger. It's frustrating. You probably think you don't care about us at all. If I could face Akiko and my family head-on, could I be more positive about becoming family with someone in the future? Could I come up with a different answer? As soon as I returned to my room, the intercom rang. At this hour, it was likely Nanase, but what could be happening? I opened the door, and as expected, Nanase stood there, barefaced and in glasses. Good evening, Sagara-kun. Sorry for coming so late. It's fine. Did something happen? I need to talk. Can I come in? Sure. I have something to discuss too. Nanae sat down on the tatami mat, and I sat a little distance away. Realizing we were alone in a room late at night made me a bit nervous, but unlike before, Nanae didn't snuggle up to me. I felt both relieved and slightly disappointed. Sorry, were you about to sleep? No. It's okay. What about her? Akiko-chan is already asleep. We should talk quietly so we don't wake her. Nanae put her finger to her lips as she said this. The walls in this apartment were thin, and our conversation might be heard next door. I nodded without making a sound. So, what did you want to talk about? Nanae whispered. I hesitated but then spoke. It's about Akiko. Do you think she's not getting along with Mom? Did she say anything to you? Huh? I want to face the issues she's dealing with. For some reason, Akiko ran away and came to Kyoto. Probably, seeking my help. If that's the case, I need to respond properly. Instead of pretending her problems don't concern me, I need to help her feel comfortable returning home. That's my role. Because we're family. Hearing my words, Nanae narrowed her eyes and smiled gently. She whispered as she looked at me. Actually, my talk is about Akiko-chan too. Yeah? I don't think Akiko-chan ran away because she clashed with her mum. What do you mean? I asked, curious, and Nanae raised a finger. Akiko-chan acts very proper in front of her mum. Oh. Yeah. I remembered Akiko in a ponytail when I first met her. In front of Mum, she acted like a model student. That's probably because she likes her mum. Huh? I made a dumbfounded sound. I recalled Mom saying, "It's my fault. I had assumed they weren't getting along." Why do you think that? She video calls her mom every day, and she said she didn't want her mom to dislike her for dressing up. If they didn't get along, she wouldn't care about that. It was an eye-opener. But thinking about it, it made sense. Akiko never complained about Mum and said they were fine. I've been thinking about why Akiko-chan came here. Yeah? I think Akiko-chan wanted to get closer to her brother. Huh? Her unexpected words left me gaping. Remembering Akiko's bratty behavior, I shook my head. It must be a misunderstanding. If that wasn't the case, she wouldn't come all the way here. She must have friends too. That's true. But she's always angry. If I had a new stepbrother who didn't make any effort to get to know me, I'd be upset too. I'd get angry and think, why don't you care about me? I couldn't imagine Nanae being angry. But still, now that the family is all together, I wish we could have fun conversations. Even though your family grew, you act like it doesn't involve you. Just like a stranger. It's frustrating. Could it be that Akiko was trying to reach out to her new step-brother from the beginning? Thinking that way explained why she approached me at the open campus, got close to my girlfriend Nanae, and came to Kyoto multiple times. She's too hard to read, I muttered, and Nanae chuckled. Souhei-kun is the last person who should say that. Why don't you talk to Akiko-chan directly? I think you both have misunderstandings. Nanae's expression and voice, as if advising me, were serious. Even though it was about my family, Nanae took it personally and thought hard about it. Nanae always pushed me forward when I hesitated. You're amazing. Huh? Where did that come from? Nanae looked bewildered at my words. I used to be so stubborn about my family. You took me to Nagoya and even let me stay over. That must have been tough. Nanae scratched her cheek, looking embarrassed. Yeah. Thinking back, it was probably meddlesome. No, it wasn't. At least, I was saved by you. Really? Yeah. Thank you. I was glad to have Nanae. Since meeting her, I had thought countless times how grateful I was to have her. I really do find strength because of Nanae. To stay with Nanae, I had to face the issue with Akiko. Looking at Nanae's gentle smile, I made a quiet decision. Intermission chapter, Runaway Girl's Melancholy. With the end of August nearing, there were only 10 days left of summer break for high school. I was despairing in front of my never-ending homework. I had a math allergy, and just seeing the numbers and symbols made my head hurt. Haruko-san had patiently tried to teach me, but I still couldn't grasp it. Eventually, Haruko-san checked the clock and stood up. Sorry, Akiko-chan. I have to head to work. There's cold noodles in the fridge for dinner. Help yourself. Haruko-san said "Itadakimasu" and left the room. The sound of the door locking echoed. Haruko-san is just too kind. Living with her was very comfortable, but I can't trouble her any longer. Summer break is ending soon, and the new term will start. I sighed and slumped onto the table. My math homework, due after the break, was still unfinished. There were so many parts I didn't understand, and I wasn't making any progress. Not finishing the homework is bad, but I haven't achieved my original goal at all. My purpose for staying here, to get along with my stepbrother and achieve the ideal family. My mom passed away when I was little. Since I was so young, I barely remembered mom. For me, family was just my dad. I loved my dad and had no complaints. But in school lessons, TV dramas, and manga, I saw family structures I didn't know. I wondered what it would be like to have a mom. I wanted a kind mom, and maybe an older brother or sister. Having younger siblings might be fun too, but that was just a dream. I thought it was something I could never have, until Dad decided to remarry. The day I first met Dad's fiancée, I was shocked by my appearance. Light brown hair close to gold, ears full of piercings, a disheveled uniform, flashy gyro makeup. Having a stepdaughter like this might scare her. Thinking that, I sprayed my hair black, hid the piercings, removed my makeup. Like a model student, I went to meet my new mum. "Nice to meet you. Let's get along from now on." The woman who would become my mother was beautiful and kind. I ended up pretending to be a good girl to win her favor. Even after living together, I couldn't back out. My dad was exasperated, but I continued to be a serious honor student at home. When I heard about her college-aged son, my heart skipped a beat. I would have a brother. Not just a kind mum, but a brother too. It was a dream come true, but my stepbrother never came home. Kyoto and Nagoya are close. He could come back anytime. Frustrated that he didn't even show up during Golden Week, I decided to surprise him at his university's open campus. The university was bigger than I expected, with lots of people. I didn't have high hopes, but I found my stepbrother surprisingly easily. He was giving a lecture in an economics seminar. I didn't understand the content, but my serious-looking stepbrother in a suit seemed impressive. Standing tall and speaking confidently, he looked like a true university student. I want to talk to him. I want to get along. After the lecture, I looked for him and caught him flirting with his girlfriend. His girlfriend was a stylish beauty with a good personality. Seeing this as a chance to get closer to him, I exchanged contact info with her. From Haruko-san, I learned that he was kind, reliable, smart, and a wonderful person. If someone so amazing said that, my stepbrother must be incredible. With my expectations high, I finally met my stepbrother face to face. "Nice to meet you. I'm Sagara Souhei." Meeting him in person, Souhei-kun was 100 times more unfriendly than I imagined. It would have been fine if he was just shy, but he didn't make any effort to keep the conversation going. He seemed distant, not wanting to engage with us. "Just because we're family doesn't mean we have to force it. You don't really want to get along with me, right?" Hearing him say that, I reached my breaking point. The good girl mask I wore for my mom shattered, and I exploded in anger. It was shocking. My desire to get along with my new family felt rejected. Even so, I couldn't give up on getting along with Souhei-kun. If I couldn't get through to him, I'd try through his girlfriend. Acting impulsively, I skipped school and went to see Haruko-san, forgetting to maintain my good girl act. I showed up in gyro fashion, but Souhei-kun had seen through my facade anyway, so it didn't matter. While I got along well with Haruko-san, I couldn't get any closer to Souhei-kun. Hoping he'd come back during summer break, I showed up unexpectedly. We had dinner at a family restaurant, but it still didn't go well. I realized Souhei-kun didn't expect anything from our family, and I exploded in anger again. Returning to Nagoya dejected, I began plotting my next move when my mum saw me in my flashy attire. Fearing she was disappointed, I couldn't bring myself to go home. Before I knew it, I was on a Shinkansen to Kyoto. I could have gone to a friend's house, but the first face that popped into my head was Souhei-kun's. Even though I sought Souhei-kun's help, I expected him to tell me to go home. Feeling lost, I contacted Haruko-san, who brought Souhei-kun along. Haruko-san offered to take me in. Running away without thinking, I decided this was an opportunity. It might be my last chance to get close to Souhei-kun. I couldn't miss it. A week has passed, but my stepbrother is still difficult, showing no signs of closing the gap. Becoming family isn't easy. I know that too. But I want to be family. That doesn't mean the problem lies only with Souhei-kun. I can't be honest and always end up saying mean things. It's no wonder he might dislike me. But what should I do? It's the first time I've had a brother. I don't know how to interact. As I pondered, the doorbell rang. Thinking it might be a delivery, I opened the door with a yes. Standing there was my sullen-faced stepbrother. Chapter 6, Becoming a Family. Sunday evening. I decided to have a conversation with Akiko and stepped out of my room. Coincidentally, Nanaze was also stepping out of her room. Hey, Nanaze. Heading to work? Yeah. I'm working until 10 p.m. today. What about her? Akiko-chan is studying in the room. She said she still hasn't finished her homework. It seems like she's struggling with math. Despite the summer break almost ending, she still hadn't finished her homework. I had always finished mine by July. Nanaze was probably the same type. Oh, Souhei-kun, why don't you teach Akiko-chan math, huh? The sudden suggestion took me by surprise. Nanaze continued with a bright smile. Souhei-kun, you aimed for national universities, right? I didn't study math for my entrance exams, so I can't help her much. I did study, but I hardly remember anything. You'll be fine, Souhei-kun. With that, Nanaze said, I'll leave it to you, and went down the stairs. She probably created an excuse for me to talk to Akiko. I felt a bit pathetic, relying on her for everything. Since she had set this up, I had to make sure to talk to Akiko properly. Standing in front of the door, I swallowed hard and pressed the intercom. Oh, Souhei-kun. Akiko, who answered the door, looked surprised to see me. What? Haruko-san is at work. Ah, no, I'm here for you. Akiko frowned suspiciously. For me? Why? Her bratty attitude made me doubt if she really wanted to get along with me. Do you want help with your studies? Akiko's eyes widened in surprise. Really? Thinking it might be an unwelcome offer, I quickly added, well, if you don't need it. No, I'm really having trouble. Akiko brought her notebook and reference book from the table. I stood in the doorway, taking them from her. What don't you understand? This part, and also this part. Almost everything. Her academic level seemed slightly below average. I sat down, and while scrutinizing the text, I began to recall and teach her math. She picked it up faster than I expected. Despite saying she didn't understand, she grasped the concepts quickly with a bit of help. With proper study methods, she could improve a lot. Souhei-kun, you're good at math. I'm impressed. It's just normal. Why did you choose Risikan University? Couldn't you aim higher? By process of elimination, I couldn't take the entrance exam for my first choice national university because I had the flu. Wow. Souhei-kun, you're so unlucky. Akiko gave me a pitying look, but I didn't feel that way. If not for that, I wouldn't have met Nanaze. Maybe I was lucky. Anyway, I really wanted to leave home. I couldn't take a gap year, so my only option was Risikan. Akiko pouted. You really wanted to leave home that much? Yeah. Souhei-kun, do you plan to get along with your family? Akiko looked at me with eyes like a forlorn puppy. Facing her direct gaze, I realized Nanaze was right. I hadn't really been looking at Akiko at all. I hesitated but then asked bluntly, do you want to get along with your new family? Akiko looked down and nodded silently. As Nanaze had said, I reflected on my deep-rooted assumptions. You should have said so from the start. You wouldn't have listened. But I wasn't honest either. Sorry, Akiko said, lowering her eyebrows dejectedly. Well, to be fair, it was both our faults. Her attitude was confusing, but I had subconsciously assumed she had the same issues with family as I did. Facing her directly, I spoke. You wanted to be family with me too, right? Akiko's eyes wavered slightly. She didn't respond verbally, but her grip on her t-shirt conveyed her feelings. Akiko was trying to pick up the pieces I had given up on. I admired her for that. Because I couldn't do it. I didn't really listen to you, did I? You were straightforward from the start. I had given up on facing family matters. I pretended I didn't need to care about family, making excuses like I'm not suited for this. I was even avoiding becoming family with someone important to me. You're amazing. You faced your new family without running away, trying to get along with mom and even a helpless stepbrother like me. So I'll follow your example. I want to get along with my family, and be positive about becoming family with someone in the future. Akiko listened quietly, then slowly looked up. Her expression seemed clear and bright. Souhei-kun, I always wanted a happy family. Yeah. So Souhei-kun, cooperate with me. If you don't, I'll tell mom about your kiss with Haruko-san at university. Akiko pointed her finger at me. I responded, please don't, and we ended up laughing a little. After my evening shift, I got a message from Nana's. Let's have dinner together tonight. It seemed she and Akiko had made curry. They were as close as ever, which was a relief. It had been a week since Akiko came to Kyoto, but she showed no signs of going home and was still staying in Nana's room. They did radio exercises every morning, studied, ate, and slept together. Last night, they went to the bathhouse, and Akiko said, Haruko-san has an amazing figure. My stepsister was completely ahead of me. Not that I was jealous or anything. I rang the intercom at the next door room, and Nana's, bare-faced and in glasses, peeked out. She put her finger to her lips and shushed me. What's up? Akiko-chan is taking a nap. Huh? She's not a child. On Nana's bed, Akiko was curled up like a cat, peacefully sleeping. Nana smiled and watched her, saying, she's cute. Nana seemed a little too sweet on her. She appeared more infatuated with Akiko than me. She was studying until just now. Did she finish her homework? The new term is starting soon. She asked for my help, but I told her to do her best on her own. Nana said, smiling brightly. She was kind and gentle but also serious and honest. Even taking a nap comfortably, Akiko seemed completely at home in Nana's room. Did she even plan to return home? I understood how comfortable it was, though. Reflecting on my high school days spent in the library with Nana's, she sat beside me and whispered softly, not wanting to wake Akiko. By the way, Akiko-chan suggested we visit Kiyomizu-dera Temple tomorrow. Huh? Why? She wants to do some sightseeing in Kyoto before going back. So, she might be preparing to go home soon. With summer break ending, she had no choice but to return. Souhei-kun, you'll come too, right? Yeah, I'll go. As I nodded, Nana's face lit up with joy. Great. We haven't gone out much lately. True. With everything going on, we hadn't had much time to go out since summer started. Though with Akiko along, it wouldn't really be a date. Come to think of it, we hadn't had any affectionate moments since Akiko arrived. Before she came, I was bewildered by Nana's assertiveness, but not being able to be affectionate made me want it more. Seeing Nana's fawn over Akiko, I couldn't help but feel left out. Glancing at the bed to check if Akiko was still asleep, I cautiously placed my hand on Nana's cheek. As I moved closer, Nana's face turned red. Huh? No, we can't. Akiko-chan is here. She's asleep. It's fine, but she might wake up. Even as she said that, Nana's didn't seem entirely against it. Maybe she had a weakness for such situations. This was a new discovery. If it's not okay, I won't. It's not okay. Nana sighed in resignation, closing her eyes tightly. We shared a brief kiss. I wanted more, but any more would be too risky. Just then, Akiko stirred and turned over. Panicking, I quickly pulled away from Nana's and pretended to look at my phone. Huh? Souhei-kun, you're here? Akiko, waking up and stretching, noticed me. Avoiding eye contact, I replied. Why yeah, that was close, but we made it, right? Glancing at Nana's, her face was red, and she seemed dreamy. When I put a finger to my lips, she nodded shyly. Kiyomizu-dera. This feels so Kyoto. Akiko-chan exclaimed excitedly, snapping multiple photos. She asked us to take a picture together, so we took a selfie with the scenery from the Kiyomizu stage in the background. Souhei-kun watched us from a little distance away. Although he had taken some steps forward, he still seemed to keep a bit of distance. We had come to Kiyomizu-dera as a trio. Standing on the Kiyomizu stage, the contrast between the blue sky and green mountains looked beautiful. We had a wide view of Kyoto's cityscape, The effort of climbing the slopes and stairs was worth it. The autumn leaves must be even more beautiful, though it might be too crowded to enjoy the view then. So beautiful. Hey, Souhei-kun, let's take a picture together. No, I'm good. I've always wanted to come to Kiyomizu-dera. Thanks for inviting us, Akiko-chan. Souhei-kun blinked in surprise at my words. Wait a minute. This isn't your first time here. We came here during our high school trip. Why yeah, that's true. But just as Souhei-kun said, we had visited Kiyomizu-dera during our high school trip to Kyoto. However, back then, I didn't connect with the Gyaru girls in my group, always trailing behind them. I had no fond memories of Kiyomizu-dera. That's why I was glad to come here with Souhei-kun and Akiko-chan. By the way, isn't Kyoto's summer too hot? Souhei-kun, can you get us some ice cream? Akiko-chan complained with a weary expression. Souhei-kun immediately replied, no. Why not? You're my brother. Being your brother doesn't mean I have to treat you. It's before payday, and I'm broke. Akiko-chan pouted and then grinned mischievously, her red lips curling upward. If you don't treat me, I might tell Mom about that. It seemed Akiko-chan had some leverage over Souhei-kun. He grimaced, sighed, and reluctantly took out his wallet. What flavor do you want? Vanilla. Akiko-chan grinned while Souhei-kun replied, exasperated, all right. All right. The atmosphere between Souhei-kun and Akiko-chan had changed a bit over the past few days. They weren't quite like close siblings yet, but anyone listening to their interactions would believe they were siblings without a doubt. Okay, Nanays, I'll go get it. Yeah. See you in a bit. After Souhei-kun left, I watched Akiko-chan as she peeked over the edge of the Kiyomizu stage. In her halter top showing her belly button and distressed denim, with flawless makeup, she looked every bit the Gyaru. If I had tried to change sooner, could I have gotten along with the Gyaru girls in my group? Curious, I asked Akiko-chan. By the way, why do you dress like a Gyaru, Akiko-chan? She answered nonchalantly, because it's fun. Makeup boosts my mood! Why yeah. I totally get that. Excited by her words, I leaned forward. Makeup is indeed a magical item that gives courage and energy. Putting on makeup makes you feel like a different person. It gives you confidence and makes you stand tall. Haruko-san, your makeup skills are really amazing. Are you going to work in that field in the future? Akiko-chan's casual question startled me. Souhei-kun had asked me something similar before. I weakly shook my head. No. Not at all. I'm not suited for that. Really? I don't think so. You've always loved makeup, right? No. I started after entering university. My cousin gave me a lipstick. It's okay, Haruko. You can become as cute as you want. My cousin's words and the lipstick she gave me changed me. Even on days when I felt down and lacked confidence, makeup gave me the courage to lift my head. That's why I love makeup. It's a waste not to pursue something you love. Souhei-kun's words from our talk about future plans echoed in my mind. I thought it would be wonderful to turn my passion into my job. But, Haruko-san, you have a sister? You mentioned choosing this university because it was her alma mater. Oh, well, she's technically my cousin. Really? She lived nearby and was always kind to me since I was little. She's beautiful, smart, perfect, and my idol. I think of her as my real sister. When I said that with a smile, Akiko-chan nodded in understanding. That's like what you are to me, Haruko-san. Huh? Akiko-chan's unexpected words made me gasp. My cousin to me, was I the same to Akiko-chan? I shook my head vigorously, almost as if it would fall off. No way. I'm just a plain and simple girl. I'm not worthy to be on the same level as my cousin. Why not? An idol is an idol. But Akiko-chan stared at me intently as I hesitated. I don't admire you just because you look glamorous, Haruko-san. Huh? Whether your bare face is plain or not, you're kind, hardworking, and genuine. That's what makes you shine more than your appearance. That's why I like you, Haruko-san. Akiko-chan's words warmed the hardened part of my heart, melting it away. Even though I'm not perfect, someone sees me as their idol. I had put my cousin on a pedestal, thinking she was beyond my reach. But, could I become like her? Could I become someone who supports others like her? Souhei-kun is back. Souhei-kun approached, Holding 2 ice cream cones, he handed the vanilla one in his right hand to Akiko-chan and the chocolate one in his left hand to me. "This is for you, Nana's." "Wow, really? I'm happy. I love chocolate." "I know. I figured you'd want chocolate," Souhei said, lifting the corner of his lips slightly. I loved his subtle smiles that were hard to notice unless you looked closely. "Souhei, let's share." "No, one bite is enough," Souhei said, lightly pulling my wrist. He took a bite of my ice cream and, with a composed expression, said, "Thanks." I froze in surprise. First the kiss, and now this. Souhei is being a bit assertive. Before, he would never have done something much like eating from my hand in front of others. Akiko-chan, watching us, shrugged in exasperation. "Don't flirt in front of me." "You too." Blushing even more, I licked my ice cream to hide my embarrassment. Section. "Haruko-san, your nails are so cute." "Thanks. I did them myself. I'll do yours today." "Akiko-chan." "Yay. I want matching ones with Haruko-san." The 2 girls chatted excitedly, walking ahead of me. Akiko clung tightly to Nana's arm, staying close despite the heat. "Akiko, aren't you being too clingy with Nana's?" "Huh, are you jealous?" "Lame." No, that's not it." "Though it's true I can't flirt with Nana's when she's around." Akiko hugged Nana's arm tightly, as if to flaunt it. While she clearly liked Nana's, part of it seemed like a way to get back at me. She truly had an interesting personality. Our relationship had become somewhat normal after we both expressed our feelings, but we couldn't become close siblings overnight. I was a dull introvert, and Akiko was a flashy, sassy gyro. Without Nana's, we had almost no common ground, and if we weren't step-siblings, our paths probably would never have crossed. Maybe this distance is just right. We left the Kiyomizu stage and walked for a while until we saw a sign reading prayers for good relationships, and Mizubai Shrine. Nana's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "Oh, here. This is Jishu Shrine, dedicated to the god of matchmaking. Can we go?" Neither Akiko nor I objected, so Nana's cheerfully walked under the great Ori gate. The place was quite crowded. In the middle of the path were 2 large stones labeled love fortune-telling stones. "What's this?" Curious, I tilted my head, and Nana's explained excitedly. "If you can walk from one stone to the other with your eyes closed in one go, your love will be fulfilled." That sounds dangerous. Walking with closed eyes in such a crowded place seemed risky. Some people were trying it, guided by friends. Nana's watched them with interest. "I want to try." "Haruko-san, you don't need to. Your love is already fulfilled, right?" "Yes, but I want us to stay together forever." Nana's seriously considered it, but when I said, "It's dangerous. Don't do it," she obediently agreed. "Okay." We prayed at the main shrine afterward. While I just clasped my hands formally, Nana's closed her eyes and seemed to pray earnestly, a frown forming on her forehead. "I'm going to buy a charm, write an immerse, and get a fortune slip," Nana said and ran to the shop. Akiko watched her go, looking uninterested. "Aren't you getting anything?" "Not really into love fortunes right now, but I need to buy a souvenir for Mum." Akiko seemed more focused on family than on her love life. Not that I intended to pry into my stepsister's romantic affairs. Haruko-san seems a bit too desperate, doesn't she? I had noticed that too. Nana's, having bought an immerse, was now holding a sign pen, contemplating what to write. Am I making Nana's anxious? Haruko-san was worried. Akiko, as if reading my mind, said. I looked at her in surprise. Really? Why? She said she's trying hard but you're not making any moves. Do you even have any desire, Souhei-kun? Akiko's blunt question flustered me. Don't ask that. Especially not to a family member. I didn't want my stepsister probing into my relationship or my desires, but she pressed on, unaffected. Why not? Do you think premarital sex is off limits? It's not like you're sure you'll get married, so why not? I'm not thinking that far ahead, but if it happens, there's a responsibility. Don't want to take responsibility. Akiko's piercing gaze made me hastily deny. No. I like Nana's and want to cherish her, but right now, I'm not confident I can handle her life too heavy. Dark. Annoying. Akiko harshly dismissed my mumbled words. It stung a bit, being called out so bluntly. Does Haruko-san need you to handle her life? I don't see it that way. Akika's words made me look at Nanae's. Having tied her ama and bought a charm, she smiled at me with a red and blue charm in her hands. That smile made everything else fade away. I wanted Nanae's to always smile like that. I didn't want her to worry or suffer because of me. I didn't want to make her anxious anymore. Even after all my fretting, the answer was always clear from the start: resigned. I took a deep breath and firmly told Akika, I want to put Nanae's mind at ease. Good. Akika crossed her arms, thinking for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, got it. Souhei-kun, I'll go back home tomorrow. You're coming with me, huh? Akika's sudden declaration left me dumbfounded. She grinned meaningfully at my reaction. Akika-chan, you're going back home tomorrow? Facing Akika-chan, who was packing diligently, I asked. As soon as we returned from Kiyomizudira, Akika-chan announced, I'm going back home tomorrow. I had a feeling she might be going back soon, but this was so sudden. With only a few days left of summer break, she had no choice. Yeah, thank you for everything, Haruko-san. Yeah, it's going to be lonely. Even though we only spent about 10 days together in this room, it felt hard to part since we were always together. As I felt down, Akika-chan turned around and said, oh, by the way, can you come with me tomorrow, Haruko-san? With you? To your family's house? I was flustered by the sudden request. Akika-chan's family home also meant Souhei-kun's family home. Last time, I only got as far as the front of their house and didn't meet the family. Is it okay for me, someone with no relation, to suddenly show up? I am not even mentally prepared to meet his family. Akika-chan, seeing me in a panic, grabbed my hands tightly. Please, Haruko-san, she pleaded, looking at me with earnest gaze. I'm still a bit scared to meet my mum. It'd be reassuring to have you with me, Haruko-san. Akika-chan. A strong protective feeling welled up inside me. If my beloved Akika-chan was anxious, I wanted to help her. If my presence could make her feel a bit more secure, there was no reason to refuse. All right, I'll go with you. Yay. Thank you. Oh, and Souhei-kun is coming too. Akika-chan resumed packing, humming a tune. Where had her shyness from earlier gone? Tomorrow, I'm going to meet Souhei-kun's family. Thinking about it made me suddenly nervous. I'm only going for Akika-chan's sake, but it still made my heart race. I need to dress as neatly and respectfully as possible. With that thought, I opened my closet and started planning my outfit for tomorrow. When taking the Shinkansen, Kyoto and Nagoya are surprisingly close. It takes less than an hour to get there. I had only ever gone home by express bus, so the speed astonished me. Akiko suddenly declared she was going home, and for some reason, said, Souhei-kun, come with me. I could understand her wanting me to come, but involving Nanae's too? What was she planning? We boarded a bus from Nagoya station and headed to my family home. The last time I went home was when Nanae's dragged me there. Nanae's and Akiko didn't speak. Staring out the window, Akika looked a bit tense, while Nanae seemed even more nervous. Her face looked pale. Nanae, are you okay? Why yeah, I am fine, Nanae said, her colored lips curving into a weak smile. She didn't seem fine. Was she feeling pressured about meeting my family? It made me feel bad. I just realized I came in my usual clothes without thinking. Mom might be shocked, Akika murmured anxiously. Today, she was dressed in her flashy Gyaru style, not the clean look she usually showed her family. She's seen it before, so it's fine. But I'll just take out the piercings, Akika said, removing the jangly piercings from her ears. Will my outfit be okay? Is it weird? For some reason, Nanae also asked worriedly. She was dressed in a white blouse and knee-length skirt, looking like a proper young lady. She always dressed neatly, so there was nothing to worry about. As we were talking, the bus stopped. The street leading to my family home looked quite different from last time. The change in seasons made the scenery look very different. We passed a park where kids were catching cicadas and stopped in front of my family home. Last time, Akika had called out to me here, and I had run away. But today, I pressed the intercom without hesitation. W welcome home. Mom opened the door and came out. Seeing Akika, Her eyes softened with relief. Ayakika-chan, you came back. Ayakika murmured a troubled "I'm back." Then Mom noticed Nanae standing behind me. Her eyes widened in surprise. "Oh, Souhei, is this? Nice to meet you. I'm Nanae's Haruko," Nanae said, bending in half with a vigorous bow. She timidly handed Mom some sweets we bought at Kyoto Station. These are for you. I hope you like them." "Oh my, thank you for the gift." After handing over the bag of sweets, they exchanged awkward bows. Neither was particularly sociable, making the air a bit stiff. "This is the person Ayakika-chan stayed with, right?" "Oh, yes. Thank you so much. Please come in." After taking off her shoes, Nanae's neatly arranged them. Mom kept glancing at Nanae's, seemingly curious. In the living room, we found my stepfather in the kitchen, pouring barley tea into glasses. He smiled warmly. Ayakika, you finally came back. Welcome home, Souhei-kun," I replied awkwardly. Thanks." It still felt strange to say. Following his lead, the three of us sat on the sofa while my stepfather and Mom sat across from us. Ayakika and Mom exchanged uneasy glances, quickly looking away. We needed to resolve the tension between this mother-daughter pair quickly. "Mom, about Ayakika." I paused, glancing at Ayakika. In her Jaiaru mode, she fiddled with her hands, looking uncomfortable. "What do you think about her dressing like this?" "Souhei-kun," Ayakika shouted, hitting my back hard. "Ouch." "What?" Why ask so directly? It doesn't change anything to ask indirectly. But still. As we bickered, Mom looked down apologetically and murmured, "I'm sorry. I knew Ayakika-chan was forcing herself to dress like a good girl." "Huh?" Ayakika gasped. Mom smiled wryly. "Ayakika-chan, you like dressing like this, right? Your dad often showed me pictures. You're good at makeup." Ayakika glared at my stepfather with narrowed eyes. He calmly sipped his tea. "Is there a problem?" "But I've been pretending to be a good girl in front of Mom." "But I'm really like this." "That's not true. You're a good girl no matter how you dress." "Unlike me, I've been a terrible mother. I said awful things to Souhei." A memory stabbed my chest. The words that had haunted me for years had scabbed over but still ached at unexpected moments. Mom probably still regretted it. She didn't need to worry anymore. "So, when I found out I'd have a daughter, I was worried I'd fail. But I was happy you tried to get along." "Mom." "So I noticed you were forcing yourself but couldn't bring it up. I'm sorry." Mom bowed deeply. Ayakika shook her head desperately. "No, I'm the one who should apologize. It wasn't a lie. The face you showed me, that's also the real Ayakika-chan." Ayakika nodded with a tearful smile. Just like that, the small misunderstanding between them melted away. In the end, their issue was just a minor miscommunication. It wasn't as big a deal as Ayakika feared. I was relieved it didn't turn into something more twisted like my situation. "From now on, dress however you like in front of me." "Okay, but I'll keep it gradual." "I don't want to shock you." They laughed together, their misunderstandings resolved. "By the way, I'm sorry for calling out to you when you were with your friends the other day." "Ayakika-chan." "Huh?" "That's totally fine. Actually, my friends said my mom is beautiful, and I was happy." Ayakika-chan and her mom quickly reconciled and were now laughing together in a warm atmosphere. As I felt deeply moved by how things turned out, I suddenly snapped back to reality. "Wait. Why am I here again?" I had come because Ayakika-chan asked me to, but all I did was sit and watch quietly. I was the only outsider here. What if they thought, "Why is she even here?" Feeling restless and out of place, I glanced around nervously. Suddenly, Ayakika-chan turned to Souhei-kun and exclaimed, "Oh, that's right." "Huh? What is it?" Ayakika-chan lightly nudged Souhei-kun with her elbow. "Souhei-kun, don't you have something to say?" "Huh? Do you know why I brought you and Haruko-san here? You want to reassure her, right?" "Huh?" Me? I was taken aback when my name was suddenly mentioned. Souhei-kun shrugged and muttered in a small voice, "So that's what this is about." Then, Souhei-kun glanced at me briefly before turning back to face his mom and stepdad. His expression was unusually tense and nervous. "Mom and Dad." Souhei-kun cleared his throat, straightened his back, and said, "Let me introduce you. This is Nanae's Haruko-san. She's my girlfriend." For a moment, I couldn't quite grasp the meaning of Suai-kun's words. A heartbeat later, I finally understood. Did Suai-kun just call me his girlfriend? I resisted the urge to do a triumphant fist pump right then and there. Yes. Finally, I got confirmation. I'm Suai-kun's girlfriend. Suppressing my urge to grin widely, I tried to remain calm. Suai-kun scratched his cheek awkwardly and continued, looking down. Sorry for the late introduction. We're dating seriously, so don't worry. Suai-kun and I are dating. The joy slowly welled up inside me. Although he had already confessed, and there was no doubt about our relationship, being introduced as his girlfriend to someone, especially his family, was a special kind of happiness. It made me feel officially acknowledged as his girlfriend. Hearing Suai-kun's words, his mom's voice cracked as she exclaimed, "Why, you mean?" "Really?" Akiko-chan stepped in to reassure her mom. "Mom, Haruko-san is really amazing. You don't have to worry at all." "Why yes, of course." "I'm sorry. I was just surprised." Mom cleared her throat softly and looked at me intently. I couldn't help but straighten my back. "Suai, you seemed so suffocated when you left home, but lately, you seem more relaxed. It must be thanks to Nane-san." Mom smiled gently, her eyes narrowing just like Suai-kun's when he smiled. "Nane-san, thank you not just for taking care of Akiko-chan, but for looking out for Suai as well. Thank you so much." "No, I am the one who is always helped by Suai-kun. I'm really glad I could greet you like this. Please continue to look after Suai." "Yes, I will," I replied firmly to Mom's words. Suai-kun looked at me with the same gentle, narrowed eyes as his mom. That day, I had dinner at my family home for the first time in a long while. The pizza and pasta my stepdad made were surprisingly delicious. I had always been an only child, and my dad rarely came home, so this was my first experience eating with so many people around a dining table. Akiko was talking and laughing a lot, clearly enjoying herself. Though Nane seemed nervous at first, she quickly fit in, thanks to Akiko, and was soon chatting comfortably with my stepdad and mom. Mom seemed to like Nane's a lot, repeatedly saying how wonderful she was. Given Nane's sincere and good-natured personality, it was only natural. I no longer felt like I didn't have a place here. Your place in a family is something you make yourself. I realized I had distanced myself from my family, feeling alienated for no reason. It was thanks to Akiko that I understood this. "You should stay over if you can," Mom suggested, but Nana's and I decided to head back home that day. Staying at my family home suddenly would probably overwhelm Nana's. As I put on my sneakers at the door, I spoke to Mom. "I'll come back. Maybe around New Year's." "Yes, we'll be waiting." Mom nodded happily at my words, her eyes glistening as if she was about to cry. Beside her, Akiko grinned and said, "Haruko-san, you should come too for New Year's." "Or at least Haruko-san, if nothing else." "Hey, you, Nane-san, please come visit again." "Yes, definitely," Nana's replied, bowing politely. After stepping outside, Nana's let out a little sigh. She had been composed earlier, but now she seemed a bit more relaxed. "Sorry. It must have been tiring." "No, I had fun." Suai-kun's stepdad is a great cook. I didn't even know that. I realized again how little I knew about my new family. Hopefully, we'd slowly become a family. "Hey, Suai-kun." Nana's called my name, looking up at me. "I'm your girlfriend, right? I can confidently say that now, right?" "What are you talking about?" "Well, it's the first time you introduced me as your girlfriend to someone else." Nane smiled and gently linked her arm with mine. Her eyes, reflecting the streetlight, no longer showed any trace of anxiety. "You feel reassured?" "Yes, I'm happy." "Suai-kun's girlfriend." Repeating it as if savoring it, Nane's eyes softened. Seeing her expression made a deep affection well up inside me. It might not be appropriate to get too close in front of others near my family home, but it's dark and no one's around, so a little should be fine. Just as I was about to wrap my arm around her, a voice called out from behind, "Suai-kun." Hastily, I withdrew my arm. Akiko, catching up to us while panting, stopped in front of me. "Here's your phone." "You left it on the sofa." "Huh?" "Oh, I forgot it." "Thanks." Apparently, she had come to return my forgotten phone. I thanked her and put it in my bag. Ayakika suddenly grinned mischievously. One thing I forgot to mention. What is it? Standing on tiptoe, Ayakika whispered in my ear. It's not cool to kiss your girlfriend while your stepsister is sleeping nearby! Exclamation mark. Did she see us that time? Seeing my shocked expression, Ayakika burst into laughter. Waving at Nana's, she said, "Thanks for everything, Haruko-san. I'll come visit you in Kyoto again, so let me stay over." "Of course." Ayakika then beamed and said, "See you later, big brother, and future sister-in-law." Nana's and I instinctively looked at each other. This time, I didn't deny it. Then, we naturally held hands and started walking toward the bus stop. Chapter 7, A Rosy Life. Walking with you. As August ended and September began, the heat showed no signs of waning, and the harsh late summer weather continued. Since Ayakika returned home, Nana's seemed a bit lonely. "The other day," she said, "I ended up making dinner for Ayakika-chan too, and brought over Mapo eggplant with a forlorn look. However, they seemed to be in touch regularly, as she would tell me updates about Ayakika that I wasn't aware of, like, she managed to finish her homework, or she went shopping with Mum. Right now, Nana's probably knows more about my family's current situation than I do." In mid-September, with 2 weeks left of summer vacation, the first semester grades were announced. Holding my smartphone tightly, I opened the web page, praying. Seeing the results, I couldn't help but make a small fist pump. Thanks to my hard work, I got results I was quite satisfied with. For once, I felt like patting myself on the back. Feeling elated, I stretched and stood tall. I wonder how Nana's did. Before the first semester exams, she seemed out of sorts. She quickly bounced back and seemed to study desperately, but did she manage to catch up? Feeling curious, I headed to Nana's room. Her face was bright when she answered the intercom. "Oh, Souhei-kun, did you check your grades?" Before I could say anything, Nana's asked me. I nodded. "Let's show our screens on the count of 3. I agreed to Nana's suggestion. We both counted 1, 2, 3, and showed each other our screens. Seeing her results, my jaw dropped. "Why, you got the highest marks in everything." Nana's grinned and flashed a peace sign. While I was relieved she didn't lose any grades, I couldn't hide a bit of frustration. I thought I did pretty well this time, but I couldn't beat Nana's, though I knew it wasn't about winning or losing. I need to work even harder. Next time, I don't want to lose to her. I want to stand confidently beside her. If I'm not worthy of Nana's now, I'll just have to work harder. Because no matter what, I need Nana's." Unaware of my resolve, Nana's smiled and said, "By the way, Souhei-kun, you're giving another seminar presentation at the cultural festival, right?" "Oh, yeah." After much consideration, I decided to do the presentation again. This time, I plan to prepare thoroughly and redeem myself. I'm tired of running away, thinking I'm not suited for it. Hearing my words, Nana's squinted as if dazzled. "That's amazing. I'm cheering for you. You're much more amazing than I am." I thought that but couldn't say it out loud. Section. After chatting for a bit, Souhei-kun returned to his room. Left alone, I sat down in front of the makeup box on the table. Souhei-kun is amazing. Balancing work and studying for certification exams, he still managed to get such great grades. He must have put in a lot of effort. Though he seemed a bit frustrated, I think he did an excellent job. About the seminar presentation too. Souhei-kun is making positive efforts and constantly trying to improve. His determination is dazzling to me. While Souhei-kun is working so hard, is it okay for me to stay the same? The forgotten anxiety about my future slowly crept back. I'm not sure what I want to become. Living every day without any clear goals. Can it really be called a rosy life? I opened the large makeup box in front of me. Inside were 2 of my treasured lipsticks. One was from Souhei-kun. The other was from my cousin. Though it's almost used up, I still wear it for special occasions. This precious item pushed me forward. "To me, you're the same. Beautiful, kind, a wonderful big sister." Recalling Ayakika-chan's words warmed my heart. She melted my firmly held belief that I couldn't be like my cousin. Is it okay for me to want to be like her? I took out my phone and made a call. After a few rings, a gentle voice answered. Haruko, what's up? Oh, sis, can I come see you? Section. A few days after the first semester grades were announced, I received a sudden line message from Hojo. Sagara. Your birthday is soon, right? Let me treat you to dinner. Indeed, my birthday is a week away, on September 20th. It probably reached Hojo through Sudo via Nana's. With Hojo offering to treat me, there was no reason to refuse. Tempted by the free meal, I headed to a pub near Seiin Station. Taking the elevator to the 6th floor of a multi-tenant building, I entered the Yakitori restaurant. I was slightly taken aback by the loud welcome. Greeting. I hardly ever attend drinking parties, so I'm not used to places like this. Oh, Sagara. Over here. Hojo was seated at a table near the entrance. Opposite him was Kinami. Oh, you're here too. I don't care about Sagara's birthday, but Hojo is treating, so thanks for the meal. No way. You're paying. In fact, you should cover Sagara's share. After ordering through a tablet, drinks were quickly brought over. Since my birthday hadn't arrived yet, I had oolong tea. Hojo raised his chilled beer mug. Well, it's a bit early, but happy birthday, Sagara. Thanks, I replied, clinking my mug against his. That was the extent of the birthday wishes. We then drifted into casual, lazy conversation. The relaxed atmosphere was surprisingly comfortable. It's been a while since friends celebrated my birthday. Realizing I naturally considered Hojo and Kinami as friends surprised me. I drank my oolong tea to mask my slight unease. So, Yuzuki, did you pass your required courses? I ditched a few. As long as I graduate, it's fine. If you keep that up, you might get a job but can't graduate due to missing credits. Sagara. Did you get all your credits again? Of course. Gross. Overachiever. Kinami made a face, looking disgusted. Kinami, seemingly unconcerned about credits, munched on free refills of cabbage while recounting how he broke up with a girl he picked up at Lake Biwa and got back with his ex. It was the 4th time they got back together. His consistency was almost reassuring. I went to a hot spring with my girlfriend, but she refused to bathe together. What's the point of going then? Yeah, many girls don't like bathing together. So, how about you guys in the haven't done it with the girlfriend club? Kinami smirked, and Hojo, casually eating fries, replied, what are you talking about? I was taken aback and looked at Hojo. Why you mean? Well, Sagara, do your best, Hojo said, patting my shoulder. His smug look irritated me. Though we weren't really in an alliance, I felt betrayed. So, you still haven't done it, Sagara? Will you die if you do? Are you a monk? Shut up. I have my own pace. You're just scared. You're overthinking something simple. Kinami's blunt words left me speechless. He's thoughtless but often hits the mark. I realized I've been hesitating over trivial things, unable to take a step forward. But I've already made up my mind. Nana's is essential for my happiness, and I want to be with her forever. If that's the case, there's no reason to hesitate anymore. I downed the heavy mug of oolong tea and slammed it on the table. All right. I've made up my mind. Kinami smirked and said, try not to get thrown by a tomonage, earning a glare from Hojo. Section. There's less than a week until Suikan's birthday. I went shopping for a birthday present with Sakan. We hopped from department stores to fashion malls, wandering around the menswear sections we usually don't visit. After spending half a day and worrying endlessly, I still couldn't decide. Sakan patiently accompanied me, but eventually said, I'm tired, let's grab some tea, and dragged me to a cafe. While sipping on an iced cafe latte, Sakan leaned on her hand, looking exasperated. Why is it so hard to pick a birthday present for your boyfriend? Of course it's hard. I don't really know what Suikan likes. I had thought about it a lot, but I still didn't know what he wanted or liked. Even though we've been dating for over 6 months. Maybe I still didn't understand him well enough. What should I do? Just give yourself as the present, Sakan said with a smirk. I puffed out my cheeks. I couldn't believe she'd say that, given her pushy attitude and the tomonage incident. She was just speaking her mind, not considering others. Then why don't you do it, Sakan? Give yourself as the present. I intended it as a counterattack, but Sakan calmly replied, well, That wouldn't cost anything. So it might be a good idea. Her nonchalant attitude left me speechless. Wait, Sakon, does that mean you and Hojo-kun? But what about you, Haruko? Any progress? Sakon deflected smoothly. I resolved to find out more later and answered. Well, I went to Suai-kun's family home recently. Really? That's news to me. You're really laying the groundwork. Impressive. Stop it. Don't put it that way. You've been to Hojo-kun's family home too, right? Yeah, but we both live with our families, so it wasn't a formal introduction or anything. Same here. And Suai-kun, he said he's not really thinking about marriage. I can't think about that yet. Becoming family isn't easy. I don't think I'm suited for it. Remembering Suai-kun's words, I sighed softly. He said he's not suited for that kind of thing. Given his family situation, I could understand his feelings. So I didn't intend to force it. But it would be a lie to say I wasn't sad. Well, it shows he's thinking seriously. Yuzuke, on the other hand, mentioned marriage 3 days after started dating. That's a bit too casual. Thinking about it that way, it might be better than a casual proposal. At least he didn't say he didn't want to marry me. He introduced me to his family, and when Yakika-chan called me sister, he didn't deny it. Sakon, do you want to marry Hojo-kun? Wow, that's heavy. I'm not thinking about that at all. We're still students, Sakon said, waving her right hand. Apparently, seriously considering marriage while still a student was heavy. I thought dating was directly connected to marriage unless you broke up. Maybe that's not a common perspective. Also, Hojo's family is full of beauties. He has 3 sisters, and they're all model-level gorgeous. It takes a lot of courage to join that family. I can kind of understand that. Plus, the pressure of continuing the Hojo genes. What if the kids look like me? Though I think Hojo would still be happy. Sakon, aren't you seriously thinking about marriage? Sakon drank her cafe latte silently at my comment. Sakon really loved Hojo-kun and probably wanted to marry him. She just found it embarrassing to say it out loud. Turns out, Sakon is also one of those heavy girls. I think I understand Sakon better now. Oh, you're thinking something rude. Sakon pinched my cheek lightly. I laughed. You're just like me, Sakon. By the way, aren't there things to do before marriage? That's true. Marriage aside, I do want to progress a bit more. Even after Yakika-chan left, our relationship didn't change, and nothing happened when we were alone. He probably wasn't ready yet. I didn't want to be a bother, so I had been holding back. Hey, Suai-kun. What's our pace? I wanted to ask but didn't have the courage. I sighed and sipped my mango juice. After parting with Sakon, I returned to the apartment. In the end, I still couldn't think of a present for Suai-kun. Maybe I should just ask him. He'd probably prefer getting something he wants over something he doesn't need or like. Resolving myself, I went to Suai-kun's room. Oh, Nana's. Suai-kun, who answered, looked a bit groggy, with bedhead. You look sleepy. Were you napping? Yeah. Hojo and Kinami kept me out until morning, and I went straight to work. He yawned widely. It was heartwarming to think how close they had become, staying out all night together. By the way, what's up? Oh, right. What do you want for your birthday? I asked directly. Suai-kun tilted his head. Sorry. I tried to decide on my own, but I couldn't think of anything. Is there something you want? He crossed his arms and thought seriously. He seemed to ponder for a long time. Maybe he wasn't very materialistic. Eventually, he looked up and stared at me intently. His serious eyes made my heart race. Nana's. As I stood there, stunned, Suai-kun snapped out of it and quickly looked away. He spoke hurriedly to cover up. Oh, no, it's nothing. Really, anything is fine. Oh, okay. I'll think about it. I awkwardly said, see you, and went back to my room. As soon as I closed the door, I collapsed on the spot. Did Suai-kun just say he wanted me? If I didn't mishear, he definitely said my name. I replayed his voice in my mind, processing it, and then screamed, ah, and held my head. He wants me. Is that what he meant? Was Sakon right all along? After flailing around for a bit, I stood up, determined. I slapped my cheek slightly. I was surprised, but if that's what Suai-kun wants, I have no reason to refuse. I feel the same way. With less than a week until his birthday, I started seriously considering if I should go on a diet or something. Section. The cheesecake with the happy birthday plaque had two big candles stuck in it. It didn't look much like a birthday cake, but Nana's chose it for me, knowing I'm not a fan of sweets. Happy birthday, Souhei-kun. Clapping her hands, Nana's looked even more stunning than usual with her perfect makeup shining brightly. Watching her smile, I savored the joy of spending my birthday with my adorable girlfriend. Today, September 20th, nearing the end of summer break, was my 20th birthday. We went to Kyoto Aquarium to see the jellyfish, had lunch at Umekoji Park, picked up the pre-ordered cheesecake, and returned to the apartment. Everything Nana's prepared was something I liked. I thought I didn't have any particular likes, but she made me realize otherwise. It might not feel like a typical birthday, but I wanted to celebrate without being bound by conventional ideas. Nana's smiled brightly. She must have thought hard about how to make me happy. I didn't know how it looked to others, but it was the happiest birthday for me. When I celebrated Nana's birthday, did I consider her feelings? I was too focused on being the perfect boyfriend and stuck to the template. Maybe it was just self-centered. Next year, I'll try to think more for myself. Maybe not without effort, but even if it takes some effort, making Nana's happy is enjoyable. I blew out the candles on the cheesecake. Nana's clapped and said, "Congratulations again. And here's your birthday present." Nana's handed me a paper bag. Inside was a black leather bifold wallet, feeling quite luxurious. "Your wallet was falling apart. I wasn't sure if you'd like it." "No, I'm happy. I was thinking about replacing it soon." Nana's really paid attention to me. I'm sure she agonized over choosing this gift. I understood her feelings when she said the best part was thinking about what to get for me. I don't have any particular likes, so it must have been hard. "No, it was tough but fun thinking about you, Souhei-kun." Nana's always seemed to enjoy whatever she did. She lived life to the fullest, finding beauty in things I overlooked. Being with Nana's made me feel like I'd find more things I liked. Maybe one day, my empty self will be filled with many wonderful things. After finishing the mildly sweet cheesecake, Nana's grinned mischievously and held out her right hand like a microphone. "Now, Souhei-kun, what's your resolution for turning 20? I hesitated but then spoke. "Well, first, I'll aim for all top marks next semester, so I won't lose to Nana's." "Wow, amazing. Let's do our best together. Then, pass my certification exam next month, succeed in the cultural festival presentation, and make sure I don't get sick and trouble Nana's." "Please, make sure of that. And, also." I reached out and gently held Nana's right hand. The ring I gave her reflected the light. "I'll do my best to make sure Nana's has a rosy university life." "Souhei-kun, I'm far from being a perfect boyfriend, but I want to be someone who makes you think you can do your best because I'm here when you feel down." Nana's blinked her long eyelashes and smiled. "Yeah." She gently squeezed my hand and whispered, "You know." Section. I'm not sure what a rosy university life is. So I went to see my cousin in Tokyo the other day. My cousin, who works at a cosmetics company, was as dazzling as ever. No, even more dazzling than the last time I saw her. She happily talked about her first project being approved, and she looked incredibly radiant. Maybe I really can't become like my cousin. When I said that, looking down, my cousin laughed and said, "Why not? When I was in university, I was nowhere near as put together as you, Haruko." "I failed many courses and got rejected a lot during job hunting." "That's hard to believe. You didn't seem that way at all." "Of course, in front of you, I tried to look my best. I wanted you to see me as a wonderful cousin." "Disappointed?" I shook my head vigorously. No matter how my cousin saw herself, she always looked radiant to me. Maybe my cousin, like me, was desperately trying to be the person she wanted to be. But that's not a lie. In my eyes, that was the real cousin too. So, I also want to keep striving, stretching myself, and putting on a brave front. Someday, the lie will become reality, and I'll become a true radiant girl. I still want to work in cosmetics, Like my cousin. Gathering my courage to say it, Sagara-kun nodded. But it's still not concrete. I like cosmetics and beauty, but apparel is cool too. Becoming a fashion magazine editor or working in bridal is also appealing. There are probably many jobs I'd be suited for. Of course, I have my anxieties, but having many possibilities is wonderful. I can become anything. I want to keep exploring, getting inspired by different things, and finding my own version of a rosy life. So please keep supporting me. No matter what path I choose, Sagara-kun is essential to my rosy life. Because he's here, I can keep going. I want to continue being that kind of person. Sagara-kun smiled gently at my words, called my name, Haruko, and said, "About that thing I wanted." His words made my heart skip a beat. The warmth from his hand, touching mine, spread through my body, raising my temperature. "It's okay. I'm already prepared." Just as I resolved myself, Sagara-kun gently touched the ring on my right ring finger. "Take off that ring." "Huh?" His unexpected words brought my soaring emotions crashing down. I felt the blood drain from my face, my fingers turning cold. What does he mean? Take it off in this situation? Does he want it back? Is he subtly saying we should break up? Why would you say that? I am not taking it off. No, it's not like that. Just for a moment. No way. Despite my desperate resistance, Sagara-kun forcefully removed the ring from my finger. Then he took my left hand and slipped the ring onto my left ring finger. The delicate gold ring sparkled on my left ring finger. Huh? As I stood there, stunned, Sagara-kun, with a bright red face, gripped my hands tightly. His hands were extremely warm and trembling slightly, conveying his nervousness. "I have something important to say." The seriousness in his voice made my heart leap. With a serious expression, he began to speak. "I'm not enough as I am now. I'm not good enough for you, Haruko. There are probably many guys who can make you happier than I can. That's not true. But for my happiness, I need you, Haruko." He paused, looking straight into my eyes. His desperate, intense gaze held me captive. "We're still students, so it's not possible right now. But after we graduate, yeah. Will you marry me?" It took my brain several seconds to process the meaning of his words. After a few moments of deep thought, I finally understood. A marriage. Did Sagara-kun just propose? What? I screamed and reeled back, hitting my head on the table with a thud as I fell. Haruko. I hurried to help Nanaise, who had suddenly screamed and fallen. She winced, rubbing her head, her face as red as a boiled octopus, her mouth opening and closing like a fish. Did you say marriage?" All of a sudden? It wasn't a spur-of-the-moment thought. I had been thinking about it for a while. I had always believed that someone like me, who couldn't get along with my family, couldn't make Nanaise happy. But like Akika said, she's a strong woman who can find happiness on her own. Still, for my happiness, I need Nanaise. I can't say I'll carry her life, but I want to walk beside her, sharing the load, always. The thing I want most is a life with Nanaise. Haruko. I'm sorry for rushing ahead. The order is all messed up. No, I'm surprised but happy, Nanaise said, her big eyes brimming with tears. She lovingly touched the ring now on her left ring finger. "Sagara-kun, you said there are other people who could make me happy, right?" I nodded, and Nanaise gently cupped my cheeks, pouting slightly. She said, "That's not fair." "Why are you deciding my happiness, Haruko? I want to be part of your family too. For my happiness, I need you, Sagara-kun. Together, we'll be happy." Seeing Nanaise say it so clearly, any small doubts vanished. If she said it, I believed it without question. "After graduating, I want a rosy life." "Yeah. So will you help me make my life rosy?" Nanaise smiled softly and hugged me tightly. "Because I want to be with you forever, I'll help you." Wrapping my arms round her, we gently touched foreheads. Our foreheads were the same temperature, and we laughed at the same time, both red with embarrassment. Then, Nanaise fluttered her long eyelashes and closed her eyes. Like magnets, we were drawn together for a kiss. Sagara-kun. As our lips parted, Nanaise blushed and looked shy. "I still have something to give you." "Do you want it?" It took me a moment to understand her words, but when I did, my temperature shot up. How does Nana's always know exactly what I want? No matter what. I can't beat her. Except, I said, tightening my arms around her soft body. She whispered in my ear, I'll show it only to you. What she revealed to only me was truly beautiful and cute. I'm sorry, but that's our secret. Epilogue. A little bit of the future. Souhei-kun, hurry, hurry. Haruko, the hem of her pink dress swaying, pulled my hand eagerly, with her trying to run in high heels. I was worried she might trip, on campus, right after graduation. There were students everywhere, reluctant to part. I was aware that we stood out, holding hands and walking quickly, but I held Haruko's hand tightly, refusing to let go. Normally, walking hand in hand on campus wasn't my style, but considering it was our graduation day, I didn't mind. There's no need to rush. I can't wait even a second longer. Haruko's voice was full of excitement. Her small hand gripped mine tightly, as if never wanting to let go. I squeezed back firmly. Seasons had passed since Haruko and I met, and we had both successfully graduated from college. With job offers secured, this spring marked our entry into the workforce. Haruko-san. Souhei-kun. We stopped near the library when we heard our names called. Akiko came running towards us, seemingly having waited for us. After intense studying, Akiko had been admitted to our university and had been a student here since last April. Though she often complained about her credits being at risk during exams, she was managing somehow. Akiko ignored me and threw herself at Haruko. Congratulations on graduating, Haruko-san. Your dress is beautiful. Thank you, Akiko-chan. Burying her face in Haruko's chest, Akiko sighed gloomily. I can't imagine being here without Haruko-san after April. Who will I rely on before exams? Akiko-chan, you can do it if you try. If you need anything, feel free to ask anytime. Haruko gently patted Akiko's head, and Akiko responded cheerfully with a yes. As expected of my sister, so reliable. Unlike my brother. What was that? I helped you study many times. To forget all the times I helped her with cramming sessions, such an ungrateful stepsister. Akiko stuck out her tongue and retorted, I don't remember that. Haruko-san, I'll come visit your new place with Mom soon. Yes, please. I'll make sure it's clean. Souhei-kun, you don't need to be there, though. What did you say? Akiko waved brightly and said, see you later. The campus was adorned with blooming cherry blossoms, in full splendor. They bloomed a bit earlier than usual this year. I spotted some familiar faces in the plaza. Oh, it's Haruko and Sagara. Sado, in a deep purple hakama, waved energetically with her usual loud voice. Beside her were Hojo and Kinami, both in suits. Haruko, you've already changed from your hakama? Your dress is cute. Thanks. Let's take lots of pictures at the thank you party later. Haruko chatted excitedly with Sado. Haruko had been wearing a red hakama earlier but had changed into a dress for the department's thank you party after the ceremony. I used to think that the most beautiful attire for a woman was a yukata, but Haruko looked unbelievably cute in both her hakama and dress. I bet she'd look stunning in a wedding dress too, though our wedding would be a bit further in the future. Sagara and Nana's, where are you heading? Hojo asked. Haruko and I exchanged glances. Haruko fidgeted before speaking. We're going to submit our marriage registration. Feeling oddly embarrassed, I looked down and scratched my cheek. Hojo teased. Right now? You can't wait? Haruko clutched an A4-sized brown envelope to her chest. Inside were our family registration documents and the completed marriage registration form. Our promise to get married after graduation was finally being fulfilled today. Both of our parents had already approved of our marriage right after the graduation ceremony. Though they initially suggested we didn't have to rush, we convinced them by highlighting the financial and practical benefits. They didn't object further. I told Haruko we didn't need to rush, but truthfully, I couldn't wait either. I had been holding back just as much. Really, you two are getting married, Sado said emotionally. Hojo beamed with happiness. I've been rooting for you two all along. Or, Nana's is going to be a married woman soon. Not that I mind. It's kind of hot, Kinami chimed in. You don't need to find it hot, I retorted. Kinami remained his carefree self until graduation. Despite his on and off relationship, he seemed to be doing well with his girlfriend. Though I couldn't understand it, it was his unique form of love. Invite me to your wedding. Of course. And invite me when you and Hojo-kun get married. Obviously. I'll expect a nice gift, Hojo said, wrapping his arm around Sudo's shoulder. Sudo blushed and raised her voice. Not sure about that. We laughed together and waved goodbye to the three, then resumed walking. When I enrolled in university, I never imagined forming such close friendships. I thought I needed neither friends nor a girlfriend. Meeting Nane's Haruko turned my university life around completely. Stopping in front of the main gate, Haruko turned to look back. I did the same, taking in the familiar campus scenery one last time. We ate lunch together, studied together, laughed over silly things, and made up after our occasional disagreements. This place was filled with irreplaceable memories with her. Cherry blossom petals danced in the spring breeze. The clear blue sky was dazzling, and my vision blurred slightly. I quickly wiped my eyes before Haruko noticed. Hey, Souhei-kun. Yes? My university life was amazing. Thanks to you. Thank you. Haruko's beaming smile made it clear that her university years had been rosy. I had a great time too. Thank you. Since meeting Haruko, my life had been full of good things. As long as she stayed by my side, I knew I could be happy. I wished Haruko would be happy by my side too. We walked through the campus gate, side by side, towards our happy future. What begins from now on will surely be the story of our rosy life together. End of Volume 2. Story completed.